On the ocean, pirates had three iconic common interests: liquor, women, and gambling. Alger Wilson merely took out his silver pocket watch, flipped it open, and knew where he should go first. At 11:15, the brothels and bars hadn't opened. Only the gambling dens would have easily gathered a bunch of people who wanted to make a fortune. Alger was more familiar with this port city than his tiny hometown. He proceeded without stopping at all while he navigated his way, smoothly turning at every corner until he arrived outside a casino that was located in a secluded alley. According to what he knew, the owner of this casino was a gang leader with a deep background. He had an inexplicable but indistinct connection with the important figure at the Governor General's office. It was the first choice for many pirates to purchase and sell their stolen goods. Because of this, pirates often appeared here. They might exchange their loot for gold pounds in the morning, but they would lose everything at night and get thrown out. Alger pulled on his thick brown coat, pressed down his cap, a piece of fashion where that came from the mainland, and pushed open the half-closed door. Under the watchful gaze of the bouncers, he entered the casino. Casinos were prohibited within the Lone Kingdom. They could only be attached to bars as rooms, but in the kingdom's vast overseas colonies, not only were they legal, but they were also a mainstay industry. Among them, Byam of the Rorstad Archipelago and Aelvi of East Balam were the most famous in the area. Many tycoons would specially visit them from Backlund or Midseashire's coast for a big day of gambling. Surveying the area, Alger saw a variety of card games, as well as dice-derived turntable games. As it was still early, there weren't many gamblers, and Alger quickly scanned them all. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he instantly recognized the identity of a disguised person. He took off his hat, walked up to a Texas poker table, and patted his target's shoulder. He bent down and whispered into the man's ear, "Blazing." Danitz happened to be flipping the corner of his card with his right hand, so he almost jumped out of his skin from the slap and nearly sent a fireball towards the guy behind him. After he had been attacked by Steel Mavedi, he knew that he shouldn't seek out information with his true appearance, as he could be targeted by greedy pirates. Although most pirates weren't strong and didn't register as a threat to Danitz, he still didn't want to reveal himself, lest it set back the plan of hunting Steel Mavedi. However, to his surprise, the disguise he took great effort to don was exposed just an hour after he left home. He turned his head quickly to the side and glanced through the corner of his eye at the person who had greeted him. When he saw the signature seaweed-like dark blue hair, Danitz relaxed a little and turned to observe if the other players had heard the greeting. The gamblers were all carefully studying their hidden card, either folding or continuing, with none of them paying attention to what was happening over at his side. "Why are you here?" Danitz asked casually. He and Alger had met at the previous private meet, and he knew that the other party had a ghost ship and a dozen sailors. He was quite a powerful but unknown fellow. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg's judgment, if such a small and weak pirate crew was able to retain an ancient ghost ship, it meant that they were backed by a powerful faction. Perhaps they were members of the Church of Storms, or perhaps they were related to a particular pirate king or secret organization. They usually disguised themselves as ordinary pirates and gathered information for who they were really loyal to. It was easy to wipe any traces of themselves clean at scheduled times, and at times do things inconvenient for the power backing them. For example, silencing others or plundering certain special items. There were quite a few pirate crews like this, and no one would particularly be bothered about such matters. Alger pulled over a nearby chair and sat down. He tilted his head and asked in a low voice, "I heard that your captain obtained Death's Key?" Danitz snorted with a laugh. "I thought you had a brain, but you've disappointed me. How can such a thing be so easily obtainable? We'll definitely sell it if you want it and offer a decent price. How about it? Do you want to consider this deal?" Alger casually said, "Perhaps it has other secrets. Maybe someone wants to deal with your captain. Who knows? Dogs hit." Annoyed by his new hand, Danitz cursed out loud. Then, he suppressed his voice and said, "That thing doesn't seem like a creation made by humans. It might belong to the giants or devils." "Creation? Your captain still insists on teaching language to all of you?" Alger asked with amusement. The rumor was that Vice Admiral Iceberg was a woman who was very strict when it came to knowledge. She couldn't stand the sight of a bunch of illiterates under her command. So every day on the Golden Dream, there was a class of general knowledge and reading, and every day she forced the crew to take turns participating. Wishing he could forget it, Dannett said, "It's much more difficult than fighting. Because of this, we're usually unable to recruit enough crew members. Every time we dock at the port to resupply, there will be people who resign." He didn't continue with the topic. Looking at the dealer, he said to himself, "Help me keep an eye out for Steele's whereabouts." Steele Mavady, Admiral of Blood's second mate. Alger looked down at Blazing's left arm, which was slightly propped up with a splint, and asked, "Were you attacked?" "For the key." "His brain has already been eaten by his zombies," Dannett stressed. "You want to seek revenge on him?" Alger guessed from the other's tone and request. "Hee." Dannett smiled without a reply, looking as though he was concentrating on his new hidden card. Alger thought for a moment before saying, "The last time your captain appeared was 7 days ago, near Sonia Island. This was confirmed by a telegram. The Golden Dream wouldn't arrive in Byam that quickly. Do you have a new helper? If it's just you alone, then you aren't a match for Steele even if he were alone. And as you know, he's always attended to by a crowd." Towards Alger's question, Dannett's response was to throw out a chip. "Call." "Who is it?" Alger first assumed that Dannett's attitude was a tacit agreement. He pinned his hopes by asking since it was a riskless endeavor. Dannett stared at the exposed cards and answered simply, "You wouldn't know." "I wouldn't know?" "Someone who has the strength to deal with Steele Mavady should be someone with a little fame at sea regardless of if they're a pirate or an adventurer, unless they belong to a specific secret organization, or it's their first time traveling the seas." Of course, it's also possible that Dannett doesn't wish to answer, for fear of exposing a secret. That's most probable. Someone belonging to a particular organization, first time traveling the seas, with the strength to deal with Steele Mavady. Alger looked up slightly as he suddenly had a bold guess. He tapped on the edge of the table and asked, as if he were chatting about the weather, "Was Bancy Harbor fun?" He emphasized the word fun. Dannett turned his head in surprise and blurted out, "How did you know?" He believed that with the Church of Storm's style, it was impossible for it to air dirty linen. Furthermore, the passengers of the White Agate had just arrived last night. The people who had witnessed the developments had all signed confidentiality agreements, so how could the news spread so quickly? Alger smiled without answering. At this moment, he understood the value of Emperor Rosel's words. Boldly hypothesize and carefully verify. Dannett put away his winnings and muttered, "It's no big deal. There was a revival of some ancient customs that led to the fall of a storm bishop." As expected, Alger chuckled and said, "I'll help you keep an eye out for Steele. But how can I contact you?" 15 Amiris Avenue is an unoccupied house. Write the information on a piece of paper and throw it in." Dannett answered hesitantly. Alger nodded and stood up while patting Blazing Dannett on the shoulder. "Don't forget my payment." He turned around and walked towards the door. Watching the captain of the ghost ship depart, Dannett couldn't help but grumble. "This fellow isn't bad. However, I have to leave this place too." He couldn't quite trust Alger. Perhaps in a few minutes he might lead Steele Mavady and his pirates to rush over. After leaving the casino, Alger, who was wearing a pair of local baggy pantaloons, strolled down the street. He entered a department store and found a counter. He smiled and took out a handful of bronze pennies. "Give me a deck of tarot cards." While he was waiting, he leisurely thought of a question. What is the adorer of Mr. the Fool doing at this time? In Old John's restaurant, Klein watched as the waiter placed a plate of grilled fish in front of him. It was wrapped with something that looked like straw and covered with all sorts of spices, some of which he didn't recognize. The strong aroma seeped into Klein's nose and greatly enhanced his salivation. As expected of the spice archipelago, Klein was about to pick up his knife and fork when he saw the waiter place two things resembling tree branches on his plate. "Chopsticks?" Klein was shocked. Then he quickly locked on to the suspect. Roselle Gustave. This is the kind of cutlery you have to use when eating grilled stickleback. It's said that Emperor Roselle gained inspiration from the customs of the elves. The waiter introduced. The customs of the elves? They are indeed a race that likes cooking and eating delicacies. Or rather, it's purely an excuse Roselle came up with. Klein guessed, largely as a result of his understanding of that particular person's character. In the morning, he had gone to a few church hospitals in Byam to provide hospice care for some dying people, to help them fulfill their wishes, and to engage in a deeper level of acting, but he had failed to find a suitable target. This wasn't to say that no one died in the hospital, but rather it was that they all had relatives who either accompanied them or had witnessed their deaths. There was no possibility of disguising himself as the deceased apart from giving people a fright. I'll head to the bar where adventurers gather. There should be many foreigners who might die in a dark corner like stray dogs in order to pursue wealth at sea, while their families might never hear of them again. Klein suppressed his thoughts and focused on his delicious food. The quality of Sickleback's meat was certainly not as good as that of Murloc meat. But the spices synergized to form clear layered flavors which Klein was rather delighted to have tasted. He just couldn't stop himself from eating after the first bite. Actually, there are some local Beyonders who wish to leave this dangerous circle and lead a normal life. It's completely possible for them to head to Backlund and open a roasted cuisine restaurant, selling grilled fish as their specialty. With the city's acceptance for many things, their business definitely wouldn't be bad. The only problem is that many spices aren't as cheap as they are here. The cost will be very high, and a location has to be chosen to cater to the target group. Klein put down his rather crude chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin, letting his mind wander. In his view, commoners were unable to find the means to get rich, mostly because they didn't have enough vision. However, one's vision was also limited by the education they received and their daily experiences. Bound by social class, it was really hard to escape from it and break through this limitation. The most effective way was to strive for a higher level of education, and the second was to take risks and head out on an adventure. Of course, the risk was huge, and many people vanished silently while taking this path. Klein spent 2 soldi and 5 pence for this meal, which wasn't cheap, but he had always been willing to spend money on good food. Besides, his main expenses had been paid for by Danitz recently. Pulling at his collar, putting on his hat and holding his black cane, he walked out of Old John's restaurant, just in time to see a police officer driving a tramp out of the street. The natives of the Rorstad archipelago had darker skin than the people of the southern continent. It was close to the kind of bronze which was often a result of exposure to the sun. Their hair was mostly dark and naturally curled ever so slightly. They were quite different from the colonists from the Lone Kingdom. It has been less than 50 years since the place had been completely colonized. At first, Lone had worked with the local kings and chieftains, under the name of the Mid-Sonia Company to extract economic benefits. But later, the management of the company quickly fell into corruption as they fought for power, even provoking the enemy for personal gain by starting a war. Even what was even more absurd was that they would report each other, claiming that their competitors had received bribes. With regards to this, they would find a member of parliament backing them. During parliamentary hearings, they would attack each other, something that nearly resulted in suits won. The natives would never have imagined that the powerful figures, who could make their kings and chieftains bend over, kiss the soles of their shoes, and deliver carts and carts of gifts, were actually unimportant people who weren't even members of parliament in Backlund. Although most of them came from noble families, they were at the end of the line of any inheritance rights. After that dispute, the king and the prime minister agreed to redeem the stock, shut down the Mid-Sonia Company, and to send their fleet and troops to take over the Rorstad archipelago in full force, bringing them under true colonial rule. At present, the archipelago was governed by the Governor-General's office, Parliament, and the courts. The upper echelons were all Loanese, and some of the middle-ranking personnel were members of Parliament and court magistrates who were descendants of the original kings and chieftains. As for the low-ranking positions, they were opened to the educated natives of the region. This included police officers below that of superintendents. It was a native policeman who was driving off the tramp with a baton, and his target similarly was of distinct Rorstad descent. As soon as the policeman saw Klein in his double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat and black, civilized cane, he immediately put away his baton, straightened up, held his feet together and saluted. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you?" Klein felt mixed emotions as he gently nodded. "Are there no carriages here?" According to the regulations of the Governor General's office, carriages aren't allowed to enter this street. You'll have to walk to the street ahead, the policeman explained with both fear and enthusiasm. "Thank you." Klein casually praised him. "You speak good Loanese." The policeman was so pleasantly surprised that he became excited. I think that this is an essential quality that a good policeman should possess." He originally wanted to say that he felt that he too was Loanese, but he was afraid the gentleman across him would end up angry. Klein secretly sighed and slowly walked to the corner of the street. Along the way, he saw that the local style of clothing was very different from that of mainland cities such as Backlund and Tingen. It was even different from ports such as Demir and Bansi, which had been colonized for more than 200 years. A decent man from Lone, dressed in a formal suit, wearing a top hat and a tie, and holding onto a civilized cane. This made the people around him subservient, afraid to look him in the eye or touch him. The rest of the natives or mixed bloods liked matching a thick jacket with baggy pants, along with a cap from the mainland. They didn't like black, and they preferred the colors brown, tawny, and light gray. To Klein, this was indeed a little strange, but it also gave him a feeling of coming to a foreign country. Of course, the natives of higher standing and those of mixed blood also mimicked the dressing style of Lone, believing that this was a sign of civilization. 2 p.m., Swordfish Bar, an accepted gathering spot for adventurers. There weren't many customers, so Klein easily made his way through the tables to the bar. He discovered that what was different from the other places was that there were 3 blackboards on the side of the bar that were supported by wooden shelves. Sitting on them were yellowing notices in white, with a variety of content, strange and varied. Some were hiring bodyguards, some were seeking help in finding people, some were investigating the situation on a particular island, and some were offering a high reward for the head of a particular pirate, while others claimed that they had obtained a treasure map and wanted to form a team. In short, the affairs that had been divided up between the private detectives and security companies in the Lone Kingdom still belonged to the adventurers here. A glass of Zarhar. Klein tapped the surface of the bar counter. It was a local malt beer, cheap and tasty with a unique taste. It was loved by adventurers, something Klein had learned from Blazing Danitz. 3 pence. The bartender casually glanced at the customer, not showing any change in his attitude because of the stranger's unfamiliar face. With a beer in hand, Klein sat in a high chair in front of the bar, sipping bit by bit as he quietly listened to the drinkers around him. Through their conversations, he searched for a worthy target. After nearly an hour, when the number of people in the bar increased, Klein finally heard something that might be useful. His spirit was jolted and he became increasingly focused. There were 4 people sitting at the table less than 3 meters away from him. They were feeling sorry for a man named Went. "I always thought Went was out at sea. I didn't expect him to be at home. He's very sick. Sigh. If I had knocked on his door 2 days earlier, he wouldn't have died. You don't know how terrifying the room was. Mushrooms were growing on his body in huge swaths of white. Dogs hit. Stop it. Can't you see I'm eating sausages? Yes, yes, yes. Went's room was filled with bugs, moths, flies, butterflies, bees, and cockroaches. Holy Lord of Storms. I couldn't believe this was a place where a human can live. Even the police who came later were stunned." As the conversation passed into his ears, Klein slightly frowned, feeling that Went's death wasn't normal. Within a few days of his death, his corpse was already filled with mushrooms, and insects were crawling all over the room. Something Beyonder related? With such an anomaly, the police would definitely report the matter to the mandated Punisher team. It sounds like it happened 3 or 4 days ago. The things that needed to be taken care of should have been dealt with already. Klein seriously considered whether he should pay a visit to take a look. At the very least, the man called Went was a lone adventurer in Byam. None of his peers wished to help him transmit the news of his death. After listening for a long time, he gained a rough idea of where the place went rented was. It was at the nearby 47 Blackhorn Street. Having finished drinking the last drop of the Zarhar beer, Klein put on his hat, left the bar, and headed for the apartment. After entering the door, he half closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "The room that recently had someone die in." He repeated the statement 7 times in a row, used his cane to quickly and easily arrive outside the room where Went used to live. It hadn't been rented out yet, and the anomaly inside had already been dealt with. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Klein put away the note he had used to open the door, locked the door behind him, and walked around carefully. After confirming the situation, he took out extract, essential oils, herbs, powders, and special candles, and he quickly set up a spirit channeling ritual in front of the bed. Although it had been several days, making it only possible for him to obtain the most superficial, disjointed, and remnant bits of information, Klein thought that it was better to have some than nothing. Without a doubt, he prayed to himself and entered the space above the gray fog. He responded and gave himself the power to channel the spirit. The flame of the candle suddenly soared, tinged with a ghostly blue as it swayed. Klein only felt everything fall silent, as if he had entered a realm that didn't belong to reality. His pupils were completely black, and even the whites of his eyes had been expelled. He no longer needed to use the technique of dream divination. Having advanced to faceless, with the help of the gray fog that made an initial entry into the real world, he was able to directly see the lingering spirituality of Went, a will that refused to dissipate. There were 3 scenes. One was of a tall, thin, dark, curly-haired, sharp-featured when coming to the body of a discarded corpse, astonished to see a glimmer from it before it condensed into a green gem filled with an aura of vitality. The second scene was of Went lying on his bed with his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open. His skin was covered with mushrooms of all kinds, the surrounding cockroaches and moths piled on top of each other, and on his chest, a silver necklace embedded with the same green gem from before. The third scene was of a pretty girl with flaxen-colored hair sitting at the edge of the sea with her eyes slightly moist. Lingering around her was Went's reluctant voice. "Rain, I'm about to die. I'm really regretful. Regretful that I never told you that I love you. I want you to marry me." The picture shattered, and the spirit channeling came to an end. Klein looked around and saw that the house was still dark and gloomy. "This fellow is truly unlucky." Klein shook his head and sighed. He already had a rough idea of the cause of Went's death, his random act of picking up something. The vast majority of Beyonders didn't know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility, and they had never thought that the deceased of their kind would be able to release a characteristic that could become an ingredient. As this process was relatively slow, it was easy for them to be missed. Therefore, after killing a Beyonder, they would usually search the corpse and throw it away, making passers-by like Went to luck out or some other creatures at the bottom of the sea or in the wilderness. Went didn't know that it was a Beyonder characteristic, and he had thought it to be a magical gem. Thus, he made a necklace and kept it close to his body. Slowly, he was corrupted by the influence and died in agony. By the time he left 47 Blackhorn Street, Klein had figured out Went's general situation. He had disguised himself as a police officer and learned from Went's neighbors. Saimim Island, the island at the farthest end of the Rorstad archipelago. From Byam, it'll take 4 to 5 hours to get there by liner, and there are only 2 trips a day, at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., respectively. Went's parents are long dead and he has no relatives. The only person involved is a girl he just can't forget. Rain. She's the perfect target for my first performance of acting as someone else. But just thinking about how I need to confess on Went's behalf, it feels so awkward. If the girl agrees, damn, how am I supposed to wrap things up? Klein thought with a troubled expression. He tried to recall the novels he had read and the movies and TV dramas he had watched, hoping for the most perfect solution. Soon, he had a general idea of what to do, stabilizing his mood in the process. His thoughts began to drift towards the matter regarding Steel Mavedi. I hope Miss Magician will get a radio transceiver as soon as possible, Klein sighed silently and got onto a rental carriage. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Furs opened a letter Zio had brought back. It came from the science fiction novelist, Avil, who was pleased to share with Mam Wall the future development and applications of radio technology. Furs directly skipped over the beginning and middle content, her eyes sweeping over to the end. He introduced 3 types with detailed addresses and approximate prices. The most expensive is just £12. Furs nodded slightly, feeling that this wasn't a very important business transaction. She suddenly felt her self-esteem was a little inflated. Perhaps because she had seen so many hundreds and thousands of pounds transactions in the Tarot Club. She no longer paid much notice to anything in the range of £10. Mr. World has the resources and finances. In the future, I might need to buy items from him or sell things I don't need. Yes, I'll just add postage, my transportation costs, and the price of the materials expended for the ritual to the original price. Furs made up her mind quickly, and she subconsciously looked out of the window. Backlund was still gloomy and dark, with a light drizzle pattering down. However, the fog wasn't as thick as it was before. I wonder when I'll receive the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch from the sun. Furs couldn't wait to advance. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Having already prepared the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and the materials Mr. Hanged Man wished to acquire, Derek was in no hurry to sacrifice them to Mr. Fool. He planned to wait a little longer, until the chief was leading an expedition team or was presiding over a particular sacrificial ritual, before making an attempt. This is the safest and most reliable way. Yes, be careful, be cautious. Derek reminded himself before flipping open the Giant King's Court Book of Blackrock, hand-copied edition. Recently, he had been reading this ancient tome. From it, he was able to understand some of the faces of the Giant King's Court from ancient times. According to the ancient tome, it was a court of God. Time seemed to have frozen there, as though it was suspended in eternal dusk. All the buildings were extremely grand and magnificent, even reaching into the clouds. Humans who walked inside were exceptionally small, and they revered the owner of this scene from the bottom of their hearts. Backlund, Hilston Borough, Waymandy's house. After listening to an explanation, Emlyn White combed his hair with his hand and intentionally asked, "Lord Baron, I forgot where I heard it from, but there was a very famous city named the City of Silver during the Second Epoch or in the early half of the Third Epoch. Waymandy was a vampire baron whose age exceeded 200 years. He didn't look old, and he instead looked like a mature gentleman in his early 30s. His black hair was neatly combed back, and he was wearing a dark red cotton shirt with a brown pipe in his hand. As he enjoyed the warmth of the fireplace, he said thoughtfully, "No, at least in my memory, there's no City of Silver before the Cataclysm." Before Emlyn could even revel in his joy, Waymandy went on to say to himself, "But there was a Kingdom of Silver which was originally ruled by the Giant King's Court and later came under its jurisdiction." Kingdom of Silver? Emlyn White thought for a while and said, "Lord Baron, is there anything more specific?" Waymandy looked up at him, smiled, and said reminiscently, "The Kingdom of Silver had a rather special position in the Giant King's Court. They didn't directly believe in the Giant King, Ormer, and instead, they believed in the Giant King's Court's queen, Omabella." City of Generosity, Byam, Dock Area, Acid Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Inn. Klein stood at the corner of the street, undid the topaz pendant on his left wrist, and divined to ensure that there was no danger ahead. With that in mind, he strolled back to the inn, went up to the 3rd floor, and opened the door of the luxurious suite. He was slightly surprised to find Blazing Danitz already back, slumped in his reclining chair, drinking. After a moment of consideration, Klein calmly asked, "What time is it? Isn't there a clock?" Danitz muttered. He looked at the wall opposite him and read out the time. 3:40 p.m. Before he finished his sentence, Danitz suddenly came to his senses, sat up straight and laughed dryly. "I've already gone to the places I can get information from and asked the people I can ask. There's no need to stay outside any longer. It will increase the risk of exposure and affect your hunting plan. Klein found a chair and sat down, and he expressionlessly said, "Tell me what happened. What problems could there be? Although I'm mainly an adventurer who hunts treasure, I'm also a qualified part-time pirate." Danitz felt that his abilities had been insulted. After being swept by Gairman Sparrow with a cold glance, he smiled and gave a brief overview of the places he went, the people he met, and the news he had heard from the morning and afternoon. Hearing Danitz sigh that a captain of a ghost ship named Alger knew about Bansi Harbor, Klein suddenly wanted to frown. With Mr. Hanged Man's relationship with the Church of Storms, even before I controlled the world and actively mentioned it, he didn't know about the anomaly at Bansi Harbor, so how could this Alger have known? Is he some powerhouse of higher standing in the Church of Storms who's disguised as a pirate, or someone who has some sort of relationship with the heretics in Bansi Harbor? Mr. Hanged Man has been active in the surrounding seas, so there's a possibility that it's him. Klein's heart stirred as he recalled the characteristics of the Hanged Man. Above the gray fog, although he couldn't clearly see the other members' appearances, it was still obvious as to whether they were men or women and what their hair color was. Klein raised his hand to stop Danitz from speaking. He said in a low voice, "Very messy hair? Dark blue in color? You know him? That guy isn't simple." Danitz sighed. As expected. Heh. I really didn't expect to meet him so easily. Klein didn't respond. Instead, he leaned forward and said, "Continue." Without thinking too much into it, Danitz gave a general description of what happened afterward and explained himself. As you know, no one can be sure when they'll get anything when trying to get information. After finding everyone who could be found, the only thing one can do is wait patiently. This will definitely take a while. There's another solution that doesn't require waiting, Klein deliberately said in a flat tone. What solution? Danitz asked in surprise. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. Use bait. Bait? Danitz looked at him, momentarily puzzled. In just a second, he had come to his senses. Only he could be the bait. As for fishing for the enemy, no one cared if the bait was actually swallowed or not. One only cared if the prey could be pulled out. Simply put, bait was a highly risky species. Haha, that's not a great solution. Yes, that's what my intuition tells me. I should be able to gain something from the Red Theater. I'll go over there to take a look. Danitz took his coat as he eagerly rushed out the door. Klein originally wanted to tail far behind Blazing and see if he could find any clues, but suddenly he heard layers of illusory prayers. Came from a man. Klein paused thoughtfully and turned into the washroom. 10 seconds later, he appeared above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star that represented the Hanged Man constantly burgeoning and shrinking. As expected, Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and emanated his spirituality. The voice of the Hanged Man became clearer. Honorable Mr. Fool, I'm currently instigating a key related to Vice Admiral Iceberg. I met Blazing Danitz at a casino and learned that he was a witness at the anomaly in Bansi Harbor. I also learned that he plans to join forces with a powerful figure to deal with Steel Mavadi. I suspect that Blazing Danitz is working with your adorer, so I've prayed to you. If this is indeed the case, and if he wishes to receive a certain degree of assistance, I can be of some help. Mr. Hanged Man has indeed guessed Gairman Sparrow's identity. He likely only had his suspicions, but he successfully obtained verification by inquiring about Bansi Harbor from Danitz. This is also good. With the help of an experienced local, the plan to hunt Steel Mavadi would be much smoother. Unless it directly affects the Fool, there's no meaning for the Hanged Man to entrap an adorer. Judging from his expression and attitude, he doesn't have any suspicions towards the Fool yet. I didn't leave any loopholes. Klein's thoughts raced, and he quickly made his decision. After making a divination, he conjured the world and covered the dummy with fog. He placed him in a praying stance and answered solemnly, Honorable Mr. Fool, I am in need of some assistance. After finishing this scene, Klein threw the voice along with the scene into the crimson star symbolizing the Hanged Man. 5 p.m., Olive Tree Avenue, Pam's Divination Lodge. Alger Wilson pushed open a brown wooden door with panes of glass situated above it, and he entered the cafe that had a mysticism theme. He ordered a cup of Fermo coffee from the Paz Valley on the Star Highlands of the southern continent. He took out the tarot cards he had bought earlier and placed it beside him. The top card was the Hanged Man, depicting an angel hanging upside down with his hands tied behind his back. Unlike this morning, he had changed into a dark, classical robe and wore a clergyman's biretta, like a warlock or magician from folklore. After taking in a silent breath, Alger slowly sipped his coffee. He didn't show any anxiety from waiting. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the thick brown wooden door opened again, and a young man in a black tweed coat and a half-top hat came in. The gentleman's appearance wasn't even 30 years of age. His face was thin and angular. He had both a mature and gloomy temperament. It was none other than Klein, who had slightly modified his appearance and changed his persona. He wasn't wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but his eyesight was unaffected. With a casual sweep with his eyes, his gaze landed on Alger's dark blue sideburns. Klein looked down and saw the Hanged Man card placed face up on the deck. Without a word, he walked over, took off his hat, and sat down opposite Alger. He said with a grim smile, "I'd like to have a divination." As he spoke, he had already taken in the appearance of the most senior member of the Tarot Club. Deep facial features, rough outline with a clear weathered look. It's obvious he was a person adept at fighting and is often outdoors. His skin is bronze in color, but it differs from that of the natives. He's like the result of a pure Loanese being battered by the elements for years. But the dark blue hair is more peculiar, something that doesn't belong to Lone. It's closer to the colonists of Desi Bay who live in Berserk Sea region. Mixed blood. Klein made his judgment. Alger looked at the gentleman across him, slowly superimposing his image with that of the world. Then, he pushed out the tarot card and said in a low voice, "This requires you to shuffle and cut your own cards." Klein reached out and picked them up, spreading them fully to take them in. Following that, he gathered them together and did a reshuffle. He cut the cards continuously, took out 3 cards, and placed them in an arrangement of past, present, and future. Klein slowly leaned back, but he turned over the middle tarot card with his right hand. It showed a naked woman wearing only a purple silk scarf, surrounded by a green wreath like a door. This was the world numbered 21. Number 22 returned to 0, symbolizing the fool. "How should I interpret this?" Klein asked deliberately. Although the Hanged Man hadn't explicitly mentioned that the world was the adorer of the fool, Klein didn't think it was necessary to hope otherwise. He felt that being honest about it aided in establishing his image. If Alger hadn't guessed it, then it was an act of being open and confident. If Alger already knew about the matter, it would make the world appear at ease, as if everything was within his grasp. "He knows I know? He already believes that I've guessed it before raising the topic above the gray fog?" Impressive. Alger's heart skipped a beat as he replied at a moderate pace. "It's inverted. It means that things will fail due to a lack of preparation." "What kind of preparations are needed?" Klein thoughtfully nodded and asked. Alger took back all the tarot cards apart from the world and skillfully reshuffled and cut the cards. Then he flipped open the top card. It was the Hierophant. Alger's voice remained deep and low. "You need advice. You need the help of faith and religion to avoid going down the wrong path." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he followed the sequence and turned over the second card. On it was the moon which overlooked the land. "You will be confused, you will be exhausted, and you will be wandering in your dreams. But this is only temporary." Next, Alger handed over a third tarot card. It was the sun. "Everything shall pass, and the light will shine upon the land." He spoke like a charlatan. Klein remained silent for a few seconds, then seemingly asked for confirmation. "Church, dream, sun?" A hint of a smile spread across Alger's face. He nodded slightly and said, "That's right." He had hidden hints for the follow-up plan during the tarot divination. In fact, in a situation where he had no skin in the matter and wasn't even noticed, there was no need to be so tactful. He could have described things in detail directly, but Alger felt that he still needed to test out an adorer like the world. He wanted to know if he was smart enough, rather than relying on his strength. If their intelligence were on the same level, Alger felt that they could cooperate more in the future. There was no need to talk too much between smart people. On the contrary, he would try to not involve the world in his own affairs. He would only ask for help when he needed a helper, unless Mr. Fool had other orders. Now, the world's response and previous performances had confirmed that he was sly, vicious, and experienced. Heh! I'm a tarot card expert. On such matters, Mr. Hanged Man, you're just a rookie. Klein secretly laughed, belittling him inwardly. The message hidden in the Hanged Man's interpretation was very simple. The Hierophant meant that he wanted to inform the Church of Storms about blazing Danets and steel Mavedi, and then use the power of the mandated punishers to divide the enemy and reap the benefits. This was something Klein often used, so there was no difficulty in understanding. The Moon and the Sun cards which followed were a reminder and warning from the Hanged Man. Since the mandated punishers were involved, a certain amount of caution had to be taken. According to Alger's experience, his colleagues in Biome would definitely use a sealed artifact that could force many people within its range to fall into a dream when dealing with similar issues. Mavedi's characteristic meant that there had to be a specific item in the Sun domain which targeted him. I'm immune to dreams, so I'm not afraid of the Sun. Klein reached out his hand and half-turned the inverted the world card, turning it into its proper position, meaning that this plan was feasible and that he would make preparations. Alger raised his head and took a deep breath. The master here specializes in aromatherapy. She can use the fragrances of different essential oils, extract, incense, and flower essence to treat corresponding emotional problems and pacify the restless mind. Do you want to try it? Using the contact point at Amiris Avenue? Klein smiled in response. Okay. The two of them looked at each other as they remained motionless. They stopped talking about the aromatherapy anymore as both of them already had everything laid out. Klein didn't stay any longer than necessary. He took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and slowly stood up. Alger wiped away his smile, pressed his hand to his chest, and slightly bowed. Let us praise God. All divination outcomes come from His revelation. Oh, you even know how to express your loyalty. Klein tried to hold back his laughter as he replied seriously, imitating Alger. Let us praise God. He took 2 steps away, then suddenly stopped and looked back at Alger, chuckling as he put on his hat. Frankly, you aren't suitable for that type of attire. Ah! Alger couldn't keep up with Mr. World's train of thought. When Klein had left the themed coffee shop, Alger retracted his gaze and looked at the mirror in the corner and took a good look at himself. Initially, he didn't think there was anything wrong wearing that. However, after the World's remark, he found it more inconsistent the more he looked at himself. Finally, he understood why he had said that. A fellow who looked boorish and hardened, one appearing capable of summoning 100 sailors at any time to beat up his opponent or bringing out an axe and chopping them into pieces, really shouldn't be wearing such a mysterious classical warlock robe. It made his bearing somewhat abnormal. Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who had changed back into his original clothes, kept a low profile and followed the worshippers into the hall. He took advantage of the act of making a confession in order to meet the bishop, Chogo, through the priest in charge. After saluting, he went straight to the point. I met Blazing Danets, who claims that the key that Vice Admiral Iceberg possesses has nothing to do with Death's treasure, and that they are even willing to sell it. He entrusted me with a mission to take note of Steel Mavedi's whereabouts. Apparently, he was injured by the second mate of the Admiral of Blood, and is in a rush to escape from his pursuit. Your Excellency, I wish to leak this news, making Steel Mavedi and his subordinates successful in cornering Blazing Danets. And I wish to use this opportunity to capture them all or execute them on the spot. This will be able to effectively keep the arrogance of the pirates in check. Chogo revealed a look of approbation. Very good. The way you do things is better than I expected. Alger replied with a look of humility. This all stems from the Lord's guidance, and also from your teachings. In the evening, I'll find a suitable target to leak this news to. If I come to prey again, it will indicate that Steele Mavedi temporarily isn't taking action. If I do not appear, it means that I might be restrained by him or his subordinates to prevent any news from leaking. This means that they have fallen for the trap. After giving details of the location and other matters, Alger returned to the confessional and left as usual. 7:15 p.m. Amiris Leaf Bar. Alger, wearing a pair of baggy pants and a head towel wrapped around his dark blue hair, stood by a boxing ring and held a glass of Lanti-proof in his hand. With a mocking expression on his face, he looked at the two contestants with bruises all over. Soon, he noticed his target had entered the room and was heading straight for the bar counter. After a while, he sat down next to the thin man and said with a chuckle, "I heard that Steele has arrived in Byam." The man tilted his head in alarm and replied with a fake smile, "Why don't I know about it? Is that so? It looks like Blazing fooled me." Alger smacked the bar counter and drank a mouthful of alcohol. "Blazing? Danitz?" The man's eyes lit up as he asked hesitantly. "Yes, that's him." Alger gritted his teeth. "I met him this morning at the Gold Coin Casino. This damned fellow claimed that Steele was in Byam. Pooey! How dare he lie to me?" The swarthy, thin man's eyes darted around without interrupting. He finished listening quietly, stood up, and chuckled. "I forgot that I have something to do. We should have a game of cards another time." He patted Alger on the shoulder and in a seemingly unhurried manner, left the bar in a hurry. Alger held a glass of alcohol, half turning to look at his back. His eyes appeared deep and gloomy, and there were no signs of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Looking up at the wall clock and seeing that it was past 8 o'clock, Alger put down his glass mug of alcohol and pushed his way through the drunkards into the street. As the Rørsted archipelago was rich in coal, Byam was like the mainland cities of Backlund and Pritz Harbor. Its streets were lined with tall black lamp posts, and the light of the burning gas effused through the metal grill, illuminating the relatively clean streets. Alger pulled off his headscarf and slowly turned into a side alley. At a dead end in the alley, he could smell the scent of urine mixed with alcohol. Although the Amiris Leaf Bar had a bathroom, it clearly wasn't enough for the customers during peak periods. Some of the drunks who couldn't hold it in could only find a secluded place to relieve themselves. The red moonlight penetrated the clouds and shone into the alley. While Alger was still considering whether he should put on a more convincing act, a firm and pervading voice came from behind him. "Did you purposely leak the information about Blazing to us?" "He's not stupid," Alger muttered to himself as he slowly turned around, as though preparing for a surprise attack. 7 or 8 steps away, he saw a figure leaning against the wall. The figure was about 1.78 meters in height, and it wore a boat-shaped hat. Its face was thin and sharp, and it wore a look of aggression. He had a lock of black hair hanging down, half obscuring the dark green eyes on his left side, which softened his own coldness. Even though there was often quite a difference between a wanted poster and the person in question, many famous pirates didn't even don disguises as they wandered the city. As an insider of the church, Alger had seen many almost photographic portraits drawn with rituals and had participated in pirate conventions. He was still able to successfully link the person in front of him to a name on the bounty notices. He didn't express this point and deliberately hesitated before asking, "Calm Squall." He was the chief helper of Steele Mavedi, a beyonder who was good at controlling his emotions and thinking calmly, but he was also inhumane and had a 1,500 pounds reward offered for him. The man pulled at his black windbreaker and revealed an empty smile. "Can I deny that?" "Well, probably not, just like how you can't deny that you deliberately mentioned Blazing to Amaru. He's not someone who enjoys using his brain, the complete opposite of me. I've never thought of lying. I only wish to obtain some payment for the news you received from me. Between Blazing, who's alone, and Steele, who has so many helpers, anyone with a brain would know which to choose. Of course, I wish that you keep it a secret. I don't want to be pursued by Vice Admiral Iceberg," Alger replied frankly. Squall nodded his head leisurely and said, "Tell me the specifics." Just like I mentioned before, I bumped into and recognized Blazing at the Gold Coin Casino. He entrusted me to take note of Steele's whereabouts. Heh. It seems like he wishes to launch a counterattack, Alger said with a scoff. We agreed upon a point of contact. I believe this is intelligence worth at least 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? Look up at the crimson moon. Are you dreaming? Squall scoffed. This might be a trap. Don't you understand that? Blazing might very well have found helpers, which is why he dares to seek us out. It's not for me to judge whether it's a trap or not. 500 pounds. Less than that, and I'd rather pretend that nothing has happened. Alger attempted to argue on the basis of reason for the reward. 300 pounds. You have to follow me somewhere and stay there for some time. It's to prevent you from selling this piece of news to others and spoiling our plans. We'll pay you when we capture Blazing with the intelligence you provided or have his spirit channeled. Don't worry. Food, alcohol, and a bed will all be free. Regardless, you lucked out. If there are any accidents that had resulted from you, I believe you'll know the outcome, Squall suggested with a tone which didn't allow for refusal. Sure enough, just as I expected, with my background being unknown, and with me not being too dangerous, the possibility of them choosing temporary detention is much higher than silencing me. However, I've also made preparations for a worst-case scenario. As long as I'm not too careless, escaping isn't a problem. Alger deliberately acted like he was in a dilemma as he said, No more than 2 days, or my crew will leave with my ship. I'll inform them if it exceeds 2 days. At some point in time, a sharp scalpel had appeared in Squall's palm, and he was making it jump and spin like an acrobat. After Alger described in detail the point of contact at 15, Amiris Avenue and the corresponding communication methods, Squall didn't speak further. He turned around and led Alger as they turned at every corner, and they arrived at an unknown street before entering a nondescript house. Long time no see, blue-haired captain of a ghost ship. The door was opened by an old man with hair that had more white than black. He was dressed as a local and wore a pair of baggy pantaloons. Old Quinn, you really are the intelligence officer of the Admiral of Blood, Alger deliberately said in astonishment. Old Quinn chuckled and said, There's always some truth to rumors. What you imagine to be fake might very well be real. He didn't switch on the gas wall light, but he carried a silver candle lamp in his hand as he guided Alger and Squall through the dark hall into a spacious, windowless basement. You'll stay here for a while. My friends and I will be in charge of watching you, and also provide you with alcohol and food, Old Quinn said with a laugh. To show our sincerity, we're not going to disarm you. All right. Alger took the initiative to walk to the low bed in the basement. Old Quinn closed the heavy stone door and locked it behind him. Squall didn't linger on, but hurried away, checking repeatedly to see if he was being followed. After changing to a rental carriage, he came to a lone enclave in Byam. It was also the residential area of the upper class. As he entered a garden bungalow, Squall saw Mavady sitting on a sofa in the living room, waiting for him. The others were either lying, standing, or sitting in a semicircle, with puppets and zombies acting as guards around them. Steele's lips were thick, his skin swarthy. His hair was curled up like steel balls often seen in factories. Is the intel reliable? The muscles on his arms trembled, exuding vibes of tremendous strength. However, his entire being emanated a cold and sinister feeling, as if he wasn't a living creature. Squall nodded. He's a pirate captain who serves money. I've already detained him at Old Quinn's place. If there really is a problem, he definitely won't be able to leave that place alive. I think he knows this very well. At this point, Squall revealed a cold smile. However, we still have to be wary of any accidents. This might be a trap set up by Blazing. Do you have any ideas? Mavady asked directly. The first thing he saw was a pirate lying on a couch. He was wearing a brown local tunic and twirling a yellowish-brown straw hat with his fingers. This was Mavady's deputy of this round of operations. He was the captain of the 6th ship which was lost in the battle with Vice Admiral Dusk, Blood Brambles Hendry. He had a bounty of 3,800 pounds. It's clear that Squall has a plan. Hendry used his straw hat to cover his pale face. Squall chuckled and said, "Didn't that adventurer, John Smith, send Mordor to join us undercover? Let's deliberately leak the news to him, making him think that we're still waiting for help and that we can only take action the day after tomorrow or 3 days later. Those bunch of greedy adventurers definitely wouldn't let Blazing off. They'll definitely fall over themselves for him. When the time comes, we can find a spot to watch the show. If there are any accidents, they'll be the ones bearing the brunt of things. If everything is successful, we can also cull them." "All right." Steel Mavadi's eyeballs slightly moved, radiating intense bloodthirst. In the early hours of the morning, everything was ready. Blood Brambles Hendry brought a leather suitcase over, took out a peacock blue carpet, and slowly spread it out in front of him. There were many mysterious patterns on it that had a non-human flavor to it. Mavadi, Squall, and 2 other Beyonders, as well as 8 zombies and puppets, took their places on it. Hendry was the last to step in. Closing his eyes halfway, he recited a single word in Elvish, "Flight!" The peacock blue carpet tightened suddenly and floated upwards, lifting everyone up from the ground and into the air as they flew towards Immersive Avenue. During this process, Hendry pulled out a black handkerchief and shook his wrist, turning it into the night sky which magically covered all their traces under the moonlight. In about 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived in the area around 20 Immersive Avenue. Diagonally across them was the targeted house. They didn't move forward. Instead, they let the flying carpet hover silently in front of the crown of a thick tree as they lay prone to observe the situation. Time passed, second by second, as Hendry steadied the mystical item. There were no signs of a lack of spirituality. The night slowly passed, and the horizon was suffused with a faint red glow. The sun was about to rise, and the gang of pirates led by Steel Mavadi began their preparations to find another suitable spot for daytime surveillance. At this moment, a figure nimbly moved across the rooftops with his back bent, arriving above 15 Immersive Avenue. He wore a black cloak, his eyebrows yellow, and eyes dark blue. His facial features and contours were relatively soft. It was none other than Blazing Danitz. Danitz looked around cautiously for a moment, then climbed up the raised chimney, pushed his hand through it, and slid down. "He's really here?" Steel Mavadi, Blood Brambles Hendry, Squall, and company felt their spirits lift at the same time. At this moment, several figures sprang up from the chimneys and periphery of Units 13, 14, and 17. They rushed over with fast and potent stances, either breaking the windows, kicking open the doors, or using the chimney to rush into Unit 15 from different positions. The Rorstad Archipelago was the Lone Kingdom's governing branch in the central areas of the Sonia Sea. Similarly, it was a key diocese of the Church of Storms. It had a high-ranking deacon who was part of the Council of Cardinals, permanently stationed here. Of course, even a pirate at the level of admiral might not be able to stir such a powerful figure into action, much less when it dealt with a second mate and bosun. As a result, it was left to Deacon Cordoba Roy, who happily accepted the order and led 2 mandated Punisher teams to activate sealed artifacts 2 to 37 and 2 to 166. They lay in ambush at a distance from 15 Immersive Avenue in order to be absolutely safe. From Cordoba Roy's perspective, a team of mandated Punishers with 2 sealed artifacts was enough to deal with the group of pirates consisting of Steel and Blazing Danitz, but the latter's intention of keeping an eye of his pursuer's whereabouts caused him to worry. Instinctively, he felt that there was a problem, so he called for an additional team of mandated Punishers. Actually, just having 2 to 37 is sufficient. While they waited, Cordoba Roy suddenly sighed. In his opinion, this sealed artifact would be the nightmare of Steel, Blazing, and company. He closed his eyes and the corresponding information appeared in his mind. Number 37. Name, Dream of Eternity. Danger Grade 2. Dangerous. It has to be used with care and moderation. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people, a deacon or diocese bishop. Security classification: bishop, team captain, and above. Sealing method: place in boiling water. Description: It has the appearance of a heart. It's black in color, feels ice-cold to the touch, and is filled with holes, often making a sound like a flute. This item originates from a primitive tribe in West Balam of the southern continent. They have spirit warlocks as their leaders and are nocturnal. A lone army company conquered the tribe, received the object they revered on the altar, and in the week that followed, there were cases of soldiers acting abnormally, going mad, committing suicide, and so on. Research shows that as long as one comes into contact with this item, they will enter a long dream. If not woken up by someone else, one will forever remain in that illusory world. On the surface, they would appear frustrated, fearful, and confused. One's mental and biological states will gradually change. The researchers who were awakened were still unable to tell the difference between reality and dreams for a long time, which led to a series of tragic events, including, but not limited to, expressing love to their superiors, kissing the mouth of a venomous snake, suffering from depression, undressing and running naked, and attempting to bathe in boiling water. If they weren't transferred to another city, the only possible outcomes would be madness and suicide. This item can be used, causing all creatures within the target surroundings to fall into the same dream. The user can choose the target to a certain extent and excluded companions. The effective radius is a maximum of 50 meters. Beyond that would burden the user tremendously, dealing severe mental damage. The user will enter a state of being unable to distinguish reality from dreams after the matter, and will have to leave the city where 2-37 is located for any chance of recovery. Many examples, see Appendix, show that even without contact, this item can affect the surrounding population greatly unless it's placed in boiling water. Appendix 1. It is similar to the effects of a nightmare from the Evernight pathway, but it's more prominent and uncontrollable. 2. Example 1. A keeper once forgot to add charcoal, causing the fire to go out and the temperature of the boiling water to drop. He soon had an abnormal reaction, and he was suspected to be dreaming of a beloved girl of his. He began to make a passionate confession to his glove, and tried to engage in relation beyond that of friendship with it. Example 2. As his thoughts churned, Cordoba Roy suddenly saw Blazing Danitz, the Golden Dream's fourth bosun, come to this point of contact to collect information. He gestured with his hand, signaling the mandated punishers to open the golden box engraved with numerous symbols and magic labels before taking out sealed artifact 2-37, which was soaked in boiling water. The golden box contained another sealed artifact, 2-166. It could maintain the original temperatures of the objects inside, and to a certain extent it could change the weather, producing sun-holy water rain. Of course, it also had very negative effects. Otherwise, the mandated punishers would have long used it to seal 2-37 instead of using it as a temporary trick. The most unacceptable negative effect was that no matter what object remained in prolonged contact with it, it would become infected with the characteristics of life, and it would also piously believe in the eternal blazing Sunday. Within the mandated punishers, a table had already appeared that sang praises of the eternal blazing sun every day, and there was a candle that wished to light itself every second to purify everything. In response, the irascible mandated punishers had turned the table into a pile of firewood, and they had lit it using the aforementioned candle. Seeing figures appear one by one and dashing towards 15 Amiris Avenue, Cordoba Roy didn't hesitate to press his right hand down, ordering the team member beside him to activate sealed artifact 2-37. An illusory fish scale immediately appeared on the surface of that member's palm, and he directly grabbed the sealed artifact that resembled a pitch-black heart out of the boiling water. The melodious sound of a flute rang out, and dense darkness enveloped the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. The scene before adventurer John Smith remained the same. It was still the bare, unfurnished living room and the black-cloaked Blazing Danitz. He didn't appear like he was in a dream. They ran over with all their might, fired, and used their own abilities to successfully injure Blazing and capture the famous pirate who had a bounty of 3,000 pounds and was involved with the key to death. However, in the real world, they were sitting with their legs up, or swimming with their arms outstretched, or using their fingers as guns with their mouths making shooting sounds. Move out! Cordoba Roy left his hiding place and rushed to the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. The other mandated Punisher team members were divided into two groups and began encircling the house from different positions. Before Cordoba arrived, the living room was already brightly lit, as if the sun was rising. Holy pure water dripped down like rain. It none other than sealed artifact 2 to 166 being put to use. At a distance away, the flying carpet floated silently in the darkness. As soon as Steel Mavedi and the others saw the mandated Punishers appear, they immediately understood that this was indeed a trap set by Blazing Danitz. This son of a bitch, he actually defected to the Church of Storms. Mavedi growled as mania flashed in his eyes. Blood Brambles Hendry looked at Calm Squall and sincerely praised him. Fortunately, we weren't careless. In fact, I didn't expect a foolish donkey like Blazing Danitz to cooperate with the Church of Storms, Squall said calmly. Perhaps, the injured him was already captured by the mandated Punishers, and he had no choice but to cooperate with them. Just as they were about to leave, they saw something protruding from the shadows outside the house at 15, Amiris Avenue. Something was sticking to the ground and quickly moving away. Blazing! Steel Mavedi recalled the scenes of his failed ambush. Danitz! Hendry also recognized the man who had tried to escape with his magical powers. Squall was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Either Blazing Danitz wishes to use this opportunity to escape the mandated Punisher's control, or he has other traps to use against us. However, for some reason, the mandated Punishers were attracted, so he had no choice but to give up and flee. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Blood Brambles Hendry glanced at the mandated Punishers who had stormed the house. As long as we seize this minute, we'll be able to kill and take away Blazing under the noses of the mandated Punishers. Steel Mavedi's hopes were momentarily raised as his eyes revealed an abnormal look of mania. After Squall nodded, he said to the other two Beyonders, "Take my zombies and puppets and guard this position. Once the mandated Punishers are here, use them to create chaos and take the opportunity to escape." "Yes, boss." The two Beyonder pirates jumped off the flying carpet at the same time with the zombies and puppets. The peacock blue carpet made a turn and shot ahead of Blazing. "Provide us support. Mainly be on guard against the surroundings. I'm worried that Danitz has other helpers." Squall seized the moment and said to the Blood Brambles Hendry. A smile appeared on Hendry's pale face. "All right." Without saying anything else, Squall nodded at Steel Mavedi. Relying on his advantage from being high in the sky, Mavedi was able to distinguish the mostly normal shadows, determining the direction of the target. He suddenly jumped off the flying carpet and landed heavily on the ground like a giant boulder. White frost condensed under his feet as a layer of cold and transparent ice quickly spread to the side. The black shadow was immediately frozen in the corner. With a crack, Blazing Danitz struggled to break free, growing out of the shadows. On the flying carpet, Hendry showed their good teamwork by dropping what he had long held in his hand. They were green leaves, flowers, and brambles. The leaves, petals, and brambles wildly grew in size or joined together, ensnaring Blazing Danitz, making him immobile. Squall took the opportunity to jump off the flying carpet and thrust a sharp scalpel in his right palm towards Danitz's neck. Splat! He held onto the handle of the scalpel with his right hand and circled around to the back of the target. Danitz's head fell off and his body quickly shrank, turning into a thin, tattered paper figurine. At the same time, Steel Mavedi felt an indescribable sense of hunger bearing down on him. It was like a terrifying monster hidden in the darkness, quietly watching him. No, it's not Blazing. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, an extremely compressed, incandescent fireball flew over from one of the rooftops, smashing towards his body. Steel Mavedi only made one movement, and that was to raise his arm in front of his body. Boom! The flames exploded and a shockwave radiated in all directions, blocking Squall's and Hendry's line of sight. However, they weren't flustered at all, as they had the utmost confidence in Steel. Sure enough, Mavedi only suffered from having his clothes torn and his skin covered in white marks. Apart from that, he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a figure walking out of the roiling flames in the sky. It was clearly a black cloak belonging to blazing Danitz, but it had neatly combed black hair, dark, emotionless eyes, and a thin, cold face. The Danitz from before had always been faceless Klein, Gehrman Sparrow, who had always been prepared for the hunt. Just as he leaped out of the flames, the 2 points of light in the eyes of Klein, who wore golden gloves on his left hand, enlarged in size and changed from dark to bright, as if they were lightning that suddenly cut across the sky. After distracting Steel Mavedi and company's attention with paper figurine substitutes, he had activated creeping hunger and switched to the interrogator's soul. He planned on using the psychic piercing Beyonder power. Ah! Steel Mavedi suddenly cried out miserably. It was as if someone had stabbed a knife into his head, stirring his grayish-white brain. A feeling of pain came from the depths of his soul, instantly occupying his mind. At the same time, his Beyonder powers erupted from the irritation and turned into a hurricane that spread out in all directions. Suddenly, beautiful snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Layers of translucent ice began spreading outwards, and the trees on both sides of the road were covered with white edges. They withered quickly, revealing traces of decay. The lingering resentment of the remnant spirits was successively awakened. They sobbed, wailed, and shrieked, causing the nearby area to be dyed with a gray and repressed color. Klein naturally descended from the sky, his left glove shining like the sun. He opened his arms and leaned back as if embracing something. Just as his heels touched the cold ground, a pure, blazing, thick pillar of light descended from above. This holy radiance enveloped Steel Mavedi, illuminating his dark skin, firm muscles, and steel ball-like curly hair. Priest of light, light of holiness. Without a sound, Mavedi's expression became even more twisted, and his skin began to show signs of melting. At this moment, he was like a candle that had been thrown into a burning fireplace. Compared to the corrupted Bishop Millet, as a zombie, he was weaker towards such attacks. The damage he took was even more serious. The snowflakes stopped falling, and the ice on the ground quickly melted. The trees that had white edges revealed their brown colors. There was no doubt that the powerful beam of light had caught the attention of Blood Brambles Hendry and Squall. The former's expression changed as he reached into his secret pocket and pulled out materials casting magic. He planned to use his terrain advantage to save Steel Mavedi. At this moment, a raven made purely out of flames suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3. Countless fire ravens filled Hendry's field of vision like crimson stars. They flew over from all directions, flapping their wings in a dense, scorching hot formation. Hendry's heart skipped a beat as his gaze seemed to freeze. He immediately moved his hand elsewhere to grab another type of material. Whoosh! He scattered light blue powder on his body, while he chanted in ancient Hermes, "Sea waves!" The powder suddenly expanded and turned into dark blue waves that spread out in all directions. When they met the fire ravens, they made sizzling sounds and created a large amount of white fog. The fire wave from the previous explosion had subsided a little. Through the remnants of the crimson light, Squall saw that Steel Mavedi's skin was melting like wax and his flesh melted inch by inch. He saw the unfamiliar man in a black cloak standing next to him. He didn't panic. Like a cold-blooded viper who had lost its emotions, he calmly raised his arms and abruptly pressed both his palms down. In a split second, he saw the thin, grim-faced young man's body sink. His movements had turned slow, as though the wings he used for flying had been snapped. As for Steel Mavedi, he began to struggle and roll in order to avoid a second round of Light of Holiness. Immediately following that, Squall noticed that the man had lost his weight and thickness. Once again, he turned into a thin paper figurine, pressed to the ground by an invisible force before soaking into the mud that came as a result of the melting ice. Klein phased into existence from another position. He rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together and snapped his fingers 3 times as he rushed forward. Pa! 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 The sunbird-shaped dark golden brooch in front of him flashed continuously as it added a purifying element to his air bullets. Bang! 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 The 3 bullets connected at an extremely fast speed and hit the slow-moving steel Mavedi in his right chest, penetrating his half-melted skin and flesh, creating an exaggerated, gruesome wound. Golden flames spread in all directions. So. Squall tossed out scalpels after scalpels, but they were all dodged by Klein's deft, acrobatic maneuvers. At that moment, steel Mavedi had gotten a breather. With a push of his palm, he stood up once again and charged straight at the enemy, fully displaying his advantage in close combat, as well as his abnormally strong body that could withstand powerful blows. Ice formed under his feet again, and his fists effused a rotting aura. Then, once again, he saw 2 bolts of lightning shoot out from Klein's dark brown eyes, shooting into his own. Steel Mavedi subconsciously raised his head and clenched his teeth. His nose, mouth, and ears were all leaking blood, adding to his previously melted skin. While shooting the air bullets, Klein had changed the soul he used for grazing. It was still interrogator, and it was still psychic piercing. Against a beyonder like a zombie which had a body as tough as steel, dealing damage to the spirit body was far more effective. While the repeated strikes made steel Mavedi's body stiffen for short periods of time, he lost the shackles of his reasoning. Black, firm hair grew from his face 1 strand at a time, while his teeth and nails also constantly grew longer. His skin squirmed in a bid to coalesce, turning from black to white. He was like a real, crazy zombie who was thirsting for blood. Klein took this opportunity to close in. He bent his body and brushed past steel Mavedi's shoulder. He then stuffed the item in his hand into the hideous wound that he had created into the man's body. It was a bottle with a few ordinary brass bullets, and inside it was a large amount of sun-holy water that Klein had prepared in advance. Oof! Klein, who didn't stop, caused Squall's attempt to control him to fail again. With a twist of his heel, he moved behind steel Mavedi, his back to him. Pow! He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before steel Mavedi could pull out the glass bottle. Bang! A light explosion rang out, and fiery crimson light soared, shattering the already fragile glass bottle. Large amounts of sun-holy water inundated steel Mavedi's body. The infamous pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds froze where he stood, his throat letting out an anguished groan. He plopped to his knees. A dark green gas in his body was pouring out and disappearing into the air. At the sight of this, Squall's eyes darkened. He immediately took out an iron-black charm and muttered a word in ancient Hermes. Shriek! The charm suddenly cracked and vanished, completing the sacrifice. An invisible sound wave swept outwards like a tsunami, almost successively drilling into the ears of everyone around. Klein's mind buzzed, the tip of his nose cold. Blood oozed out, and Blood Bramble's Hendry on the flying carpet was in an even more miserable state. His face was twisted, and his body convulsed as he fell down, unable to even let out a tragic scream. On the contrary, Blazing Danitz, who was far away on a rooftop, wasn't subject to any effects. He happily threw out another blob of a highly compressed incandescent fireball. The fireball landed on Hendry's body without any resistance and exploded with a loud boom. Flesh and blood splattered outwards. Flames wrapped around his fingers, calves, and head before he fell to the ground. The flying carpet then lost control and slowly settled down. Squall took the opportunity to turn around and run, not hesitating in the slightest. However, he was stunned to discover that the terrifying man, who had almost finished off steel Mavedi within 10 seconds, didn't seem to show the slightest signs of being impeded. He had turned around and given chase. How is that possible? This a shriek charm created by Admiral. Squall had no time to think over the reasons. He ran as fast as he could down the other street. At that moment, his head was suddenly hit hard by someone. A tearing pain made his whole body spasm. The lightning in Klein's eyes faded as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers once more. Bang! An air bullet crossed the distance of about 10 meters and accurately drilled into the back of Squall's head. Squall didn't have the non-human endurance that Steel had. His vision immediately blackened, and he slowly fell to the ground. Klein caught up with him in a few steps, reached out his left hand, and let the jubilant creeping hunger enjoy the meal. I have heard the voice of the true creator before, and I've experienced Mr. Door's call for help. I have great resistance in this aspect, and I can even quickly recover from the shrieking of a wraith, let alone a mere charm. Klein muttered silently to himself as he watched Squall's body be reduced to flesh and blood and plunge into the open mouth of creeping hunger. After a few seconds, creeping hunger came to a satisfied halt, and Klein quickly returned to steal Mavadi's side. This zombie had been miserably purged. Although his head remained intact, he was already dead. Klein took a few steps forward, picked up the peacock blue flying carpet that had fallen to the ground, wrapped it around Steele's body, and lifted it. Glancing back at 15 Amiris Avenue, he listened to the commotion of rampaging zombies and puppets, and he sensed that the mandated punishers were approaching. Klein pulled his hood over his head, bowed slightly in that direction as a salute. Pa! Klein rubbed his fingers, and all of the paper fragments around him were set ablaze, producing crimson-red columns of fire. Under the light of the fire, his body turned illusory, and he vanished from where he stood, with the items turning into a shadow. As for the beyonder characteristics of Squall and Hendry, which were slowly coming into existence, he didn't take a look, nor did he pay any attention to them. Greed would cause him to fall into unnecessary danger. Besides, the harvest he had reaped now was already sufficient. After leaving some of the mandated punishers to deal with the rampaging zombies and puppets, the pirates who had been damaged by his companions, and the beyonder adventurers who were caught, Cordoba Roy led the rest of the team and rushed over. However, all they saw were scattered corpses, scalpels, and withered trees on the streets. They could distinguish the receding aura of the sun, as well as the evil sensation that came from the depths of flesh and blood. It was early in the morning, and the sky had just brightened up slightly. Most of the alleys were dark and quiet. With the aid of Dannett's cloak, Klein blended into the shadows and quickly moved about. He felt as if his surroundings were grayish-black and transparent, with reality being blurred. All sounds seemed to come from the depths of the starry sky, empty and distant. After staying as far away from Amiris Avenue as possible, he acquired his bearings and grew out from the shadows. He appeared in an empty alley filled with broken stones. Klein's hands shook, throwing Steele Mavadi's peacock blue flying carpet out in front of him. He wanted to finish the grazing before Mavadi's spirit body began dissipating. Throwing away the flying carpet, he took a step forward, stretched out his left hand, and extended his 5 fingers, aiming from above at the corpse that was still warm. Creeping hunger revealed its original appearance, a thin material that looked like it was made up of human skin. 2 eyes had split open in the middle of its palm. Its pupils were bright red, as though they were dyed in blood. Whoosh! A bone-chilling breeze suddenly blew through the alley. It swirled around Steele Mavadi's corpse, twisting into an almost transparent human figure. One could vaguely see thick lips and curled hair that resembled steel beads. Mavadi's spirit body wore an abnormally pained expression as he tried his best to resist the suction of the creeping hunger. As for the grayish-white and blackish-green dots of light, they were like a surging galaxy, quickly flying out from his body and merging into the transparent figure. No! Mavadi let out a soundless scream, already being too late to beg for mercy. All he could do was desperately slip into the human-skinned glove, becoming attached to an empty finger, and revealing his beyonder characteristic that connected with the environment to a certain extent. This connection determined what powers would be usable when grazing Steele Mavadi's soul. Perhaps it would be 1, 2, but no more than 3 powers. Klein had no choice over the number and details before they became fixed, as it was purely random. Creeping hunger quickly blanketed its paleness and finally returned to its former disguised state. A plain black glove. Klein closed his eyes and sensed the changes for a few seconds before letting out a profound sigh. This time his luck wasn't bad, but it wasn't too good either. He had succeeded in acquiring 3 beyonder powers belonging to Steele Mavadi, but he didn't receive the body as hard as steel. The tenacious vitality of being impervious to gunfire, flames, or a certain degree of explosives. The first is the power of a zombie, which allows me to unleash a critical attack, making up for my previous flaws of only having a nimble combat style. The second is mastery over ice. Although it's impossible to condense an ice spear or create a blizzard like that of the Demoness pathway to inflict a direct attack, I can freeze the surrounding ground, lower the temperature of the air, and effectively affect the movement of my enemy. If there's any physical contact, then I can even freeze the enemy's body or stiffen his flesh and blood. It's a perfect match for my combat ability. The third is the manipulation of zombies. Heh. I no longer need to be afraid of not being able to have partners for a round of cards. Klein thought for a moment. Then he bent down to inspect the items on Steel Mavedi's person. He quickly found 26 pounds, 11 soldi, and 8 pence in cash, as well as a collection of strange things that seemed normal, such as candles, clips, a thorny whip, and so on. Considering the fact that Steel Mavedi was a member of the Rose School of Thought and belonged to the type of people who indulged in their desires, Klein vaguely understood what was going on. Spitting on the ground, he only took the cash. Werewolf has supernatural healing powers. Zombie has a body like steel. There's really no need for him to carry any healing-related medicine or items. It's as Danitz concluded. Mavedi doesn't have any mystical items. That's right, mystical items are few in number to begin with. Many have clear flaws and negative effects. Not everyone can have one even if they want one. Previously, in the group consisting of a wraith, zombie, and werewolf, there were only 2 mystical items, Scarlet Lunar Corona and Biological Poison Bottle. Klein nodded and took out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded the yellowed piece of paper and placed it on the body of Steel Mavedi, covering his face. It was a bounty notice with a portrait of Mavedi and the corresponding bounty reward, 6,000 pounds. Klein straightened up, took a step back, stepped on the peacock blue carpet, and pulled out a paper figurine. Pa! With a swing of his arm, his wrist shook, and the paper figurine was thrown out. It burst into flames before scattering into ashes. Soon after, he phased into a shadow and disappeared into the alley along with the items. 2 or 3 minutes later, Cordoba Roy rushed over with a portion of the mandated Punisher team, just in time to see a cool breeze blow up the bounty notice, revealing Steel Mavedi's dissolving flesh and blood dissolving, his eyes wide open. Whoosh! The bounty notice fell to the side and remained facing up. Having lost track of their target, Cordoba and the others silently brought Steel's corpse back to the area where the battle had taken place. Glancing at the team members who were inspecting the site, the deacon, Cordoba, restrained his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "A believer of the sun?" This was the most important question for him and his diocese. The mandated Punisher team member responsible for finding clues via supernatural means to recreate the truth wasn't a Beyonder of the Storm pathway, but a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper corresponding to Reader, also known as Detective. He didn't rush to answer, but instead came over and squatted down to examine Mavedi's corpse. After a while, he looked up and said, "It's not a believer of the sun. Probably a result of using the powers of a mystical item." "Reason?" Cordoba asked with a frown. The mandated Punisher said, "There's an evil feeling within that stems from flesh and blood. One of the corpses was devoured in such a manner, leaving only a body's traits and items. If it's a sun believer, they wouldn't do something like that even if they relied on items. To them, things in the domain of the true creator are sacrilegious and require immediate purification or sealing. They likely wouldn't borrow its powers." After thinking for a few seconds, Cordoba agreed with this conclusion and asked, "Someone from the Aurora Order?" "No, a real Rose Bishop or Shepherd wouldn't act so crudely. They'll definitely wrap the corpse within their body and deal with the scene after departing. There's no reason to dismember the body on the spot. It's a waste of time that also leaves a bunch of items that can be considered valuable. To devour him in such a rush, it resembles that of the negative effects of a mystical item," the knowledge keeper said calmly. "A mystical item that possesses powers in both the sun and secret suppliant domains? Perhaps it's something with powers like that of a shepherd? Berg, what's your take?" As a deacon, Cordoba had the clearance to know of a shepherd and their special abilities. As for the knowledge keeper knowing, it was a result of his position in the team. The other mandated punishers had no idea what they were talking about. Knowledge Keeper Berg stood up. It's all possible. Any suspects? Cordoba asked in a low voice. Berg shook his head. There are no suspects for the time being. But one thing can be confirmed. Blood Brambles was killed by Blazing Danitz. The other person is his helper. A rather terrifying powerhouse that's not weaker than a pirate admiral. A terrifying powerhouse. Cordoba's expression turned grave as he muttered under his breath. Following that, his eyes lit up. Could it be Edwina? She can simulate some beyonder powers which she has seen before. Knowledge Keeper Berg pondered for a moment and then said, We can't rule out that possibility, but our intelligence shows that she was in the vicinity of Sonia Island a few days ago. Unless she can simulate a corresponding ability and use the spirit world to travel here. Cordoba paced back and forth, looked around, and said, Deal with the scene, and don't bring this to the attention of the nearby residents. I'll submit the mission report, and let's hope that we'll receive more effective information. This involved a powerhouse whose combat prowess was equivalent to at least a Sequence 5. He could only restrain his irascible mood and make the most rational decision. Inside Old Quinn's house, in the basement with the heavy stone door sealed shut, Alger was sitting on the low bed, quietly looking at the candles on the table when his vision blurred. He saw the gray fog emanate, along with the fool sitting on a high chair, overlooking everything. A blurry silhouette appeared below, hands clasped before his face as he said in a pious tone, Honorable Mr. Fool, the matter has come to a successful conclusion. The matter has come to a successful conclusion. This involves Steel Mavedi and several other beyonders. The world sure is efficient at handling matters. His strength is stronger than I expected. As expected of an adorer of Mr. Fool. He might be able to sell another Beyonder characteristic at the Tarot Club, maybe even more than one. How did he get around the effects of sealed artifact 2-37? The uniqueness of a god's adorer? A thought flashed through Alger's mind, and he instinctively thanked Mr. Fool. Then he took out a small metal bottle and smeared mint extract on the tip of his nose. A strong, irritating odor seeped into his head, instantly making Alger become abnormally clear-headed. At some point in time, a white gauze mask appeared in his hands, and he had poured the full moon essence oil onto it. After methodically putting on his mask, Alger stood up and walked slowly to the heavy stone door. With a staid series of movements, he retrieved a sealed metal jar from the inside of his clothes, twisted the mechanical switch, and pulled out a tube. Then he stuffed the tube into the crevice of the stone door and extended it out. Without a sound, the gas inside the metal container started to emanate. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas provided by the moon, Emlyn. It can knock out strong commoners, Sequence 9 beyonders with strong bodies, and even higher sequences who were lacking in their constitution. Even if Old Quinn can resist the gas, he would still be significantly affected. As for his helpers and friends, Alger leaned against the stone door and waited patiently. When nearly a third of the gas was dispersed from the jar, he pulled the tube back and closed the switch. He turned around and listened attentively before receiving a satisfactory answer. Alger revealed a faint smile. He rapidly converged his aura and compressed it inside him. Suddenly, the muscles on his body bulged, and he threw a punch forward. Raging blow. Bang! The iron lock of the heavy stone door directly shattered, and the door itself opened up. Alger withdrew his fist and walked out, leaving only the sleeping figures outside. 48 Acid Lemon Street, outside the Wind of Azure Inn. Dressed in a thick jacket and pantaloons, Blazing Danitz returned by taking a detour. He clung to the corner of a wall, remaining motionless for a long time. He was hesitating on whether to take the opportunity to run away and not face the terrifying madman, Gehrman Sparrow, again. Unlike the battle at Bansi Harbor, he was hiding on a rooftop far away this time. It allowed him to take in the entire battle zone. Therefore, while supporting Gehrman Sparrow and battling Blood Brambles Hendry, he finally saw the combat process of the crazy adventurer, finally grasping his beyonder powers and traits. paper figurine substitutes, phasing out from flames, psychic blasts, a holy beam from the sun domain, shooting out air bullets with his finger, the ability to disguise himself into another person, as well as a glove that changes its appearance several times and devoured squall. His powers far exceed my imagination, and there are a few that can't be compatible with each other. This isn't something that can be explained simply with the addition of one or two miraculous items to a sequence. Also, the sense of hunger that came from the depths of his soul explains something. That glove from the Vice Admiral Hurricane, creeping hunger. Captain had specifically reminded us that the glove can use the souls of many Beyonders for grazing and thus use their powers. Danitz went through the thoughts he previously had and came to a final judgment. Gehrman Sparrow is the current owner of Creeping Hunger. He didn't feel any sense of belittlement simply because Gehrman had relied on a powerful mystical item to display such terrifying strength. Instead, he felt even more reverence for him. The reason for this was just one. A large part of using a mystical item to its fullest had to do with one's abilities. Without sufficient strength and extraordinary combat experience, even with Creeping Hunger, Gehrman Sparrow wouldn't have been able to finish off Steel Mavedi and Comsquall within 10 seconds. 2. His captain, Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards, learned from secret sources that Vice Admiral Hurricane didn't die at the hands of the Church of Storms, but instead he was quickly killed by a particular powerhouse while fleeing. Danitz had no lack of understanding regarding the power of Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, back when he was at his peak. He knew that the standing of a powerhouse which could easily finish him off was equal to that of the top pirate powers. Furthermore, it would be two of the most powerful and terrifying ones, the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic. Although there's the factor of surprise, it would just lower the evaluation by a little. The person wouldn't be much weaker than the King of Immortality, and they'll be stronger than Admiral Hell and Admiral of Blood. Creeping Hunger now belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. This means that he's either the one who killed Kalangos, or there's a power figure at the level of the Four Kings backing him up. No matter which possibility it is, it's all the more terrifying than I had originally expected. Danitz's body tensed up. He really didn't want to face the adventurer who had crazy blood flowing in him. Phew, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had been hesitating here for too long and that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Gehrman Sparrow knows how to divine, and he's rather confident in his abilities in this domain. With my shadow cloak in his hands, escaping won't only fail, but it would also end up infuriating him. Shadow cloak is a rare mystical item. Clenching his teeth, Danitz turned the corner and went through the door of the hotel, all the way to the luxurious suite. After a few seconds of careful waiting and observation, Danitz took out his key and opened the door. He saw that the room was dark, that the gas wall lights hadn't been lit, and that the not very bright light of the early morning was shining through the window and onto Gehrman Sparrow, who was facing the door. The adventurer had changed back into his usual tweed black overcoat with dark trousers. He held a half-top hat in his hand, and his right foot was raised over his left thigh. He leaned back a little, his face obscured since his back was to the window. Only his dark brown eyes, which were exceptionally clear, watched the door with indifference and calmness. Danitz unconsciously lowered his head, laughed dryly, and said, "In accordance with your instructions, I circled to a few news agencies and wrote the information that Blazing had killed Steel Mavedi, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall on pieces of paper and threw them in. Of course, I mentioned having a powerful helper in this piece of news. He's a mysterious, unknown, a top adventurer, and a veteran bounty hunter." Klein nodded, revealing a polite smile. "Very good." With a sigh of relief, Danitz looked around and saw the peacock blue carpet. He was stunned for a few seconds before asking in puzzlement, "What about the heads of Steele and Hendry?" Klein replied calmly, "Wasn't taken." "You didn't take them?" Danitz exclaimed in astonishment. "Then what about our bounty?" As long as they had the heads of Steel and Blood Brambles, he would be able to get the appropriate bounty through people with connections. Although this would cost them 15 to 30% of the money received, he couldn't claim the bounty himself as a pirate. This was the only way, as the military's and the church's use of bounty rewards to encourage pirates to kill each other didn't mean that they would turn a blind eye to a gift that came walking through the door. To Danet's surprise, Gehrman Sparrow, whose eyes were crazed with the desire for money, had actually not taken the heads of steel and blood brambles, which meant that he had automatically given up on the bounty. Klein didn't answer him and pointed to the flying carpet on the ground. You had helped in this. You have two choices. One is £3,000 in cash, and the other is this flying carpet. You have 5 seconds to consider. Exceeding that time will be considered as forfeiting. £3,000 in cash or the flying carpet. This flying carpet seems to only have the ability of suspension and flight. Furthermore, its speed isn't too fast and it's not too useful. No, at sea, to a beyonder not from the sailor pathway, such items are very precious. At the very least, there's no need to worry about the aftermath of a ship being sunk. Danetz was momentarily thrown into a dilemma. Then he heard Gehrman Sparrow's voice counting. 3, 2. Danetz's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "Flying carpet." Klein nodded and said, "Okay." With the knowledge that Gehrman had great credibility, Danetz finally relaxed before asking with a grumbling mumble, "Why didn't you count 5 and 4? Wasn't it supposed to be 5 seconds?" Klein replied without changing his expression. "Counted inwardly. Counted inwardly." Danetz took a deep breath and grimaced. Klein slowly stood up, flicked his wrist, threw the hat from his hand, and left it hanging firmly on the rack before walking to his bedroom. Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who entered in the name of coming for morning prayers, met the diocese bishop, Chogo, and explained everything that had happened last night. The only thing that had been modified was that the sanguine anesthesia gas had been turned into a slumber charm of the Church of Evernight. Chogo nodded in approval. To be able to go deep into the enemy's lair and bear the risk of death for the sake of your faith, such an act is worthy of praise. You are a true storm attendant. Last night we captured 5 beyonders and killed 2 of them on the spot. As a result of this, Mavedi, Hendry, and Squall have also died. The heads of these 3 pirates will no longer appear, or they will be in our hands, so the government's bounty will be ours. The total receivable reward will exceed more than £10,000 in total, and you will receive the bulk of it, which is £6,000. Do not refuse. The Lord has told us that those who fight for their faith must not be reserved. Holy Lord of Storms! An excited Alger pounded his left chest with his fist. Although he and the world didn't agree on how to split the spoils of war, he believed that the 2 of them had come to a tacit understanding. For example, they were not to interfere with each other when hunting pirates. As the bounty needed to be laundered through the church, the 2 of them would split it equally. As for the bounty offered by countries and organizations such as Intis and FASAC, Alger didn't hold any expectations for them. This was because every time one exchanged for the bounty reward, one needed to hand over the corpse or head of the target. Therefore, only one entity could be chosen. Only those with a deep background and good relations with the various organizations and countries could receive all of them. £3,000 will belong to the world. If I were to lose £3,000 at once, it will raise suspicion. Yes, I'll have to find an opportunity to buy a mystical item. Such things are rare, so they're often overpriced, even more so when in times of great need. No one will doubt that I spent £5,000 on a purchase that's worth £3,000. If I sell the items obtained from Old Quinn, the ones he had received, the accounts would be squared. Alger quickly came up with a follow-up solution. Knowing that he had £3,000 waiting for him, Klein sat happily in the high-back chair of the fool and considered a serious question. That is, after grazing Steel Mavedi, he had to release a soul from creeping hunger as he promised. Their beyonder powers are quite useful. It's quite a pity to release them before finding a replacement. Yes, besides, I've already released that faceless. There doesn't seem to be a need to do it this time. Feelings of hesitation and reluctance to part had stirred in Klein's heart as he was thrown into a dilemma. He was unable to make a decision. After a long time, he leaned back and exhaled. I can't deceive myself. He shook his head and laughed, turning relaxed from making up his mind. He decided to keep his promise and release a soul. The faceless from before had been released early because he wanted to receive some corresponding information. It was already an equal exchange. Which one should I release? Miss Justice bought the materials for a psychiatrist potion and a mystical item worth 5,500. Even if she's rich, her financial situation should be tight, so it wouldn't be appropriate to sell the psychiatrist characteristic at this time. Yes, she still owes my adorer £2,000 and will repay the money in February or March. Klein rejected the idea and decided to release the nightmare. As a former Nighthawk, he always had an inclination and felt gratitude based on his impression and feelings towards Beyonders in this domain. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to make a choice in these situations without having any other factors to consider. Calming himself down, Klein picked up the human-skinned glove that he had previously brought above the gray fog. He closed his eyes and began to sense the distorted souls. Without any hesitation, he released the nightmare. The nightmare appeared by the side of the long bronze table. He was a man in his 30s with black hair and blue eyes, a long, thin face, and obvious nasolabial folds. He had a beard that wasn't too thick by his mouth and chin. As the pain and the distortion eased, he pressed his hand to his chest and gave a solemn bow. Compared to the faceless from before, the nightmare was obviously not as muddle-headed and weak after being released. It was unknown if the Evernight pathway's enhancement to one's soul was stronger than that of the Seer pathway, or if it was because the grazing process had only happened recently. Klein sighed silently and began asking via spirit channeling, "Why did you die at the hands of Kalangos?" The corner of the nightmare's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a bitter smile. "I'm a red glove from the Nighthawks. I was tracking down a bunch of ancient chronicles that originated from a Balam imperial tomb. We suspected that they were related to the reason for Death's passing. I found out that a part of it might have fallen into the hands of a particular tycoon, so I led 2 companions of mine and boarded the ship he was on. Unfortunately, we were attacked by Kalangos' fleet just as we were about to launch an investigation." "What happened to your companions?" Klein subconsciously asked. The nightmare said in a slightly pained tone, "We originally had the opportunity to leave and even kill Kalangos through our skillful teamwork, but our ship sank, and we had to board a lifeboat instead. Everyone died. No, they were killed in the line of duty. May the goddess bless you." Klein drew a crimson moon inwardly. This made him more aware of the great difference between fighting at sea and fighting on land. Environmental factors were of critical importance. Beyonders not from the sailor pathway would be at a great disadvantage. If it wasn't because of the fact that the flying carpet had been huge, cumbersome, and slow, making him an easy target, Klein would have opted to keep it and give Dan its cash. "Fortunately, I have the bladder of a murloc. I can find an artisan to create a mystical item that allows me to swim underwater. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find an artisan. Most of them are from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and there aren't many unaffiliated ones. Otherwise, mystical items wouldn't be this rare. If push comes to shove, I'll get Mr. Hanged Man to help." Klein looked at the nightmare who had been killed in the line of duty and said softly as he leaned back, "What's your name? What unfulfilled wishes do you have?" The figure of the nightmare was already slowly dissipating. When he heard Klein's question, he said with a smile, "My name is Davy Raymond. I lost my parents, wife, and siblings in a black magic incident, leaving me with only one daughter, Nilu. She was born in 1330 and is a very lovely girl. And I'm sorry to say that in order to investigate the truth over the black magic incident, I joined the Nighthawks and later became a Red Glove. I didn't manage to spend time with her, making her lose her father alongside her mother. Heh. I believe that the church will definitely give her my pension and secretly provide her a certain amount of help. I'm not worried about her life, but I only hope to see her enter the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess, to have her own family and not be lonely anymore. It's already the year 1350. She may already have a marriage partner." Klein sighed wistfully and said, "Time flies." Davy Raymond muttered in response, "Tell her that all the culprits have been punished and that I died because of an accident. There's no need to hate anyone anymore. Tell her that Daddy loves her. And Daddy is very sorry." His figure became more and more transparent, and he was about to disappear. Klein closed his eyes and asked, "Where does she live? What's the name of the tycoon who collected Death's Chronicles?" "We live in Desi County's Conant City. It's a beautiful seaside city, with rich rubber plantations growing nearby. If she hasn't moved, then she'll be living at 67 Red Indus Street. The tycoon's name is Jimmy Necker. He should have fallen into the hands of Kalangos as well." Before Davy Raymond finished speaking, his figure had already completely disappeared, leaving only a deep black gem-like object on the surface of his glove. Klein quietly watched this scene, and after a few seconds, he raised his right hand and tapped 4 times clockwise on his chest. He then said in a deep voice, "If there's a chance, I will visit your daughter and see how she's doing." In the palace, which looked like a giant's residence, the fog was endless, without any undulations, and was eternally unchanging. Klein put away Davy Raymond's Beyonder characteristic, rubbed his forehead, and turned his attention back to Death's Chronicles. The Death pathway and the Evernight pathway can be switched at high sequences. There's nothing odd about the church sending personnel to investigate the corresponding chronicles. I wonder if Jimmy Necker is dead or not. I'll need to find out. If he has already perished in a tragic case, and the thing has fallen in Kalangos' hands, that will require me to investigate from the pirates' side. Kalangos' crew now belongs to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. As it involves death, it might be able to help Mr. Azek. Klein decided to check it out in passing himself, and if he encountered any difficulties, he could write directly to the powerhouse. After clearing his mind, he quickly returned to the real world and used the ritual to summon Creeping Hunger back. After everything was done and seeing that it was already getting late, he gave up on the idea of trying to catch up on his sleep. He decided to summarize the experiences and lessons from last night's operation. The biggest lesson for Klein was that he had overestimated the patience of the mandated punishers. He had originally hoped that, even if there had been an accident in the beginning, the mandated punishers would have been able to restrain him and wait for the real target, the real protagonist Steel Mavedi, to appear. When that happened, they would have definitely used the sealed artifact which can pull many people into a dream, restraining all the unaffiliated Beyonders who had involved themselves in the Blitz. As for me, due to my uniqueness, I would be able to detect that I'm asleep and be able to forcibly escape. Then, I could have dealt with Steel Mavedi and his helpers in a composed manner, completing an achievement of an instant kill, and also bring 2 corpses along with me. Yet, just as the incident happened, that bunch of irascible brothers stormed in. They didn't even leave any backup teams to watch out for any contingencies. At the very most, they would let the wielder of the sealed artifact stay beyond the periphery, with 1 or 2 guards. The more Klein thought, the more he was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. If it wasn't because Steel mandated Punisher's group of pirates who were more cautious and had at least 2 Beyonders assigned, as well as all their puppets and zombies to stop the mandated punishers that might have pursued them, Klein would likely have found himself in a situation of going 2 against 5. If that had happened, he would have chosen to give up and directly engage in a strategic shift. What made Klein most satisfied was that he had done a pretty good job of making specific preparations. This was the professional habit of a magician, because he had long known from Miss Sharon and Merrick about the traits of the first 5 sequences of the mutant pathway. Klein was well aware that Steel Mavedi, who had gone through the lunatic phase, could use irrational factors to resist any Beyonder disruption and influence on his mind. He had very strong resistance in this aspect. Therefore, he gave up the thought of using Psychiatrist's Dragon Might and Frenzy, as well as Nightmare, which was clearly weaker than the mandated Punisher sealed artifact, and he instead focused on the Interrogator's Psychic Piercing and the Priest of Light's Purification powers. Psychic Piercing wasn't a Beyonder power that disrupted one's thoughts and affected one's soul, but a means to directly attack the spirit body. In essence, the other effect acted on one's body of heart and mind, and targeted the soul body. There was a clear difference between the two. If any part of that combo failed to chain in any way, Steel Mavedi would have been able to recover, making it impossible for me to kill him quickly. And in that environment, that would spell failure. Yes, I've also used the pathway's trait of losing themselves to their desires, making it easy to grasp their emotions. I believed that once they suffered a psychic attack, there would be a high chance of them counterattacking in madness, without any consideration of anything else. In fact, the safest way of dealing with a zombie is to set up matchsticks or have danets. I'll use flaming jump and light of holiness, kiting Mavedi. It'll make him want to battle but be completely unable to reach his opponent. He wouldn't escape even if he wanted to. Just send a fireball and I'll catch up to him. Unfortunately, it's a waste of time, and the situation didn't allow for it. Klein sighed, took out his pocket watch, snapped it open, and checked the time. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning, he turned the handle of the door and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Danitz was lying in a reclining chair, producing snores that sounded like a steam engine was operating in the room. He was quite alert, opening his eyes and sitting up as soon as Klein came out. "Are you going out?" Danitz asked when he saw Gehrman Sparrow take off his hat from the coat rack. "Yes." Klein maintained his persona and didn't explain that he was attempting to act by helping someone confess. "What about me? Steel Mavedi and his men are almost all dead, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Even if the newspaper doesn't publish the news, I can spread it myself. There were idle pirates and adventurers who will use it as a material for bragging, spreading the matter to the sea and would end up informing Captain. That bunch of dogs hit can't do a thing aside from drink and brag. But even so, they still have their uses." Danitz thought for a moment, then he asked while secretly feeling a sense of fear, "Mr. Sparrow, can I leave now?" Klein revealed a faint smile. "You have always been free." "That's right. I wasn't caught by him this time. I was just looking for help. I have always been free." Danitz was stunned for a moment. Then he was delighted. But right at that moment, he heard Gehrman Sparrow's voice lightly fleeting towards him. "But that ends now." "Ah, what?" Danitz looked confused. It took him no less than 3 seconds to understand what Gehrman Sparrow meant. He had been captured again. "Why?" Danitz asked angrily and aggrieved. Klein put on his hat and said in a low voice, "I want to meet your captain." Danitz widened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and shouted out, "What do you want? This fellow is a little too agitated." Klein replied calmly, "I have some things to ask her." "He has some things to ask Captain?" Danitz frowned as he watched Gehrman Sparrow leave the room, unsure what his real motive was. What is this fellow really after? Money? Riches? But he had the time to take away the heads of Steel Mavedi and Blood Brambles Hendry to exchange for nearly £10,000 in bounty rewards. Yes, even after paying any commissions it would still be £7,000 to £8,000. Yet he didn't do so. Moreover, he generously shared the spoils of war with me. This is very contradictory. When he first heard that I was blazing, his first reaction was to call me a £3,000 bounty. In Captain's words, "This isn't scientific. Why would he deliberately give up the bounty? Unless he has a better way to claim it safely, or he had specially left it for someone." Yes, he had been prepared for the appearance of the mandated punishers. He has his own connections and information channels. This way, everything can be explained. There's also the possible existence of the demigod that killed Kalangos. There's a powerful and secretive organization behind Gehrman Sparrow. Shocked by his own conjecture, Danitz instinctively tried to use his body language to express his feelings, but he forgot that his left arm was still fractured. He immediately grimaced in pain. This made him feel even more terrified. He didn't want his captain to meet such a dangerous and crazy fellow. He even suspected that Gehrman Sparrow's real motive was his captain's £26,000 bounty. In a duel, that lunatic might not necessarily win against Captain, and there's still the first mate, second mate, third mate, and a few bosuns. But he has a terrifying organization backing him. "You want to hurt Captain? Over my dead body." Danitz puffed out his chest, raised his neck, and was filled with a stirring sense of self-sacrifice. He ran a hand through his hair, gave a long grunt, and said to himself, "I'll make further observations. Perhaps Gehrman Sparrow really only has questions that he wants answered." Subconsciously, he looked around and found both the flying carpet and the shadow cloak. They weren't missing. In other words, Gehrman Sparrow left the things that belong to me behind. Isn't he afraid that I'll take the opportunity to escape? Or did he steal my hair that makes it easy for divination? No, he's a crazy guy. Even if he wishes to use my hair, he would just walk over and extend his hand to pull one out. It's impossible for him to do it secretly, right? There's a powerful and secretive organization behind him. Perhaps, at this moment, there are people from that organization secretly monitoring me. They're waiting for me to leave, waiting for me to seek out Captain. How insidious. Gehrman Sparrow must have gone out on purpose. Danitz felt that he had grasped the truth of the matter thanks to his experience and wisdom. He paced back and forth before sitting back in the reclining chair. He then thought with a silent, mocking smile, "I'm not leaving. I want to see what you can do. I will not bring danger to Captain." 3:15 in the afternoon, Saimim Island. This island was also a part of the Rorstad archipelago, but it was the furthest from the city of generosity, Byam. It took nearly 5 hours on a liner to reach it. On the way, Klein bought a suit with local characteristics and a small suitcase to replace the clothes he changed out of, for a total of 14 soli. They weren't even worth £1. It's really cheap. It's just change compared to a complete suit. Wearing pantaloons, a thick brown jacket, and a light brown cap, Klein disembarked from the liner with a native face that didn't stand out, and he entered some of the old ports on Saimim Island. He had spent time buying clothes and changing his appearance, causing him to miss the 9 o'clock ferry and be put in a situation where he could only take the ferry at 10. Thinking of the expenses he had to pay for this acting, he couldn't help but calculate his current financial situation. The faceless characteristic was sold for £3,825. The pirate bounties net me £3,000. Although I haven't received the £6,825, I can basically include it into my budget as long as Mr. Hanged Man doesn't get exposed. The leftover cash from Donna and company's gratuity add up to £255 in bits and pieces. I found £26, 11 soli, and 8 pence from Steel Mavadi's body. Yes, there's still the 5 gold coins as reserves. I haven't spent much money recently, only spending slightly more than £1 in total. This is something to be happy about. With that, I'll have £7,110. Moreover, I still have the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic and the Murloc's bladder. They're still worth something. On second thought, I earned a £3,000 bounty with a Zombie Beyonder characteristic. The latter is worth about £3,000 to £5,000. That is to say, I earned about £7,000. This is only from Steel Mavadi, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall. Besides, there was quite a lot of waste. Indeed, hunting pirates is quite a good job. It can administer justice, punish the evil, protect the weak and innocent, and also make me rich overnight. Klein subconsciously turned his head to the side, only to see that the color of the seawater was much clearer than that of Byam's. It was as if the seawater was a huge, green, sparkling gem, reflecting golden rays under the sunlight. Sure enough, it's not without reason that generations after generations of adventurers have gone out to sea to search for wealth. Even if I deduct the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle, spring water from Sonia Island's golden spring, and other supplementary ingredients of a Nimblewright master, the money I have left will be enough to allow me to buy a decent manor here, in Desi Bay, in the southern continent's colonies, and in the non-metropolitan areas. Lone's countryside is said to be very beautiful, and if it turns out that I'm really unable to return, I can consider settling down in a similar place. Yes, I still have a 10% stake in the Backlund Bike Company, and my future returns won't be low. With confidence, Klein straightened his back and thought about the future. After letting his thoughts wander, Klein began to think about the more realistic question, which was whether he should sell the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic, find an opportunity to return it to the Church of Evernight, or create a mystical item with it through an artisan. It depends on the situation. The ideal solution would be to sell it to the church. The martyr, Klein, who had taken 2 potions from the Nighthawks, thought with uncertainty. At the same time, he hoped that Little Sun would soon reach Sequence 7 and be qualified to gain clearance to the methods used to remove the mental corruption from a Beyonder characteristic. As for the matter of releasing the Priest of Light from the glove, he wasn't in a hurry. Little Sun had just received the potion formula for Sequence 7, so he had no need for it at the moment. He would have to wait for a long time, and the powers of a priest of light was very effective in dealing with a pirate like Admiral of Blood in a way that was far more potent than the sun brooch. As his thoughts slowly settled down, Klein entered the small port town. The place was basically filled with natives. Their skin was nearly bronze, and their black hair had slight, natural curls. Their bodies emitted a scent that was derived from prolonged contact with spices. After changing his appearance and asking about Rain's situation and if there was any news of Went's death, Klein found a secluded corner. He wiped his face with his hand, turning his face into a tall, thin Went with rather distinct facial features. He carried his suitcase and circled around the town to its border. It was then that he saw the winery run by Rain's family. The girl with flaxen-colored hair could no longer be called a young girl. She had obviously matured a lot compared to what Went remembered. She was sweeping the entrance, and there was no one around. Phew! Klein took a deep breath and slowly let it out, feeling as though he was placed in a very difficult position. As a powerful keyboard warrior, he knew about theories like method acting and experimental acting, but he lacked further understanding. He could only try to guess at Went's mood and performance in this kind of scenario. Finally, he closed his eyes and walked over. Rain looked up when she heard footsteps, finally identifying the visitor. She opened her mouth slightly and let out a half-surprised exclamation before saying with a straight face, "Why are you suddenly back? Remember, you're just acting." Klein revealed a smile. "I came to bid you farewell." He spoke in a local dialect, with a somewhat nondescript Biam accent. The language of the Rorstad archipelago was also derived from ancient Fasak and belonged to another variant. As a half-historian, Klein was able to master it easily, and it only took him a short time to master it. "Farewell?" Rain asked, slightly surprised. Klein turned his head, looked to the side, and smiled. "I'm going to chase after a treasure trove, and I don't know when I'll be able to come back. When the time comes, I'll appear with a great deal of money. I'll buy a manor in the suburbs, plant some rubber trees, set up a vineyard, have my own mill, wine cellar, blacksmith shop, and let the air be filled with the scent of all kinds of spices. Then, I'll buy a few slaves and hire some servants just like those masters. Heh. But I'll still be short of one thing." He overcame his goosebumps that were about to form on his skin, and he turned to look Rain in the eye. "I still lack a wife and a mistress for the manor. Rain, I like you. I wish to marry you. The reason I said it out loud today isn't to get an answer, but because I'm afraid that I would never have the chance to tell you again." After listening quietly, Rain suddenly scolded angrily, "Went, you're a coward." This reaction isn't right." Klein deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Rain suppressed her voice and said, 3 years ago, 3 freaking years ago, I was already prepared to head to Biam with you. Yet you didn't say anything in the end. You coward. You chicken. What's the use of telling me now? You're going to see soon, and you may never come back." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. "You've said it out loud and become happy. You have no regrets. But what about me? I'll have to constantly think about you returning and live on in pain? You selfish bastard." She waved the broom in her hand and swung it towards Went. Klein knew that the real Went would have hit the broom away, hug the girl, and tell her that he wasn't going out to sea again, but he couldn't do the same. He had to pretend to be chased away pathetically, running all the way to a nearby alley. There, he hit his head against the wall while silently cursing himself. It was too fucking awkward. This is too fucking awkward. Rain went back to the door, picked up a broom, and crouched down. Her face was ashen. It was unknown what she was thinking about. Vaguely, she heard a sound, and she fell asleep. After using the charm, Klein turned around and nudged Rain, who was sitting on the ground while leaning against the wall. Then he quickly left the area, hiding in the distance to peep at the results. Rain quickly woke up and realized that she had fallen asleep without knowing it. Everything that had happened just now appeared like a dream. She remained sitting there, motionless for quite a while. Suddenly, she lowered her head and let out a sharp curse that seemed to come from the depths of her throat. "Went, you selfish bastard." Sigh. Klein. who felt a tiny sensation of digesting his potion, sighed, changed his appearance, and left the place. He would have to spend the night on Simim Island, as there were no liners headed for Byam until the morning. After changing his face and turning into one of the two main streets, Klein went straight to the green mailbox and took out a letter he had prepared long ago from his pocket. This was a death notice he had forged as an imitation of an official police document. It was sent to the sergeant of the town of Simim Harbor. It was about the sudden death of the local resident, Went, in Byam. When deciding to do the acting, Klein had worked out a plan to keep things on track and not cause irreparable damage to the girl, Rain. His plan was to use the slumber charm to camouflage the real acting as a dream. This way, if Rain had no love for Went, he expected her to directly reject his confession. After hearing about the other party's death, she wouldn't feel any guilt, and at most some fear. In response to this, she could effectively be placated by going to church to pray and confess. If Rain also liked Went and responded to the confession, then the dream would give Klein a chance to extricate himself from the situation. The notification of Went's death would kill Rain's expectations, and it wouldn't have too negative an impact on her future life. But even so, it's still a bit cruel. No matter what kind of woman she is, facing the situation of a guy confessing to her in her dreams after his death is definitely going to be heartbreaking. She wouldn't be able to recover for a long time. Well, if I didn't do anything, and when the news of Went's death reaches her, Rain would definitely feel very sad even if it might not be that serious. However, that knot in her heart would never be able to be mended, and she would be stuck wondering for the rest of her life whether Went had gone out on an adventure to pursue his and her future, or if he simply didn't like her. It's not a bad way to end things like this. Once she has overcome her pain, she will carry that gentleness of having been truly loved once while leading her future life. Regardless, to forcibly interfere in the lives of others for acting, having an impact on an innocent person's life to a certain degree, even though I'm using the excuse of fulfilling a wish, it's not a truly kind thing to do. Just like Roselle said, the further one proceeds in the beyonder pathway, the more twisted and evil it feels. The acting method might not be a catalyst. All I can do is try my best to minimize such effects. After sending the letter, Klein exhaled, and with a native face that didn't stand out, he walked to the only inn in town. Along the way, he summed up his previous experience, which was that disguising yourself as someone else and obtaining feedback was likely a main clause of the faceless principles, second only to you can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. If it were any other faceless, they would have blocked out information about Went's death for the sake of this role. They would have agreed to Rain's confession and spent 1 to 2 years in a relationship with her, marry her and have children with her, and then to not be bound by the various relationships in this identity. Remember who they were and leave coldly. If there was no exposure during this process, the potion would mostly be digested. But I really can't do it. It's just completely against my conscience. I can only try to push the envelope. Klein sighed, inexplicably afraid. He shook his head and thought in a silent self-deprecating manner, Beyonders not only have to constantly fight against threats and madness, but also fight against all kinds of evil thoughts, as well as the corruption that pulls one down and can cause one to fall if they aren't careful. Even so, at the end of the day, one might still be corrupted by the abyss, becoming a monster that one swears to get rid of. Suppressing his thoughts, Klein stepped into the inn and said to the boss behind the counter, "An ordinary room." The thin boss looked up and gave a glance, saying, "A valid ID certificate. How can a face I just came up with have one?" Klein smiled in embarrassment. "I forgot to bring it." "Then you cannot stay here. This is the rule of our town." The boss once again lowered his head and calculated his income and expenditure for the day. Klein took out a Soli note and pushed it over as if nothing had happened. The boss's eyes suddenly widened. No, put it away. I don't want to be locked up by the sergeant." "Get out. Get out. You dirty bastard with no proof of identity." Klein was thrown out of the inn in shock, unable to believe that the omnipotent entity known as money had just lost its power. After a few seconds of silence, he turned into an empty alleyway, turning back into Gehrman Sparrow with stark facial features. Klein returned to the inn, tapped on the counter, and said Lowanese in a Backlund accent, "A room." The boss looked up and immediately put down the things in his hand. He then stood up and nodded with a smile. Okay. Do you need a room with a view of the sea, or something quieter?" He switched to a clumsy Lowanese that had a thick accent that resembled that of the land of spices, with no further mention of identification. "This really is a pragmatic world." Klein silently lampooned and politely responded, "Quiet." Yes, immediately." The boss responded hurriedly. Then he called an attendant, took the keys, and led Klein personally to the second floor. "Sir, how many days will you be staying?" "It's one solely 5 pence a night." "Just tonight?" Klein couldn't stand the enthusiasm, so he answered succinctly, "At the Wind of Azure Inn." His luxurious suite with Danitz was 5 solely a night. Without a doubt, the room the boss had chosen was clean and tidy, and there was no trace of the usual humidity in a harbor inn. Klein looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." "It's my honor," the boss flattered with obvious fear. Klein put down his luggage, rested for a while, then he got up and went back down to the ground floor to settle his dinner. Beside the counter, tables were arranged messily on the first floor. There was a greasy layer on their surface, and a fireplace was burning in the corner, giving off light and heat. The Rørsted archipelago was slightly to the south, and the lowest temperatures in winter was only about 10 degrees Celsius. However, for the locals, this was still cold enough that they needed a fire to warm them up. Klein randomly found a seat and sat down, ordering a local specialty of grilled meat and spiced mushroom soup, with the main dish being potato bread. While he was waiting, he swept his gaze over the customers inside the restaurant. His gaze then instinctively landed on a lady. This lady had a head of simple tied-up black hair and a pair of distinctive greenish-gray eyes. Her appearance was the type that one would never get sick of easily, and the more he looked at her, the more intrigued he became. She was obviously not a native, but she was wearing a man's shirt and a thick tan jacket. By her hand was a round-brimmed hat with a depression in the middle. This was one of the more common adventurer outfits out in the sea. At her table, the 3 other men were the same, and they clearly appeared to have been exposed to the elements. Klein had never hid his appreciation of beautiful ladies, but his attention wasn't drawn to her by her appearance. The sea had a strong sense of discrimination against females. Women who could achieve a certain status among adventurers and pirates were either very scheming, very powerful, or both. They were people that one needed to be cautious and wary about. Their boots have some fresh mud on them. Did they just come back from the forest? They really are adventurers. Klein made a preliminary judgment based on some clues. If these 4 adventurers came by ferry from Byam, even if they had previously stepped on sewage or mud, the traces would have already dried up. Furthermore, as the town hadn't rained in the past 2 days, overall, the roads were quite clean with only some dust. Eliminating the 2 possibilities, it could only be explained that they had returned from a trip to the woods on the outskirts of the town. Klein had heard that many adventurers went deep into the primitive forests of the colonial islands in search of abandoned, forgotten pagan temples or altars, which often contained gold and jewels of ancient worship, but were later buried for various reasons in a place that no one knew of. In the bars of the islands, there was no shortage of legends that someone had managed to make a fortune overnight on an adventure into the woods. There might be evil spirits lingering in those places. It would be better to hunt pirates, or for one to at least acquire the relevant information in advance. Klein retracted his eyes and concentrated on waiting for the food. The 7 churches classified the various gods believed by the colony's primitive faiths as evil spirits, but Klein believed that some of them were natural spirits. After a while, the specialty grilled meat was served. It had been sliced into many smaller pieces and strung onto a wooden stick. The surface was smeared with a reddish-brown sauce. The fragrance was rich and the color was alluring. It looks a little like the kebabs from my previous life. In Lone, they're usually roasted as huge chunks of meat. Only after the meat is roasted would the chef slice up the meat. The method used here makes the flavors infuse the meat better. Klein picked up the wooden stick and bit down on a piece of meat. He felt the meat's juice slightly overflow, and there was a hint of sweetness in the salty fragrance. "It's my type." He nodded in satisfaction. Klein enjoyed the meal and even tasted the local gurney sap, a special beverage, like lemonade with sugar and milk. He went back to his room. Because he had been hunting the night before, he hadn't slept at all. He washed up early, put out the fireplace, and got into bed. Sleeping too early meant one problem. He would wake up in the middle of the night to pee. Klein's dream was interrupted. He opened his eyes and slowly accumulated the courage to lift his quilt. In the middle of the night, Simim was about 8 to 9 degrees Celsius, and it was enough to make it feel sufficiently cold. After lying still for a while, Klein stretched out his arm and silently withdrew it. He contemplated for a few seconds before reaching out his hand again and picking up the sun brooch from his bedside table. Although it only provided the feeling of a hot summer on a spiritual level, and it didn't produce any actual heat, it could at least deceive himself into thinking that it wasn't cold. Klein got out of bed and headed for the washroom. He narrowed his eyes to ease the pressure on his lower abdomen. When he was done, he pulled up his pants and was about to wash his hands when his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein frowned slightly and looked up at the vent in the bathroom. Suddenly, something black and slippery dropped and hung there. It was a venomous snake extending its forked tongue. Klein was startled. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Bang!" The snake was miserably hit, and it split in half. What happened? Klein stared at it for a few seconds. Seeing no further movement, he walked out of the bathroom and pulled a gold coin from his pocket. "There is danger in the inn." Klein softly chanted the divination statement, entered cogitation, and then flipped a gold coin. Clang. A faint but crisp sound echoed in the quiet room. The gold coin tumbled and fell, landing in Klein's palm. It was tails, indicating a negative response. No danger. With a frown, Klein looked around and pulled out a bottle of insect-repelling essential oil from his coat on the coat rack. He sprinkled a circle around him. Then he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, entering the gray fog to make a divination for confirmation. In about 10 seconds, he received a revelation. There was still no danger. Returning to the real world, Klein shook his head, put the gold coin and bottle back, wore his coat, trousers, and boots before sitting at the edge of his bed, leaning back against the pillow as he placed great caution on this turn of events. He still remembered his seer principles, especially the one about divination is not all-powerful. So even if the answers he received indicated it was safe, he didn't dare to relax and return to his slumber. This isn't to say that he didn't believe in the gray fog's ability to shield him from interference, but rather that there were too many possibilities. His divination statement might not be accurate enough to cover them all, resulting in his misinterpretation. He already had a guess about what had just happened. It was that the 4 adventurers in the restaurant had indeed found the abandoned and forgotten ancient temple in the primitive forest on Simim Island. They had obtained wealth or cultural relics, but they had also stirred the barely surviving evil spirits, causing them to be plagued by evil thoughts and curses. Time ticked by, and Klein suddenly felt a subtle spirituality fluctuation spread out from the room and quickly blend into the surrounding darkness. The hidden flow that he had barely sensed vanished, and the tranquility of the night returned. As expected, it's a result of beyonder powers. It was solved just like that. I'll just wait a little longer. It would be dawn in an hour or 2 anyway. Even if there really is a problem, this place has a cathedral and a mandated punishers team. Klein half closed his eyes and began to engage in cogitation. Biome, a Miras leaf bar. Danitz, determined to hoodwink any monitoring, carried a cup of Lanti-proof and drunkenly watched as the girls on the boxing ring danced a hot, sexy dance. Dogs hit. It's been so long since they've lost a single piece of clothing, he shouted with the other drunks. Then, ignoring whether they received any response, they laughed out loud, clinked glasses, and drank. "Have you read the newspapers?" A man who was fooling around in the bar late at night burped and said to his companions, "Did your brain get eaten by a donkey? Do you think that I can read those twisting and turning letters of the alphabet?" Holy Lord of Storms. I'm only interested in this kind of twisting and turning. Ha ha ha. His companion raised his glass and pointed at the dancers, laughing at what he thought was a humorous answer. The man who had spoken earlier smacked the back of his head. Steele is dead. He was killed by blazing. The nearby Danitz was stunned for a moment. Then he sat up, turning his head slightly. He cleared his throat and took a sip of the liquor, acting as if nothing had happened. But he secretly inched closer to hear what the others had to say about the matter. The adventurer and part-time pirate who had brought him into the trade had once said that life at sea would have been meaningless without liquor, women, and boasting. Steel? What steel? Let me tell you, when I was young, I once defeated a steel pipe. Another drunkard interrupted. What did you do to the steel pipe? Should I say something like, whoa, yours sure is thin? The first man to speak revealed a knowing smile. He didn't wait for a reply as he continued. Steel Mavady is dead. The second mate of Admiral of Blood is dead. The last half of his words came out in a low growl. It frightened one of the fellows who was already wavering to slip to the bottom of the table as he raved in horror. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Dogs hit. A bar is always so chaotic. Hurry up and get to the point. I'm waiting for you to praise Lord Blazing. The disguised Danitz couldn't wait to smash the cup of alcohol in his hand at the group. The papers mentioned that it was jointly done by the Navy and the Church. Steele is dead. Blood Brambles is dead. Even Comsquall is dead. John Smith and that bunch of assholes have been caught as well. A drunk who was still a little lucid came over and joined in on the conversation. No, no, no. That's not the truth. The man who raised the topic first shook his head with a smile. I have a friend working at the news agency. He told me that he has verifiable intel that cannot be published. The Navy and the Church were only used. The true murderer is Blazing Danitz and a mysterious, experienced, and powerful adventurer, a bounty hunter. Impossible. There's absolutely no way Blazing Danitz can defeat Steele. Even if it's a sneak attack, there's no way he can finish Steele. A few drinkers shared similar viewpoints. The crux is that powerful adventurer. I suspect he's an adventurer nearing the rank of a pirate admiral. The man who had started the conversation emphasized. I've no idea how Danitz got to know that guy. He contributed in the matter. Apparently, Blood Brambles was finished off by him. Didn't you notice? Blazing's bounty has increased to 4,200 pounds. That's right. Really? Blazing sure isn't simple. What a fierce pirate. No, a great pirate. Great pirates? I really couldn't tell the last time I drank with him. Pooey, you son of a bitch. When did I ever drink with you? I don't even know you. Amidst the exclamations, Danitz thought in delight. 4,200 pounds. If those fellows were to know, they would definitely get up at night to wipe the deck in envy. Ha ha ha, I can now be said to be the strongest bosun on the Golden Dream. At this moment, Danitz wished he could fly back to the ship and drink and brag with fellows like Iron Skin and Beryl, telling them all about the thrilling events in Bancy Harbor, how he had defeated the fallen bishop, how he had cleverly escaped from the ambush of Steele and the others, how he had set up a trap to finish off all his enemies, and how he would never be able to play the card game of life ever again. Unfortunately, for the sake of Captain, I still have to continue to be the servant of Gairman Sparrow, that madman. Sigh, I'm already a great 4,200-pound pirate. Danitz sighed, allowing himself to continue to be paralyzed by the alcohol. As the Storm Cathedral's bells rang, the orange sun rose in the sky. The surroundings were still so quiet that only the sound of water could be heard. Without encountering anything abnormal, Klein exhaled in relief and took off his clothes, returned to bed, and made up for his lack of sleep by sleeping for another 2 more hours. His considerable spirituality allowed him to wake up at the scheduled time of 8:30 a.m. He washed up slowly, changed his clothes, and went to the first floor to buy a loaf of bread with cooked chestnuts and a glass of Gurney sap. He ate as he walked to the dock. Since he had already bought his return tickets for the 9 o'clock liner, Klein kept watch of the time and prepared to board the ship. At that moment, He saw the lady with the greenish-gray eyes, as well as the 3 male adventurers from her team. They were buying tickets at the ticket office. The liner is about to leave. They definitely wouldn't be able to make it in time for the 9 o'clock trip. I wonder what they obtained from the abandoned temple. But last night they attracted an existence similar to an evil spirit. Please don't let anything unexpected happen when they ride on the liner. Klein used his body to block the adventurer's line of sight, took out a gold coin, and made a divination. His revelation was that the later liner wouldn't be in danger. Klein hesitated for 2 seconds, looked at the passengers waiting for the 10 o'clock liner near the ticket office, rubbed his fingers together in silence, and lit the ticket in his palm. He went back to the ticket office as if nothing had happened and bought the 10 o'clock liner ticket for 4 soli. Then, he went to the washroom at the docks, went above the gray fog, and quickly divined his worries. He knew very well that if the results showed that there were great dangers, he wouldn't take the risk of boarding the ship. Instead, he would find a way to prevent the ship from sailing and destroy it, if necessary, to prevent any innocents from dying. If the revelation was the same as the divination from before, he would ride it normally while keeping a lookout for any accidents. In the end, he still received a negative answer. Klein was relieved and returned to the real world. He adjusted the position of the Murloc's bladder for quick access. If an accident really happened, this beyonder ingredient would become quite important in the vast ocean. This beyonder ingredient could also be used in a rudimentary, simple manner, just like the all-black eye which had been contaminated by the true creator. 10 o'clock sharp. Klein, in his Gairman Sparrow appearance, picked up his suitcase, followed the adventurers and boarded the liner. Along the way, he appeared to doze off or read old newspapers and magazines on the ship, but in actual fact, he was keeping an eye on the greenish-gray-eyed lady and her companions. This wariness continued all the way to the port of Byam, but no accidents occurred in the middle. Did they resolve all the problems? What did they actually get? Klein stopped by the side of the road, bought the latest newspaper from a newsboy, and watched the 4 adventurers from the corner of his eye until they disappeared. Phew! Klein decided to not think about it anymore. As long as it didn't endanger the overall situation, he wasn't concerned about what those people had done. He was just a little curious. He picked up his suitcase, leafing through the papers as he walked down Acid Lemon Street like an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, with a chuckle, he said to himself, "The bounty for Danitz has risen to 4,200 pounds. If things continued like this," he suspected whether he could resist the urge of sending the fellow to the Governor-General's office. Walking back to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein heard undulated snores that were slowly reaching a crescendo before he even took out his keys. He didn't escape. Klein was slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised either. He had previously tampered with Shadowcloak, so as long as Danitz left, he could use divination methods to track him down and find the Vice Admiral Iceberg. Although he's timid, he's still cautious. Klein opened the door and entered, looking at Danitz, who awoke with a start. He grinned a little. "Congratulations, Mr. 4,200 pounds. Danitz was instantly wide awake, wanting to laugh dryly in response, but he couldn't. At this moment, he felt that his life might be in danger. Danitz's worries didn't come true. Klein gave him a look and went into the bedroom to rest. During the 5 hours he spent on the liner, he had always been in a highly tense state. He had also been alarmed last night and didn't sleep well as a result. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel exhausted. With a thud, Klein closed the bedroom door. "Phew, he scared me to death." Danitz relaxed and slumped into the reclining chair. The scene of him turning into gold pounds had surfaced in his mind a moment ago. He found it difficult to stop having these scenes appear one after another in his mind. After a moment of silence, Danitz, who had been hanging around the bar until dawn, fell asleep again without realizing it. He dreamed that the captain had arrived to save him, but she had failed. Instead, she got caught by Gairman Sparrow and ended up becoming a maidservant for this crazy adventurer. Just as Danitz was outraged and unable to resist, he suddenly saw the blurry scene around him turn clear just as he was about to wake up. The scene froze on the luxurious suite of the Wind of Azure Inn. Knock, knock, knock. Danitz heard a slow, soothing knock on the door. Wasn't I dreaming? With this question in mind, Danitz walked over to the door and turned the handle. As the crack in the door widened, he saw a familiar figure. She was a beautiful lady, with a face shaped like a goose egg, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and a pair of pale blue eyes that resembled clear spring water. Her long brown hair parted in the middle, tied in a simple but delicate knot at the back of her head as they flowed down. She didn't wear a hat, only wearing a beige coat which was tight at the waist. Her collar was covered with palm-sized flowers woven from white lace. Matching her coat was a dark-colored skirt which reached her knees. The pleats of her skirt were connected, looking slightly fluffy. On her feet were a pair of leather boots that shared the same color as her hair. "Captain!" Danitz cried out in alarm. He hurriedly snapped out of his reverie, turned around and faced Gehrman Sparrow's bedroom while taking a defensive stance. "Be careful. Run. A lunatic is looking for you. He has a terrifying organization backing him." As the feeling of self-sacrifice welled up in him, Danitz heard his captain calmly say, "This is a dream." "Dream? Yeah, I'm dreaming. What's there to be afraid of?" Danitz glanced left and right, folded his arms, turned around, and said, "Captain, you simulated the powers of a nightmare? That can't be right. You were near Sonia Island just last week. The largest island in this region of the Sonia Sea, which was also the origin of its name. It was almost like a small continent. Originally, it was the only remaining gathering place for the elves after the cataclysm. But as time passed, this ancient Beyonder race was plagued by all sorts of factors and gradually died out. The occasional sighting of them proved that they hadn't completely gone extinct. At the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Lone Kingdom occupied this island, but in the 20-Year War, they suffered a terrible defeat, handing over Sonia Island to the Faesak Empire. That was already more than 7 centuries ago. Sonia Island was situated north-northwest of the Rorstad archipelago, and it took nearly half a month by ship to arrive there. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards was still in the vicinity of Sonia Island last week, so it was impossible to reach Byam within a week, unless she could fly or use the spirit world to travel. The beautiful lady whom Danitz addressed as Captain nodded. "We have just entered the Rorstad seas, still 1,000 nautical miles away from Byam. In other words, she'll take another 3 to 4 days before arriving? That's what I call normal?" Danitz curiously asked. "This should have already surpassed the range of a nightmare? Moreover, it far exceeds," he added inwardly. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina entered the room and walked towards the table and chair. "It's not a nightmare power, but a secret ritualistic magic. It uses an item left behind on the ship to enter the dream of someone very far away." Listening to the captain's meticulous explanation, Danitz instantly felt as if he had returned to the golden dream and was beginning his lesson. "I've never heard of such ritualistic magic before." "Yes, Captain has mastered many strange and rare magic and witchcraft. No one can tell how much knowledge she possesses. She seems to have mentioned that her sequence name is Mysticism Magister. Sigh, if I had known that she had this secret technique, then I wouldn't have been so frustrated over how to inform her about the unexpected events in Byam." Danitz interrupted Edwina's description with a flurry of thoughts. "Captain, you sense that there's a problem with our point of contact over here?" "Yes, this is another secret technique." Edwina seemed inclined to describe the specific method in detail. Seeing this, Danitz hurriedly sighed. Poor old Rin and the others. Edwina stopped walking and turned her back to the window, asking succinctly, "What happened?" "I'll have to start from Demir Harbor." Danitz felt energized, as if his long-lasting depression had finally paid off at that moment. He described his attempts to recruit Gehrman Sparrow, but he ended up discovering that he was a madman, and he also exaggerated his plight on the White Agate. According to the rough draft he had prepared last night, he thoroughly described the weird and horrifying situation at Bansi Harbor, including the ambush and assassination attempt involving Steel Mavedi. He explained everything about how he joined forces with Gehrman Sparrow for a counterattack in Hunt, as well as his own theories about Gairman Sparrow's background and powers. This included creeping hunger and the secret of powerful organization. During this process, he tried his best to restore the truth, only exaggerating the role he played, raising his status from servant or attendant to an assistant or collaborator. Vice Admiral Edwina listened quietly the entire time without interrupting him. When he was done, she nodded lightly and said, "He has no ill intentions." "Him? Gairman Sparrow means no harm?" Danitz quickly said, "Captain, regardless, he's a dangerous fellow. Are you sure he means no harm?" "I can't be sure," Edwina replied very calmly. "Then why were you—" Danitz took a silent breath, sensing the similarity between his captain and Gairman Sparrow. They were people who he couldn't engage in a conversation with. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina said with a straight face, "That's just my speculation and judgment." Danitz rubbed his temples with his right hand. "Anyway, he's dangerous. There's a secret organization backing him, and I've no idea about the situation of the organization. Captain, I don't think you should take the risk of communicating with him, even if he claims to have something to ask of you." Edwina thought for a moment before saying, "There's no need to take risks. I can communicate with him through you." Danitz first heaved a sigh of relief before asking both curiously and expectantly, "Captain, how will that work? Or should I say, what do I need to do?" Edwina raised her right hand, revealing a stand and a blackboard in her dream. "I need you to hold a ritual," she said. "It's called a soulfall ritual. It allows my soul to pass through the spirit world and attach itself to your body. I'll be able to converse directly with Gairman Sparrow. It works on anyone below that of a demigod, with an effective distance of no more than 500 nautical miles. It involves reason and communication, and it belongs to the realm of the god of knowledge and wisdom. You must draw the corresponding symbols and magic labels. In mysticism, the blue star corresponds to the god of knowledge and wisdom. Mercury, brass, lavender, pepper, and mint are needed. Blue star corresponds to Saturday. The time of the blue star is from midnight to 1 on Friday, and 11 to 12 noon on Saturday. Edwina explained as she wrote the key points to remember on the blackboard, and Danitz instinctively sat down and assumed a listening posture. As he listened, he suddenly felt at a loss. Why do I need to attend classes even in my dreams? In the bedroom, Klein, who was sleeping, suddenly jolted awake, having vaguely sensed something. He got out of bed and listened for a moment. In the living room, although Danitz was snoring, his breathing was calmer than before. It wasn't too strange, but it was sufficiently unusual for an experienced senior expert in mysticism like Klein, who had been through a lot. He softly walked to the door that separated the bedroom from the living room, reached for the handle and slowly turned it. Without a sound, Klein walked out of the bedroom and saw Danitz lying in a reclining chair, fast asleep. Everything around him appeared normal. Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and checked blazing, but he didn't find anything amiss. Whether it was the color of his aura or the changes in his mood, there was nothing abnormal about him, all within a reasonable range. After watching for a while, Klein frowned and took out a silver charm. Dream charm. In the dream, Danitz was learning the soulfall ritual with a bitter expression. He had no doubt that the captain in front of him was genuine. No one can fake such a style and hobby. At that moment, he heard the sound of the lock turning. Subconsciously, Danitz looked towards the bedroom, where the crack in the door was widening, and Gairman Sparrow, who was wearing only a white shirt, walked out expressionlessly. "You! How did you appear here?" Danitz shot to his feet, blurting out in shock. He quickly snapped to his senses and stammered, "This is my dream. How is Gairman Sparrow appearing so easily?" With one hand in the pocket of his dark trousers, Klein walked toward the woman who had her back to the window and said in a low voice, "A charm." Then, looking directly at the woman, he asked almost with certainty, "Edwina Edwards? Her attire is a little strange. She doesn't look like an adventurer, much less a pirate. She looks like a woman with a decent job. someone who can support herself on her own. The style of her attire looks like it comes from Intis, Klein thought, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Edwina nodded slightly and similarly replied with a question. Gehrman Sparrow? Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Klein smiled slightly, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. Edwina nodded and replied, Good afternoon. Klein, who was maintaining his persona, stopped talking, waiting for the other side to take the initiative to ask him about his purpose. He looked at Edwina. Edwina looked at him. There was a sudden silence in the dream for several minutes. From time to time, Danitz looked to the right and to the left, having a baffling feeling that perhaps all of this might really be a dream. Unable to tolerate the situation, Danitz decided to do something about the situation. He coughed twice and faced Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards and said, Captain, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow has some questions for you? Phew. Klein let out a sigh of relief. If the stare-down continued, he felt as though his persona would collapse. Edwina gently nodded her head, looked at Klein and said, Mr. Sparrow, have you received education? What kind of question is this? Klein's expression didn't change as he indifferently replied, University graduate. Ah! Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow in surprise, unable to believe the fact that this crazy adventurer and bounty hunter had actually gone to university and even graduated. He had no way of putting a university, a hallmark of wisdom, with that of Gehrman Sparrow together, unless it's some Hunter University or Killer Academy, or a university that exists only in the fantasies of madmen and psychopaths. Danitz couldn't help but lampoon silently. Edwina didn't seem surprised. She continued to ask, What languages have you mastered? Klein resisted the urge to frown and said, Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, Ancient Hermes, Ancient Fasak, Loanese. Edwina responded tersely, Do you understand the other domains in mysticism? Feeling adrift for a moment, Klein felt like he had returned to his previous life's elementary school days. Due to his age handicap, he had been asked a series of questions by a teacher, such as how many Chinese characters he had mastered, if he had mastered the 4 arithmetic operations, whether he knew the English alphabet, and how many Tang Dynasty poems he could recite. Calm down. You're Gehrman Sparrow now, Klein once again said without emotion. Adept. Edwina thought for 2 seconds and then explained in an unhurried manner. I have to combine your standard of knowledge with how I would answer the questions, so that you can understand the answers more easily. Klein was surprised to find that the beautiful lady in front of him was nothing like an adventurer acting as a part-time pirate. She was basically a teacher with a cold expression but a kind and patient attitude. He calmed down after thinking about the vampire that headed for the Church of Mother Earth daily. This is the first pirate admiral I'm officially meeting. She's indeed unique. Klein secretly sighed and said, First question. Where do beyonder creatures appear at sea? The commonly seen ones. He didn't directly ask about mermaids, as he didn't want her to see through his real purpose, which would lead to unnecessary accidents. Edwina thought for a moment and then wiped the soulfall ritual off the blackboard. She then wrote and drew, Set off from Sonia Island, sail 1,200 nautical miles in this direction, and you'll enter the depths of the sea which humans have never explored. There is a Naga tribe active there. They've been working hard to find the underwater city which is rumored to have a powerful demon sealed within. That's the entity of their faith. Edwina spoke in detail, partly from her own efforts to find the treasure itself, and partly from the knowledge and rumors she had exchanged. It took her a while to finish the general story, but to Klein's dismay, there were no mermaids anywhere except in the eastern waters of the Gargas archipelago. He quickly calmed his mood and said, Second question. Do you know how to remove the mental corruption from a beyonder characteristic? He didn't hide the fact that he knew about beyonder characteristics. Edwina's eyes flickered for the first time, as though she had a new understanding of Gehrman Sparrow. She shook her head. I don't know. However, I once imagined that it's possible by borrowing the power of an external force and completely crushing the corrupted Beyonder characteristic to reduce it to the smallest specks of light. This way, whether it's corrupted or cursed, they will scatter having lost their vessel. They would rapidly or slowly vanish. As for the shattered Beyonder characteristic, it will gather bit by bit due to their particular traits, eventually taking form again. Unfortunately, only gods can do this. If you get the favor of any god, you can try to please them by offering enough sacrifices and pray for a response. The law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. In his mind, Klein filled in what Edwina had purposely left out. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Vice Admiral Iceberg, captain of the Golden Dream, was extremely knowledgeable in mysticism. She wasn't worse than him, someone who had read many of Roselle's diary entries and had experienced many things. It was said that Vice Admiral Iceberg can replicate or simulate the Beyonder powers of her opponents when they use them in front of her. This is rather similar to Mr. Isengard Stanton's 2-081 ring. As soon as Klein's thoughts began to wander, he forcefully reined them back, and he nodded as if he was thinking about something. I agree with this hypothesis. Regretfully, I haven't done it in practice. It's only a conjecture. Edwina rarely used a word that described emotion. Danitz, who had been listening by the side, had a dazed look on his face. He was unable to keep up with the conversation at all. What are they talking about? What are they discussing? Why do I know every word, but know nothing when they're strung together? What's a Beyonder characteristic? What does shattering it do? What does it gathering together represent? Danitz looked left and right, his eyes blank. At this point, Klein threw out the third question he had thought about. Where can you find ancient wraiths? He only mentioned this kind of monster because the corresponding ingredients could also be used in the domain of death. It didn't expose the secrets of his own sequence. Edwina glanced at Danitz and said, I'll keep an eye out for you. If you want to attend Byam's Beyonder gatherings, he knows a few. He can take you there. Not bad, it's easier to talk to smart people. Klein added, do you know where there are people who can make mystical items out of Beyonder ingredients or characteristics? I met one at a gathering, but he never showed up again, Edwina answered frankly. I have grasped the corresponding knowledge. I can simulate it, but I cannot guarantee the success rate. I'll wait then. Klein didn't harp on the topic and switched to asking, how much do you know about Death's Key? Little. An iron-black key suddenly appeared in Edwina's hand. It was about the size of a lyre. Its shape was ancient, and it had a dark luster. The pirate admiral said while half carrying the item from the shipwreck, if you mean this key, then I can tell you that it belongs to the giants. Klein glanced sideways at Danitz. Your bosun told me that it can also belong to a dragon or a demonic wolf. That was the earliest guess. I've recently found some historical documents, and with the help of the other items on the ship, I have a rudimentary idea. Edwina didn't show any agitation. She was filled with patience, but her expression remained cold. After finally regaining his sense as the owner of the dream, Danitz curiously asked, Captain, is it really the giants? Yes. Edwina gave an affirmative answer. That batch of documents showed that there were still many giants active in the fourth epoch. Some of them had switched faiths to the god of combat, while the others were left scattered, becoming the hunting targets of the humans. One of the tribes built a ship and tried to find the lost giant king's court at sea, never to return. The sunken ship we discovered, along with some of the items inside, are very similar to the relics they left behind in their original settlement, so we have sufficient reason to believe that the key belongs to the giants, and it is very likely to be pointed towards the lost giant king's court of their race before the cataclysm. Giant king's court? Little Sun said it's not far from the city of Silver. Klein didn't say a word, but he quietly listened to Vice Admiral Iceberg's description. I have to say, the city of Silver and the forsaken land of the gods are things I know that completely surpasses other Beyonders. Even the seven gods can't find that place, or they find it hard to figure out the exact situation. In this aspect, I'm stronger than them. Klein thought about it with a smug and self-deprecating manner before saying in a deep voice, if I offer a sufficient price, Are you willing to sell the key? Of course, unless I acquire additional clues to the giant king's court. Edwina continued to speak at a moderate pace. Very good. If the Tarot Club organizes an expedition to the giant king's court one day, I will buy this key. Klein was about to ask the last question when he suddenly remembered the four adventurers. Relying on the power of the dream charm, he conjured the lady with greenish-gray eyes, who wore a man's shirt, and her three companions. Do you know them? Edwina took a glance and said almost without thinking, Letitia Dolera, an archaeologist and adventurer. Rumor has it that she's a member from the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Moses Ascetic Order, the ancient organization that believes in the hidden sage. It really isn't for money, and their goal is definitely something from the abandoned temple. Klein asked casually, What do you know about Element Dawn? This mysterious organization was similar to the psychology alchemists, having been born in the recent 1 to 200 years. It combined the elements of various schools of mysticism. It had its own set of theories, and its members were all proficient in spell casting and had mastery in many ancient witchcraft techniques. Edwina pursed her lips and said, They've always been fighting against the Moses Ascetic Order. Rumor has it that the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle, Bernadette Gustave, established it. The Element Dawn is headed by Bernadette? Zeradal's prophecy is quite accurate after all. She can really be considered an important figure in the Beyonder world. Klein sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat enlightened. He resisted the urge to sigh and looked at Edwina. He calmly said, One last question. When the beautiful lady and blazing Danet's attention was fully focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth. Are you interested in cooperating? What kind of cooperation? Edwina returned with a question. The smile on Klein's face became more and more exuberant. With a hint of madness in it, he said, Hunt Admiral of Blood. What? Hunt Admiral of Blood? Danetz almost raised his right hand to his ear. His first reaction was that he had misheard. However, Gehrman Sparrow's smile with hidden madness and the slight movement of his captain's eyebrows, an abnormality of hers, reminded him that what was said had really happened. This madman Gehrman Sparrow really is daring. This is one of the 7 pirate admirals. They aren't people that a character like Steel Mavedi can be compared with. Danetz's pupils shrank, his heart on the brink of roaring. Putting aside the fact that Admiral of Blood Seigneur's own might, just the pirates underneath him are intimidating enough. His first mate, third mate, and the captains of each ship are all capable of independently leading a large pirate crew. There are still many of the crew which Steel Mavedi had brought to Byam with him in the Blood Pirate crew. When Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos died silently like a wild dog in Backlund, it was mainly because he wasn't with his pirate crew. However, Admiral of Blood Seigneur is different. He seldom leaves his flagship and rarely leaves the company of his men. Even if the focus is placed back on Seigneur's strength, it would still be extremely terrifying. He's mysterious, bizarre, and is one of the few powerhouses at the sea who is second only to the 4 kings. Even Captain might not dare to claim to be his superior. A madman's guts really does exceed my imagination. No, he doesn't know the meaning of fear at all. The death and replacement of a pirate admiral will definitely be a great shock to the 5 seas. One thought after another flashed through Danetz's mind, but in the end he strangely calmed down. It was because he recalled that Gehrman Sparrow was a powerhouse at the level of the 7 admirals, and there might be a hidden, terrifying organization backing him. Edwina said after a few seconds of silence, Do you know of the Rose School of Thought? Not only do I know them, I've also killed their people and taken their mystical items. Wait a minute, why do I have to describe myself as a bad guy? Klein converged his smile and said in an unperturbed manner, I've hunted their members. Edwina fell silent again. Next to her, Danetz once again had various thoughts. What are they talking about? What's the Rose School of Thought? Where am I? Whose dream is this? After a short moment of silence, Edwina said, After the huge battle with Vice Admiral Dusk's pirate crew, Seigneur's crew vanished. Present, no one knows where they are. One will have to wait patiently. Is this an agreement? Klein once again revealed a smile. I do not lack patience. How can I contact you? Edwina turned her head to look at Danitz. He knows how. Me? Soulfall ritual? Wait a minute, Captain, you mean I have to follow this madman, Gehrman Sparrow, during this period of time? No. Who knows when this fellow will go crazy? With a start, Danitz quickly opened his mouth and said, Captain, I've already left the Golden Dream for too long. I've missed too many lessons. I can't wait to return. He tried his hardest to show his sincerity in his eyes, filling them with the desire for knowledge. I believe we can switch to someone else, like Iron Skin and Beryl. Before he finished his sentence, Edwina suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it against her ear. She looked slightly to the side and said without expression, What did you say? I couldn't hear it. Roselle's dream spell is reaching its limits. The pirate admiral's skirt fluttered slightly as she took a step back before her figure quickly turned faint, reducing into points of fragmented light. The rest of Danitz's words were left stuck in his throat. He stretched out his right hand in an attempt to grasp something, but he ended up weakly drooping down. Roselle's dream spell? The Emperor's presence in the field of mysticism is also quite formidable. The full name of the Vice Admiral Iceberg is Edwina Edwards. Edwards. Isn't this the surname of one of the Emperor's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? A descendant? However, from the tone of Vice Admiral Iceberg, she isn't familiar with the eldest daughter of the Emperor, Bernadette. They might not even know each other. Klein looked at Danitz, whose expression had completely collapsed, and let out a soft laugh. Perhaps one day I will call you Mr. 10,000 pounds. Danitz straightened his back in fright. Then he saw Gehrman Sparrow's figure disappear from his dream. If I were only sequence 7 and had a bounty of 7 or 8,000 pounds, then I would be targeted everywhere I go. Danitz stood rooted in his dream, his head hurting the more he thought about it. In the evening, Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who was dressed as a native. Today we'll be visiting the location faction. We might be able to find some good things there. Heh, they have a great need for Beyonder ingredients, food, and weapons. At this point, Danitz looked Gehrman Sparrow up and down. It was rare for him to find something that he was better than him at. He said with a smile, Their area is filled with local people. There aren't even many people with mixed blood. If there's even the slightest signs of an abnormality in their clothing, you will be discovered. Your pantaloons and brown jacket are fine, but you can't wear a shirt inside. A real native wears Taraba shirts. They're similar to Sea Soul shirts, but they're either all blue or white. They don't wear caps, headscarves, or anything. Also, people like you who look obviously Lowanese will encounter very serious discrimination and hostility there, just like a wolf that sneaks into a flock of sheep. You can't hide your existence at all. Before he could finish, he saw Gehrman Sparrow tilt his head and look at him. His deep facial features quickly turned soft. His fair skin was instantly stained with the color of bronze. In just a snap, he had become an undeniable native that didn't stand out in any way. After a few seconds of silence, Danitz laughed dryly as if nothing had happened. Me too. I have to disguise myself. Your disguise? Klein took off his cap and sat down. What local faction? It actually trades Beyonder ingredients, food, and weapons? Ahem, to put it simply, ahem, the Resistance. Danitz suddenly wasn't sure if Gehrman Sparrow had any connections with the lone officials. Klein was startled for a second. Resistance. Danitz smiled awkwardly and said, People who clamor for independence and for natives to administer their local affairs. Their encampment is deep in the woods or at sea. They cooperate with many pirates and adventurers. Of course, the ones backing them are mainly people from Fasak and Intis. Often, there will be priests from the god of combat and the eternal blazing sun secretly coming over. Byam isn't that calm after all. After leaving the kingdom and coming to the sea, Klein finally understood what it meant by an international situation. This wasn't something that could be compared to reading about wars in East Balam from the papers. He nodded slightly and didn't object to visiting the local faction. After leaving the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein followed Danitz, whose face was painted black. They went through the streets, heading all the way southeast. Leaving the confines of the City of Generosity, they entered a zone filled with different architectural styles. The buildings here had raised floors, propped up by wooden pilings. There were 3- or 4-story buildings that had evolved from the lone-style terrace houses. The roads that split from each other were narrow and dirty, with many stalls on either side. They sold all kinds of headgear, earrings, and accessories made of stone. They were mostly bright red or multicolored. What a bunch of strange fellows. They especially like bright colors, just like those venomous snakes in the forest, Danitz whispered. As someone from Intis, you aren't much better either. You advocate the color of gold, and advocate a sense of luxury and exquisiteness, just like a nouveau riche. Klein lampooned. They passed by a group of dark-skinned, skinny, and shriveled natives, entering the alleys which had clothes drying over their heads. The scene before their eyes suddenly opened up, revealing a small municipal square. On the square, a group of locals was gathered around the central pond. Some were kneeling, some were prostrating, some were mumbling, and some were singing softly. They had devout expressions, but they looked numbed. As soon as they realized that someone was approaching, they quickly got up and ran into the surrounding alleys in a flurry. All the windows on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the surrounding houses clanged shut, and the square grew quiet, but Klein's spiritual perception told him that there were many people behind the windows, around the alleys, in the dark corners, watching these strangers who had suddenly arrived in their world. Danitz lowered his head and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't worry. This is their way of protecting themselves." "Oh," Klein expressed his doubts. Danitz let out a chuckle. Before this place was completely colonized, the natives on the Rorstad archipelago always believed in sea god Kelvetua. They believed that this deity who appears in the form of a gigantic sea serpent would protect all the islands here, preventing them from being devoured by earthquakes or tsunamis. Now that this belief has been outlawed, the Church of the Lord of Storms has been constantly fighting against the heretics. Even the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam and Machinery are unable to expand their influence here, and there are only a few cathedrals. But in fact, how can the faith that has been in place for centuries, if not a millennium, be so easily eradicated? There are still plenty of believers of the sea god in Byam, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rorstad Sea. Even if a bunch of people are captured every 1 to 2 months, a situation in which they suffer all kinds of extreme punishment, it's impossible to reverse this situation anytime soon. The Resistance's main pillar of support are the believers of the sea god. In my opinion, it will take at least another 100 years before the faith of the sea god will be completely eradicated. Of course, that's under the premise that there aren't any other disruptive elements. Sea god Kelvetua, its image is of a gigantic sea serpent. As Klein listened thoughtfully, he followed Danitz into a 4-story house on the right. He went to the top floor via a narrow staircase. Knock, knock, knock. Danitz knocked on the door to his left. "Who is it?" someone asked in a low voice. Danitz replied with a chuckle. "A friend who brings wine and barbecue." "Where from?" The person inside asked a strange question. Danitz stepped back. "At sea." Creak. The door slowly opened and Klein saw a naked arm. The arm was tattooed with a blue, hideous sea serpent. Behind the door was a bare-chested man with a hideous blue sea serpent tattooed on his arm and short streaks of red paint painted on the sides of his cheeks, chest, and abdomen. Each group formed out of 3 streaks. Really exotic. However, aren't you afraid of being too conspicuous? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the police while you're outside? You're part of the resistance that engages in secret operations. Klein was about to retract his gaze when he was almost forced to frown by the man's thick, messy eyebrows and cold-blooded eyes. He has killed many people. Klein made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. Honestly speaking, due to his previous life's identity and knowledge, he initially held a lot of sympathy for the rebels under colonial rule. However, after hearing that the man and the followers of the sea god Kelvetua basically engaged in the same acts, he became even more wary and repulsed. This wasn't to say that he discriminated against the local faith, but rather, He understood that the traditional faith of all the colonial islands was still in a primitive stage that believed in sacrifice. They worshipped with food and blood, using living sacrifices, and were still in a state of complete ignorance. In addition, with the experiences of the Emperor and myself, the beyonder nature of this world is filled with madness and twistedness. A deity still in the primitive stage of sacrifice is basically unable to resist this trend. It's quite obvious what kind of style they follow. Without a word, Klein followed Danitz into the room. Edmonton, who's here? A mild voice sounded from the area near the windows. The tattooed man closed the door and said, "They've disguised themselves." At that moment, Klein had taken a good look at the situation in the room and gained a basic understanding of it. The living room wasn't very large. A cupboard, a table, and a few chairs were enough to make it look cramped. To the right were two doors leading to what appeared to be a bedroom. To the left was a kitchen separated by a cabinet. As for the washroom, there was no doubt that there wasn't one. When Klein went upstairs, he discovered that there was a common washroom at the corner of each flight of stairs. The stench of them not being washed for extended periods of time urged any passers-by to walk up faster. Directly in front of him was a window. Two bamboo poles hung out and were used to hang a lot of clothes to dry. There were 4 or 5 men sitting or standing in the bedroom's doorway and the living room. All of them were dark-skinned natives with slightly curly hair. They wore dark blue taraba shirts and more or less had red paint on their bare skin, and as for the sea serpent tattoo, Klein couldn't tell if it was there or not because of the clothing. Some of them had revolvers at their waists, some carrying brownish-red hunting rifles. Some even carried gray steel backpacks and long, thick high-pressure steam rifles. They formed a semicircle around Danitz and Klein, who had just entered the room. The person who spoke was a wheelchair-bound man in his 40s. He wore a jacket and had a blanket over his knees. He had a shaved head, a slightly green beard on both sides of his face, and his dark brown eyes were calm and collected. He glanced at his visitor and slowly smiled. Blazing! Danitz was stunned for a moment before forcing out a laugh. Kalat, you have a good eye. Dog's hit. Am I so bad at disguising myself? He roared inwardly, unwilling to accept the fact. Kalat ignored Blazing's insincere praise and instead chuckled. I heard that you killed steel and blood brambles? How else would they be dead? Danitz retorted without hesitation. Kalat narrowed his eyes, slowly shifting his gaze to Klein, who had a featureless face. He knew very well that Blazing Danitz alone would have a hard time killing blood brambles Hendry, much less Steel Mavedi. His success was rumored to be due to the help of a powerful adventurer, a seasoned bounty hunter. Is it the person beside him? When he looked into Klein's eyes, he didn't see any nervousness, worry, or vigilance. Those eyes were like a deep ocean. Could very well be. At the very least, he's stronger than Blazing. He signaled to Edmonton and the others with his eyes, secretly informing them to be on their guard. What are you doing here? Kalat didn't pursue the subject. Danitz subconsciously looked at Klein, and after seeing his nod of affirmation, he replied, Here to see what good things you have to offer. Kalat pointed to a table and said, It's all placed there. There were many strange and different items laid out, including a whistle made of bone, a simple and crude bagpipe, an iron-black leaf, and a rock stained with blood. Without waiting for Klein and Danitz to examine the items, Kalat clapped his hands and said, I have a mission. If you can complete it, you can freely choose an item from these at no additional cost. He laughed and added, By the definition of you foreigners, they aren't mystical objects, but they all have some supernatural power, but it will slowly, yes, slowly weaken until it disappears. What mission? Klein asked calmly, having no intention of hiding the fact that Danitz was only a follower. He reached into the blanket that extended to his knees and took out a stack of white paper. Find out where they are. If you can catch them directly, you will get even more. He raised his arms and began to display lifelike portraits, including a lady with greenish-gray eyes dressed in a man's shirt. Letitia Dolera. Klein recognized who the resistance was looking for at a glance. It was the female archaeologist and adventurer he had met last night and had boarded the same ship with this morning. She was suspected to be a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Danitz looked at it closely for 2 seconds and found the picture vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen her before. Gehrman Sparrow had shown it in his dreams. He had just asked the captain about it in the afternoon, and were already bumping into something relevant in the evening. Isn't he too resourceful at gathering information? Danitz resisted his urge to glance at the crazy adventurer beside him, afraid that Kalat and Edmonton would notice something amiss. He was very experienced in this area. The Resistance, who believe in the sea god, are looking for Letitia. The faith of the sea god spreads throughout the Rorstad archipelago, including Simim. There was a snake last night. The image of the sea god is that of a gigantic sea serpent. Klein superimposed the two matters together and quickly came to a preliminary conclusion. Archaeologist Letitia and company had obtained an important item involving the sea god in the Forgotten Temple in the ancient forest of Simim Island. Hence, it resulted in last night's probing and the Resistance's search. Klein thought for a moment. Then he gave a perfunctory reply. I'll keep an eye out. I won't randomly get myself involved in matters related to evil spirits. Of course, if it's necessary, then I will report it to the officials. He silently added a few words inwardly. Kalat nodded and said, Take a look first and see if there's anything you want. Klein walked over and was just about to inquire as he made his selection when he suddenly sensed something and subconsciously looked towards the right side of the item pile. There was a short sword made of thin bones. It was slightly longer than a forearm and had a milky white body. There were a few dark red deep stripes on it. It can trigger my spiritual perception. Klein stretched out his right hand in an attempt to pick up the sharp bone sword that was placed right at the front, to carefully examine it. The moment his fingers touched the bone sword, cries of despair and pain suddenly echoed in his mind. A thick stench of blood faintly appeared at the tip of his nose, and he seemed to see many distorted and rotten illusory figures that were covered in mucus. Klein's forehead ached, as though he had been pierced by a needle, and he subconsciously retracted his finger. A little sinister. It's not a simple item. Klein, who had experienced things far more intense before, only showed a slight change in expression. He resisted the urge to activate his spirit vision, afraid that he would see something he shouldn't. Noticing this, Kalat exchanged glances with Edmonton and said with a smile, This bone sword is capable of draining an enemy's blood. It's not bad. Do you want it? A little proactive. Klein frowned, relaxed his brows immediately, and then he said in a deep voice, No, there's nothing I want here. If Kalat hadn't asked, he was even planning on buying the bone sword and researching it above the gray fog. However, the fact that the man promoted it had left him vigilant. Thus, he rationally abandoned his original plans. Kalat crossed his hands and said, It's not expensive at all. Or would you like to look at something else? There's no need. Klein's pupils shrank suddenly as he turned and walked straight towards the door. Danitz hesitated momentarily before hurrying after him. Edmonton, who had a sea serpent tattoo on his arm, watched silently. He seemed as if he would reach out and stop them at any moment. But in the end, he didn't do anything. They were the powerful adventurers who had killed Steel Mavedi and Blood Brambles Hendry. Once out of the room, Klein stomped down the stairs without saying a word. Danitz ran after him, alarmed. Based on his take of the situation, he didn't inquire about the situation and only followed. The two quickly returned to the square, and the crowd which had gathered once again to either kneel or prostrate scattered once more. But unlike before, there was a man who had still remained kneeling on the ground, motionless. Klein didn't even glance at him as he walked past without stopping. However, Danitz had taken a subconscious look, only to discover that the man's face was as dry as a weathered rock. Pa! A piece of flesh from the man's cheek fell to the ground. It was a piece of grayish skin with facial hair attached to it. He seemed to have lost all the moisture in his body. Danitz was startled and didn't dare to look again. Feeling that things had become strange and dangerous at some point, the two of them passed through the alleys, left the city, and boarded a rental carriage. The carriage driver was obviously a native, around 40 years old, and his laughter was very pleasing. But along the way he didn't say a word. It was so quiet that it made Danitz feel like his heart was beating like a drum. Klein pursed his lips and remained silent. The rental carriage quickly arrived at the dock area. In order to change his attire, Danitz got it to stop a distance from Acid Lemon Street. After getting off the carriage, Klein didn't pay the fare or stop. He immediately took large strides and left, leaving Danitz stunned. He tossed 2 soldi to the carriage driver and hurriedly chased after Gehrman Sparrow. After a few steps, he looked back and saw the driver kneeling down with a face full of zeal and devoutness. He leaned over the ground and kissed the ground where Klein had stepped. What's happening? Danitz couldn't believe what he was seeing. This didn't shock him, but it left him inexplicably terrified. It was like jumping into a bucket filled with ice when drunk, feeling a bone-piercing chill permeate his body from the soles of his feet to his head. What exactly happened? Why did things become so strange? Danitz took a breath, forcing himself to turn his head, and he chased after Gehrman Sparrow. He found the crazy adventurer walking faster and faster, to the point where he had to run with small paces to keep up. Crossing the street and through the alley, Danitz suddenly saw a greenish shadow fall from a tree. Pa! Its body was covered in scales as it twisted its slippery body and had a triangular head. It extended its scarlet forked tongue and was none other than a rather long venomous snake. Dogs hit. Why would there be snakes in this season? Danitz wasn't afraid of such creatures. He had even roasted snake meat before, but it was the abnormality of everything that left him agitated. Circling around the coiling snake, Danitz subconsciously looked left and right and found that on both sides of the gutter, in the corners of ruined houses, and on the insides of rusty water pipes, there were pairs of cold, vertical, and different-colored eyes looking out. Danitz felt a chill run down his spine, as if his scalp had been pierced by a dense array of fine needles. He didn't dare to stay any longer, nor did he dare to leave. He increased his speed again and followed closely behind Gehrman Sparrow. Entering the Wind of Azure Inn, he couldn't help but look up as he walked up the wooden stairs, wanting to ask something. Suddenly, his chest tightened and his breathing stagnated. At that moment, it was as if he had dived into the bottom of the sea, being pressed down by the heavy torrents of water from every direction. Whoosh! Faintly, Danitz heard the rush of the tide and saw a faint, illusory light surround Gehrman Sparrow, as if it were forming an endless, bottomless blue ocean. Within that ocean, there was an enormous azure-blue figure holding everything up. It resembled a tower. Danitz's right foot stopped in midair, unable to lower his foot. He wasn't unfamiliar with such feelings. Back at the last pirate convention, the king of the 5 seas, Nast, was even more imposing and terrifying than this. Almost all the pirates couldn't lift their heads, and even powerhouses at the admiral rank could only barely resist. Danitz knew very well that it wasn't a result of Gehrman Sparrow's own powers. If he was at the level of a demigod, there was no need to include the mandated punishers during his hunt of Steel Mavedi. Ocean, tide, these 2 terms flashed through Danitz's mind, and he immediately thought of the matter of the Resistance's faith in sea god Kelvetua. Could it be that Gehrman Sparrow suffered the sea god's curse via an unknown process when he touched the bone sword? The devotee's corpse that lost all its moisture is one of the conditions for the curse's activation? When the carriage driver prostrated and kissed the ground, was it because he sensed the sea god's aura? Man, Gehrman Sparrow would probably die here today. Should I stay far away to avoid being implicated? At the very most, I'll come back to collect his corpse. It might still be possible to save him. I can use the Soulfall ritual to seek Captain's help. She knows so many different kinds of odd secret techniques. She should be able to resolve this problem. No, Lord. The Soulfall ritual has a requirement of being within 500 nautical miles. They're still en route, and it will take at least half a day to enter that range. As he desperately tried to think of something, Danitz stopped panicking and treaded steadily into the luxurious suite with Gehrman Sparrow. Klein still remained silent, but his dark brown eyes seemed to have a rich azure-blue color that was nearing the color of black. He went straight to the bedroom and locked the door behind him. Danitz stood outside, in a dilemma on whether to flee or save the man. Inside the bedroom, Klein closed his eyes, waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, he took 4 steps in a counterclockwise manner, chanting a statement with each step. A wave of manic or high-pitched ravings rapidly rang in his ears as his spirit body shot up into the gray fog. Without a sound, he heard an indescribable, shrill, and painful howl. Klein appeared within the ancient palace, at the very end of the long, mottled table. In the motionless gray fog below, an illusory, gigantic azure-blue sea serpent appeared. It was located in an ancient dark ruin, coiled around a half-collapsed pillar. Its hideous head was raised, and its bloody mouth was wide open, revealing many curved fangs that were even longer than a human's forearm. On its milky white fangs, there were layers upon layers of flowing blood and mucus. This sea serpent madly swung its tail, setting off terrifying waves and ridiculous ripples, causing the entire ruins to sway, as if it was about to collapse. The scene rapidly shattered and dimmed. Regardless of how the unimaginably large sea serpent struggled, it was unable to turn the situation around. All it could do was let out a long, painful scream in agony as it was reduced to points of light before disappearing into the gray fog. Klein sat in the high-back chair belonging to the fool as he quietly watched everything. He didn't make any superfluous actions for a long time. The gray fog silently spread out, and the scene seemed to return to its eternally unchanging state. After nearly a minute, Klein leaned back in his chair, sighed, and said the serpent's name, "Sea God Calvetua." After coming into contact with the bone sword, he had already felt the abnormality. And during his conversation with Baldy Kalat, he had keenly discovered that a tiny, weak but extremely cold and sinister energy had invaded his body at some point in time and was slowly corrupting his soul. Klein made a prompt decision and turned around to leave. He then sensed that there was a connection between the sinister power and his surroundings. It gradually strengthened and slowly connected to an unknown place. So, as he diverted attention to resist the corruption, he also controlled himself so as to not interact with his surroundings. Klein believed that as long as he responded to the abnormality on his journey back, it would only serve to intensify the corruption, to the point of making irreversible. At first, he wanted to find a nearby washroom and use the gray fog's shielding and isolation to remove the cold and sinister power, but after repeated considerations, he decided to leave the area. This was because there were many followers of the sea god around, and it was extremely likely for an accident to happen. During this process, Klein grasped another point, which was that if he dispelled it ahead of time, the power projected by sea god Calvetua would leave remnants in his flesh and blood. The consequences and effects would be unknown. He had no choice but to patiently wait for the opportunity to purify himself by waiting for the cold and sinister energy to thoroughly permeate his spirit. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Klein lightly rapped the edge of the table and muttered to himself, "It's not that strong." The sea god's level was much lower than he had imagined. His original plan was to use the method that had finished off Amon's avatar to deal with the sea god Calvetua's projection, which was trying to take over his body. However, even before he had even fused with the Dark Emperor card or through his paper angel, Calvetua ended up being dispelled by the gray fog directly, without leaving a single trace. On this basis, Klein concluded that sea god Calvetua's level was inferior to blasphemer Amon, even though it was possible that the latter was more adept at intrusion, but it had only been an avatar. Was it thrown off its pedestal by the Lord of Storms, or is it not even at the level of an angel? It's just a slightly stronger demigod that can respond to the prayers of its believers within a certain range. Klein recalled and found that sea god Calvetua was in an abnormal state. The foundational existence of this evil spirit is rather weak, as though it can collapse at any moment. Moreover, it felt like it had fused with the spirit world in the ruins it was in. And it's precisely as a result of this that it was able to escape the encirclement of the Church of Storms? Klein leaned back in his chair and made a guess. What happened today is definitely not a coincidence. It stems from archaeologist Letitia's act of taking away some important artifact in the Forgotten Temple. It caused sea god Calvetua's condition to instantly deteriorate when it was already barely surviving. It made it impossible for it to hold on to its existence. As it got its believers to track the item, it also prepared to possess another body for its survival. That bone sword should have originated from its demigod body, and it hides a bit of the power it projects. As long as the target is suitable, it will infiltrate the body of the person who touches it, corrupting the soul and establishing the coordinates. It will then allow its spirit to be transferred over before it dissipates. But clearly it's not adept in such matters. Yes, it's not the snake of Mercury. It's unable to create a closed loop on itself for reincarnation. It's also not like Blasphemer Amon, who can be a parasite inside a person's soul. To really possess my body, it will directly cause its body to crumble and create a terrifying monster. According to this logical development, the dying Calvetua will likely engage in many crazy actions in the near future. Klein frowned. He didn't hesitate as he plummeted into the fog and returned to the real world. He unlocked the door, opened it, and entered the living room, startling the pacing Danitz. Danitz looked him up and down a few times and asked cautiously and warily, "Are you all right?" Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's persona and calmly replied, "It's settled." Settled? Danitz looked around before glancing at the bedroom, wondering if he had been hallucinating, that there wasn't any sea god curse. What did he do in the bedroom? He was lifted from the curse of the sea god in just a minute or two. Man, this guy has a huge secret. Danitz took 2 steps back and made way. Beside a table covered with a significant number of miscellaneous items, the wheelchair-bound Baldy, Kalat, wore a look of regret as he said to the tattooed man, "What a pity. Just a little more." He didn't pick it up, just touched it. Edmonton sighed as well. Kalat looked at the slightly bent bone sword and fervently said to himself, "When an outsider picks up that holy sword, God will walk the land again." Edmonton fell to his knees as well, as though confessing to a deity. As time passed, both Kalat and Edmonton suddenly heard 2 miserable shrieks. They looked up and saw that 2 of their companions had collapsed. Their skin was like a weathered rock, having lost all the moisture in their bodies. Kalat and Edmonton glanced at each other and felt a peculiar atmosphere. Both of them stood up at the same time and looked at the table. That milky white holy sword cracked loudly, splintering into countless small pieces. When an outsider picks up that holy sword, God will walk the land again. But what happens if the holy sword shatters? These 2 sentences echoed in the minds of Kalat and Edmonton. The matter was completely in the gaps of their knowledge. For a few seconds, they stared at the shattered holy sword, their expressions dull while they remained speechless. They couldn't believe that the holy sword, which had only been touched by an outsider in the evening, had suddenly shattered. What does this mean? What does it represent? The 2 of them didn't dare to think too deeply about it. They felt as if they had returned to the very beginning. Back then, one of the secret bases of the resistance had been discovered by the lone military. They were raided without any warning, and this resulted in their fathers being killed in that massacre. Their female relatives were abducted and sold to different places. Before receiving the grievous news, the feelings Kalat and Edmonton felt that day mirrored what they felt today. They felt heavy, confused, expectant, and unease, all of them mixing to form an intense pressure. Return to the forest, find the high priest, and figure out the reason. Perhaps this is the latest revelation from God. Kalat turned his wheelchair and said in a deep voice. Edmonton immediately stood up, saying to his remaining subordinates, "Continue searching for those blasphemers, but do not stay here. Also, instruct the believers outside not to hold any rituals or even pray." The unexpected change in events made him extra vigilant. Byam, in the corner of the street where the Cathedral of Waves was located, holding a stack of white folded paper, Danitz turned his head to the side, feeling a mix of nervousness, worry, and puzzlement. "You mean that I'm to post them in different parts of the street, and finally post it on the main door of the Cathedral of Waves?" He was very afraid that the door of the cathedral would suddenly open and a group of fist-brandishing priests and bishops would rush out, immediately attacking them without even asking why he had posted the poster. Klein maintained his coldness and said, "Yes." His original plan was to hand the matter of sea god Kelvetua over to Mr. Hanged Man, so that he could warn the Church of Storms. However, considering that he still held the secret of Bansi Harbor, and he might even have reported the matter, it would be easy for him to arouse suspicion with another piece of important information in such a short period of time. As for the solution, it was very simple. He could post a few posters on the mandated Punisher's front door, so that they could see it as soon as they came out. There was a small problem with Klein's plan. He couldn't tell which of the shops around the Cathedral of Waves was the cover identity of the mandated Punishers. All he could do was make Danitz work a little harder and stick the posters everywhere in prominent spots, including, but not limited to, the front door of the Cathedral of Waves. I should have run away earlier. Why would I think that this fellow had saved my life? Perhaps I would have been converted into gold pounds if he were any other powerful adventurer. No, who would have imagined that this lunatic would so easily resolve the sea god's curse? Fleeing might put me in an even worse state. While lamenting inwardly, Danitz unrolled the pile of white paper and casually glanced at the content. After Letitia Dolera and company entered and left the sea god's ruin in Simim Island, they were pursued by the resistance. Meanwhile, Kalat and the resistance were trying to sell a strange bone sword that looked a little bent. Sea god Kelvetua's body is on the brink of collapse with an extremely deranged mental state. Danitz froze for 2 seconds. Then he subconsciously glanced at Gehrman Sparrow. I can understand the first few statements, but why is there a mention of sea god Kelvetua being on the brink of collapse and in an extremely deranged mental state? How does Gehrman Sparrow know? Did he discover a problem when he was dealing with the sea god's curse? And how did he deal with the sea god's curse? The organization behind him is more powerful than I thought. Could it be that it's similar to the Aurora Order in which they serve a real deity? The more he thought about it, the more Danitz trembled in fear. The first time he heard of the Aurora Order had originated from a robbery at sea. Back then, it was the first time he saw his captain's serious expression. After that, he was taught some so-called general knowledge of the mysterious world. Klein responded to Danitz with an emotionless gaze. In the poster, he had eliminated any subjective assumptions, and he had only described the matters that could be confirmed with certainty, so as to not interfere with the judgment of the higher-ups in the Church of Storms. Among them, the content regarding an important item that Letitia and company had taken away was excluded. The Lost Temple was changed to a broader and more inclusive sea god ruin. The base was obviously abandoned by Kalat and the others after realizing that something had happened to the sea god, so it was also left unmentioned. Danitz suddenly retracted his gaze, afraid to look any further. Captain said that the more secrets someone has, the more dangerous they are. He thought for a while and worriedly said, "If we stick it on the front door of the cathedral, it will definitely garner immense attention from the Church of Storms. Will they discover that I was the one who did it?" Klein gave a terse answer. "Yes." Danitz forced a smile and said, "Then wouldn't I be in grave danger?" Klein used his clown ability to control his expression and calmly replied, "You were already a pirate who has a bounty for your head. Do you think you can swagger down the main streets of Byam now?" Klein lampooned inwardly. "That's true. No matter what, they will still capture me and claim my bounty." "No, there's something wrong with that," Danitz blurted out. "But my bounty will increase." Klein looked at him, but he didn't say anything. All he did was grin a little. For a moment, Danitz thought he heard a rhetorical question. "Isn't this a good thing?" "A good thing for a donkey to kick." With a dry chuckle, Danitz took the pile of posters and, taking advantage of the heavy winds and late night, posted them in prominent spot on the street near the Cathedral of Waves. "It really looks like posting a small advertisement," Klein, who had one hand in his pocket, observed from afar and commented inwardly. He sighed and thought, "It's good to have an assistant. At least, I don't have to do something that tarnishes my reputation. If I were in Tingen or Backlund, if something like that had happened, the scene was too beautiful to imagine. Danitz finally reached outside the Cathedral of Waves, plastered the poster on the front door, clenched his fist and pounded on the door. After finishing all of this, he turned around and ran, as if there were 10 mandated punishers running after him from behind. Klein didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled out a paper figurine, shook it off, and burned it to ashes before briskly walking to another street. After his recent encounters with the mandated punishers, he had a deep understanding of their style, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. It was only when they were far away from the Cathedral of Waves that they slowed down and regained their normal walking speed. Danitz had a good constitution. His face wasn't flushed nor was he panting. He was slightly puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you just write to the police, or throw it in the Governor General's office?" Before Klein could reply, he had already realized why. That's right. The lower-ranking police and the staff of the Governor General's office are locals. They might very well pity the resistance or might be clandestine believers of Sea God. As they were talking, they turned a corner and saw an extremely large red building in front of them. The inside was brightly lit and music could be heard from within. People and carriages streamed in and out the door. It didn't exude any vibes that it was late at night. "Ha! We actually ended up walking here." After a second of hesitation, a smile appeared on Danitz's face, a smile that all men understood. Red Theater? Klein, who was rich in theoretical knowledge, suddenly came to a realization. Danitz laughed mischievously. "This is one of the most famous places in the entire Sonia Sea. There are mysterious and flirtatious Balam girls, passionate Fainapotter girls, open and alluring Intis maidens, tall and graceful Fasak ladies, conservative and quiet lone women, gentle and docile natives. This fellow knows a lot. He comes often." Klein swept a glance at Blazing and said nothing. For some reason, Danitz felt as though he had been seen through, and he immediately laughed awkwardly. "This is what pirates talk about when bragging. I've only been here a few times. I didn't have much money in the past. I could only find some average ones, and it's mainly in the area of the Fog Sea. Afterward, I joined the Golden Dream. No wonder. Although Vice Admiral Iceberg's men receive quite good employment perks and often get to share in the treasure, it's still quite difficult to save up a few houses in Byam. Compared to the typical pirate, this guy at least knows temperance and saves his money." Klein thought in enlightenment. Danitz didn't wish to continue on the topic as he changed the topic. "There are a lot of street girls in Byam, especially there." He pointed into the distance and said, "There was once a pirate who did an experiment. He randomly knocked on a family's door, produced some money, and requested to do it with the mistress once. In the end, 3 to 4 families out of the 10 agreed. TSK, if it's someone like you who has the standard lone look, almost no one will refuse you. They might secretly hide their daughters to prevent you from discovering her. Heh. Lone's navy would commit many murders and rapes here every year. They aren't any better than the pirates, but they would only be sent back to the country and pay some small fines." Klein listened quietly, and he suddenly thought back to the evening when the believers of the sea god were praying around the pool. He thought back to their feverish and numb faces. Backlund, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White, who had taken the initiative to expose certain problems about himself, nervously followed Cosme underground. He once again arrived in the grey stone hall where the black iron coffin was kept. "Esteemed Lord Nibs, why have you summoned me?" Although Emlyn had rehearsed this scene in his mind dozens of times, he still couldn't completely remove the tension and apprehension in his heart. In this state, he suddenly understood a problem. From the viewpoint of theater studies, the role he was acting as should hide his worries and fears. There's no need for any special concealment. "I did well." Emlyn was suddenly much calmer. A deep, aged voice sounded from the coffin that was covered with symbols and magic labels. "To reward you. For the ancestor, you risked your life to pray to the fool. Although you didn't receive a response, you bore an enormous risk. This is an act that needs to be rewarded. Here is an acceptance draft for £7,000. A reward for you. I didn't give it to you in a timely fashion due to the great smog of Backlund, but it's never too late. At the same time, you must always be aware of yourself and not relax. If anything abnormal happens, immediately inform Cosme. He really gave me money. Emlyn almost forgot to close his mouth. Even when Emlyn White left the Odora family's underground region, he still found things surreal. He couldn't believe that he could so easily be rewarded with £7,000. The acceptance draft was light and weightless in his hand, but he felt the absurdity of reality. The hanged man's method was really effective. Instead of exposing me and punishing me, Lord Nibs gave me a generous reward. And this was done solely to feign ignorance while encouraging me to make attempts so that he can observe in secret. Are the thoughts of the sanguine that complicated as well? Emlyn sighed, his mind feeling adrift. Quickly, he stopped his thoughts from wandering and turned his attention back to the reward of £7,000. With this, I can buy that baron's remains from the hanged man and concoct it into a potion. I'll soon become a baron, sanguine baron, Lord Emlyn White. Emlyn's eyes lit up as his footsteps turned significantly brisk. Within the sanguine, if one wasn't bestowed the corresponding ritual by the elders, they would remain stuck at the same level they were at during birth. It was almost impossible to rely on time to advance. Unless one was extremely lucky, having an ancestor of the family that was nearing the end of their lifespan such that they had no choice but to bestow their powers to a descendant through a ritual, most of Emlyn's sanguine peers would remain stuck in the concept of adulthood. There might not be any chance of them obtaining an aristocratic title for decades. Emlyn's father and mother had lived for years, but they had yet to become barons up this very day. They couldn't even see any hope of becoming one. As Emlyn walked out the door, he couldn't help but glance at the nearby Cosme Odora. This elderly sanguine who has been active in the Roselle era has only been a baron up to this day, and I am about to reach this rank as well. One day, I will become a sanguine marquis like Lord Nibs. No, a duke or even a prince. Only by doing so will I be able to shoulder the responsibility of being the sanguine's messiah. Yes, the baron's remains is only about £4,000. I'll have a lot of money left. I can even buy a few more dolls and give them some new clothes. Emlyn unconsciously straightened his back and began to walk more and more proudly. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek lit some candles and prepared for the sacrificial ritual. The lightning frequency alternated several times before he finally found an opportunity. He was very sure that the chief wasn't be able to keep an eye on him at this moment, because he had left the City of Silver with the little boy, Jack, who had recovered somewhat, and a group of explorers, in search for the so-called route that led from the coast to the destroyed city. It didn't take long for Derek to set up everything and say Mr. Fool's honorific name in a reverent, low voice. He very skillfully and methodically sacrificed the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch needed by Miss Magician, and the Beyonder ingredients designated by Mr. Hanged Man, to the ruler above the gray fog. There were many cracks on the City of Silver's solid city walls, but they were filled to the brim with black hard soil. Strands of dense weeds grew on them, swaying in the wind like human hair. All of a sudden, all of them stood up as if they wanted to capture something, but they turned limp without any strength left in them. Early morning at the Cathedral of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had come to collect the bounty, heard an important piece of news from the diocese bishop, Chogo. Letitia Dolera of the Moses Ascetic Order had disguised herself as an archaeologist and entered the depths of the jungle on Simim Island. It was unknown what she did that inflicted grievous injuries to sea god Kelvetua, who had been in hiding for years, pushing it to the verge of collapse. As a result, it was frantically searching for an opportunity to survive. Rumor has it that this evil spirit, which calls itself Sea God, had been discovered by two powerful cardinals of the military a long time ago. After it was defeated by them through the use of a sealed artifact, it could only barely escape and hide. This situation has persisted for more than 100 years. Without any intrinsic changes, why would it suddenly collapse and be unable to maintain its existence? Alger frowned slightly, wondering what the difference was. A situation deliberately created by the Moses Ascetic Order? But why didn't they do so in the past 100 years? To complement one of their other plans? Between speculation and doubt, Alger suddenly became aware of an important factor. The biggest and most fundamental difference between the last 100 years and now was that the world had come to buy him. Mr. Fool's adorer had come to the Rorstad archipelago. Does his appearance anywhere indicate that something big is about to happen or is brewing? Previously, it was the Great Smog of Backlund, and there was the abnormality in Bansi Harbor. Now, there's the dying struggle of sea god Kelvetua and the unknown plot of the Moses ascetic order. No, to be precise, wherever a major problem is brewing or about to happen, Mr. Fool's adorers will be there. They accept Mr. Fool's arrangements and pursue the activities of those secret organizations, the evil gods and angels. As soon as his train of thought changed, Alger was suddenly enlightened, feeling as though he had grasped the truth. It's not that things happen wherever the world is, but that the world and the other adorers will appear when something is about to happen. What good does this bring to Mr. Fool? Is it a plot solely to destroy the enemy's schemes? Or does it help him lift his seal and release more power? Alger held back his doubts and decided to seize the opportunity to submit some intel from before. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pressed it against his left breast. He said with a look of hesitation, "Your Excellency, while pursuing the remnant forces of steel, I heard a piece of intel." "What is it?" Chogo had originally planned to send this bishop-ranked captain out into the sea to search for traces of the resistance, but he was forcibly interrupted by him. For a moment he felt irritated. Alger recalled and said, "Someone mentioned Bansi Harbor in a conversation. They mentioned that an abnormality had happened there, but the descendants of the Medici family were well hidden and didn't end up being discovered." Bansi Harbor, abnormality. Chogo took a step forward and pressed, "What else did they say?" "Other than mentioning that there was a fallen bishop of the church, nothing else." "Your Excellency, is the Medici family a dark family of the fourth epoch?" Alger asked deliberately. Chogo's expression sank. "That's not something you should know. I'll report it to His Eminence Kotman at once." Kotman was a Church of Storm's cardinal, the Archbishop of Rorstad Sea, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, and the true ruler of the Beyonder world in the archipelago, John Kotman. Chogo thought for a moment before asking, "Who was the person who mentioned this? What does he look like?" Alger was long prepared. "I don't know them, and they never showed up again. I remember that the person mentioning Bansi Harbor and the Medici family was an ordinary-looking young man with a thin face, a broad forehead, black eyes and black hair. He wore a monocle. He seemed to notice that I was eavesdropping, but he didn't show any anger. Instead, he smiled at me." Alger had been describing blasphemer Amon. He wanted the cardinals to believe that the exposure of the secret regarding the Medici family and Bansi Harbor was the result of a struggle between the kings of angels. This is really a suitable person to use as a reason. He wouldn't appear to defend himself, and even if he did, no one would believe it, and clearly any divination regarding him would have zero results. If Beyonder means are used to confirm my information source, there will be strong signs of interference from Mr. Fool, and they won't be able to get an accurate answer. From the looks of it, this is equivalent to what Amon did. Alger thought with considerable relief. Chogo nodded lightly. "Find these people and trace the whereabouts of the resistance." "Yes, Your Excellency." Alger answered with a look of piety and struck his right fist on his left breast. Dark clouds covered the sky as the rain fell down in torrents, creating white fog in the process. In the port of Bayam, the blue water rose slowly but firmly, and the freighters and liners rocked like leaves fluttering in midair. The rain continued to fall, and the sea level gradually approached the dike. The city was flooded with water in many places, and the environment was greatly suppressed. One by one, the fanatical and numb locals, in their taraba shirts and tattered jackets, came to the edge of the cliff or the dike before jumping into the sea. Their flesh and skin rapidly lost moisture as they fell, and they were already desiccated corpses by the time they fell into the sea. A group of people were rioting as they hugged a Navy sailor who was walking out of a base. They angrily bit him to death with their teeth, reducing him to a mangled, bloody mess, and caused chaos on the streets. Whoosh! Boom! The dike collapsed, and the rising seawater poured into Byam City. When Klein jolted awake, his mind was filled with the scene from his dream. For a seer, this was a very clear revelation. Sea god Calvetua has failed to find a way to survive and has completely given up, resulting in it going completely mad. It wanted to create a storm, stir up a tsunami, and drown the Rorstad archipelago so that countless can join it in death. At the same time, its devotees are starting to do extreme acts. I've already informed the Church of Storms. They'll likely be able to stop it. No, even if I didn't inform them, they'll definitely be able to sense a problem with the appearance of such a situation. They would then make the necessary response. Klein rolled to his feet, wore his clothes, and walked out of his bedroom. He saw blazing Danitz standing by the window looking out. He saw the clouds hanging low as rain poured down, as though it was endless. A sign has appeared? Klein walked over to Danitz, who was also looking out at the repressive weather. He could faintly hear the abnormal sound of the tide. In the midst of silence, the sound of explosive thunder suddenly rang out in the air. The leaden-colored clouds quickly split apart, and the falling rain lost its source. In the direction of the docks, everything returned to normal. The morning sun shone down from high up in the sky, bathing Byam in holy light. Danitz hissed and said to himself, John Cotman changed the weather. John Cotman, the Church of Storms cardinal and high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers? He suppressed Calvetua's powers? Klein retracted his gaze while in thought. Danitz heaved a sigh of relief. I was rather worried just now. Heh, afraid that the sea god who's on the brink of a breakdown would create a disaster. But there's John Cotman. Seeing that Gehrman Sparrow was silent, he continued adding, At sea, even the king of the 5 seas and Queen Mystic won't be his equal. Captain said he's a sequence 3 demigod. The potion's name is, it's, Sea King. Sea King. Upon hearing the name to John Cotman's sequence, the first thing Klein thought of was the complete honorific name of the Lord of Storms. The King of the Skies, the Emperor of the Seas, the Lord of Calamity, the God of Storms. Sequence 3 is Sea King. Sequence 0 contains the elements of Sea Emperor, so it does match well. I wonder what Sequence 0 of the Storm Pathway is called. Klein looked out the window again and saw that, although the weather was still gloomy, the morning sun was up. The sound of the tide had retreated, and the rain had stopped. He pulled back his thoughts and analyzed the situation from the information that Danitz had revealed. The potion name is Sea King, which means that the corresponding sequence 3 demigods, saints, have to act as a Sea King. And all acting has one premise, which is that one possesses all the powers needed. As a Sea King, he would definitely be a powerful ruler of the seas that he controls even if there's a distance limitation. He would be able to walk freely on the seabed, cause tsunamis as he wishes, raise the sea level and control marine life, fighting in their home ground. They're absolutely capable of suppressing all demigods of the same level. The King of the 5 Seas and Queen Mystic are roughly at this level as well. It's just that there are differences in strength because of the different degrees of digestion and their grasp on their powers. But no matter what, as long as they're at sea, Sea Kings are nearly unbeatable. With the abilities displayed by the Sea King, coupled with the oceanic environment, if one hasn't seen the eternal blazing sun, true creator, and other true gods, it's not incomprehensible that people would worship him, believe in him, and pray to him. Many of the deities who received primitive worship might be at this level. They might not even be angels. Yes, don't look directly at God refers to a true deity. Previously, sea god Calvetua didn't give me such a feeling, nor did Amon's avatar. Of course, I can't be sure if the actual body of a king of angels has some kind of attribute that also doesn't allow one to look directly at them. One is a sea god who's on the verge of collapse and at most, a sequence 3, while the other is a Sea King who is in good condition and is able to use sealed artifacts at any time. The outcome is obvious. John Cotman would definitely be able to suppress Calvetua's madness to prevent the sea from drowning Byam. He would prevent the entire Blue Mountain Island and its many cities from turning into a lost sea ruin. Just wait a few more days. Calvetua's madness will completely dissipate, which will end up resolving the matter. This is the simplest and most effective way to deal with the situation, and it wouldn't bring about any panic at all. Most people here wouldn't even detect anything amiss. However, there are also some problems. Firstly, there shouldn't be any other accidents. It's a mystery what that archaeologist, Letitia, did in Simeem Island. She had single-handedly orchestrated the death of the sea god. Perhaps the forces backing her, either the Moses ascetic order or the element dawn, might take the opportunity to seek something. This is the greatest dormant danger. Yes, there should also be a high-sequence beyonder in the Governor-General's office and the military. This is a colony base the kingdom has in the Sonia Sea. Things won't turn out too bad. Then, there are the fanatical believers who will most likely become sacrifices as Calvetua becomes madder and closer to its death. They are like stalks during the harvest, falling down in bunches. However, for the Church of Storms, this isn't too bad of a development. The most pious of the heretics would die with their deity, which would save them the trouble of screening and handling them. If they aren't too pious, they wouldn't be affected too much, and it's possible to reform them. The only drawback is that the Rorstad archipelago would be lacking in manpower for a long period of time. Although such a problem is troublesome, as long as they grit their teeth, things can be resolved. Thus, the Church of Storms, Sea King John Cotman is more likely to sit back and do nothing. I wonder how many people will die in the native enclaves and slums because of this. Klein's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a uniform set of footsteps and a roar high in the sky. Instinctively, he looked up and saw airships painted in dark blue, with several cannon muzzles and machine guns sticking out, fly past him as they headed in different directions. On the main street, soldiers in red coats, white pants, and black leather boots were lined up in neat rows. They were carrying rifles and dragging cannons as contingents of them moved past. The tense and solemn atmosphere suddenly spread. This is a colony. Klein inexplicably felt mixed feelings as he sighed to himself. I wonder how long it will take the church to get rid of that sea serpent and find the place where it's hidden. That place is definitely a treasure trove with countless precious items. Danitz, whose main job was a treasure hunter, suddenly spoke, appearing both expectant and full of regret. His attitude had changed extremely quickly. He had already reduced the sea god to a sea serpent, using it as a pronoun. The church won't do anything other than keeping the matter suppressed. They'll see Calvetua perish just from waiting for a few days. Of course, members of the Church of Storms might not have that kind of patience, especially when I've heard that John Cotman's main job is being a high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers. It's just that, with the archipelago isolated overseas, he also works part-time as a cardinal to unify his authority. Perhaps his style of doing things is more like that of a mandated punisher. The place where Calvetua is hiding, that ruin is almost integrated into the spirit world. Finding it wouldn't be so easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led such an abject existence until today. At this thought, Klein suddenly had an idea. Finding the ruin where Calvetua is hiding would be very difficult to find from the real world. Since it has already perished, it's not something that can be found in a year or so, unless more accurate information is obtained. But if the search was done from the spirit world would make it even harder to pinpoint its location, but it doesn't completely lack options. Snake of Mercury Will Osepton had once done so with the help of his folded crane. I still have no idea how to do that exactly, but that's not important. I can ask Mr. Azik. Death's domain controls part of the authority of the spirit world. The underworld, or should I say hell, was created by Phoenix ancestor Gregrace in the spirit world. A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He took out the ancient and exquisite copper whistle, put it to his mouth, and blew into it. He believed that even if he returned to the bedroom or entered the washroom, the messenger's massive body would be discovered by Danitz, who similarly had a non-trivial spiritual perception, so he didn't avoid him. Danitz was imagining the treasures of sea god Calvetua when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He felt something inwardly, and he quickly activated his spirit vision before looking to the side. There, he saw white bones spewing out from the floor and flying upwards. forming a giant skeleton with an illusory head that pierced through the ceiling. The skeleton slightly lowered its head. Its two pitch-black flames at its eyes were visible even through the ceiling. The oppressive feeling brought by its massive body made Danitz jump to the side. His body was half-bent, and he conjured a scarlet flame in the palm of his right hand. What kind of monster is this? Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow in surprise, only to see him holding a copper whistle and lifting his head as he looked at the skeletal monster. Klein looked up at the huge messenger as the huge messenger looked down at him. Both parties seemed frozen in place. "TSK, I was too anxious. I summoned the messenger before I even wrote the letter. Should I make it stay here or let it return first and let it come back later? I'm Gehrman Sparrow now, yes, Gehrman Sparrow." Klein didn't say anything. He indifferently withdrew his gaze, took his time to find a pen and paper, and he began to write the letter. He gave a general description of the matter regarding sea god Calvetua, but he concealed the fact that he had nearly been possessed and how he had to borrow the gray fog to dissipate the curse. He mixed in information about Calvetua's ruins, where it hid, when describing the dream he just had. Perhaps a solution can be produced using the spirit world, but I lack the corresponding knowledge and hope to receive your guidance. Klein folded the paper and turned to see that the messenger's hand had clenched at some point in time. He pretended not to notice anything and threw the letter up. The messenger paused for a second. Then it opened its hand and caught the letter. Its body suddenly disintegrated, and its bones crumbled down, drilling into the floor. What was that? Danitz finally uttered a sound. Klein glanced at him and replied calmly, "Messenger. Messenger?" Danitz was stunned for a moment before understanding what he meant. Such a huge and terrifying monster is actually a messenger used for delivering letters? Indeed, there's a powerful secret organization behind Gehrman Sparrow. If I had such a messenger, everyone on the ship would envy me. It would be really, really cool. Danitz thought of how he would brag and flaunt his messenger when he returned to the ship. Putting away Azek's copper whistle, Klein got a chair and sat down, prepared to eat breakfast in a while. After a while he heard knocking at the door. Danitz warily went over, and with the help of the peephole, he noticed that the person at the door was a middle-aged man with a boat-shaped hat. "Elend? How did you find this place?" Danitz asked as he opened the door. The visitor was the captain of the White Agate, just Elend. With wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, Elend looked into the room and chuckled. "When you were checking into this hotel, you used Gehrman Sparrow's name for the registration. It's easy with a look. That's because this identity is quite proper and innocent. Besides, in the eyes of the Church of Storms, I belong to the military." Klein slowly stood up and said to Elend, "What happened?" Elend pointed outside and said, "Bayam met with an accident, but it's not a big problem. The military has joined forces with the church, and they're currently conducting a search and arrest operation throughout the city. They're searching for a few powerful beyonders who are archaeologists in name. In order to find the target as soon as possible, the military has used all their resources, but it's still not enough for such a large city. Heh. They believe that although you're of unknown origin, you're very friendly to us. They hope you can help with the search and prevent any accidents from happening. The corresponding remuneration will be available after the matter. This is all thanks to you for exaggerating my degree of friendliness. That is to say, after the Church of the Goddess and the Church of Steam and Machinery, I can once again receive money from the military." For a moment, Klein felt mixed feelings. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, Elend added, "Although there won't be any major problems, the earlier we find the target, the earlier we can control the corresponding disaster. And perhaps that might save a few more people." Klein fell silent for a moment before gently nodding. "Okay." Seeing Gehrman Sparrow put on his coat and hat and pick up his cane, Danitz recalled that he had apparently been forgotten. He coughed once, and under the gaze of two pairs of eyes he said, Do I need to follow? It's best not to. Who knows what would happen? Before this, we had only stopped at Bansi Harbor, but we ended up encountering a rather strange situation. Last night, I brought Gehrman Sparrow to visit the Resistance's liaison and ended up being involved with the Sea God's curse. Today, if I were to follow this madman to search for Letitia and the other archaeologists, then who knows what would happen. Danitz looked down and glanced down at his left arm, which was still tied with a splint. In a matter of days, he felt that he had encountered more events than he had in months or even half a year. You can stay here, but someone will be here for the sweep later. Eland laughed. Someone will sweep this area? And then the great pirate Blazing would be caught and turned into gold pounds? Danitz frowned and laughed dryly. Aside from the reward, there aren't many opportunities to earn money from the military. I'm very willing to give it a try. The only problem is that you'll have to wait a few minutes. I'll don a disguise, Mr. Captain. I don't want to put you on the spot by causing unnecessary misunderstandings. If I don't disguise myself, for a great pirate like myself to engage in operations with the military and the church, it will only result in me being captured immediately. Danitz imagined himself being pressed down, having a knee crushing his back, struggling like a catfish. After thinking for a few seconds, Eland took out an iron-black mask from his inside pocket and tossed it over. Just put it on. I will explain the rest. Yes, there's no need to waste time on useless disguises. Klein evaluated inwardly. Without a word, he turned the handle and walked out of the room. Eland followed close behind, and Danitz hurried to catch up with them as he grabbed his coat and put on the iron mask. When they reached the street where there was a lot of flooding but no pedestrians on the streets, Klein pressed down on his hat and asked, "How do we start?" Eland laughed. "In regions. My Beyonder job has some special characteristics. As long as I see the person in the flesh in a photo or a sketch, then I'll be able to firmly remember the target's appearance and obtain an additional sense on an extraordinary level. Yes, I can also detect any abnormalities and grasp indistinct traces. When put together, it allows me to do investigative sweeps in a rather effective manner. Sequence 8 Sheriff of the Arbiter Pathway." Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked as they walked, "Do you have their belongings?" The poster Danitz had posted last night had a portrait of Letitia attached to it. Klein had used ritualistic magic to pray to himself and produce it. No, Eland shook his head. We have yet to learn of their previous whereabouts. The only things that we can confirm is that they didn't return from Simim Island until around 3 p.m. yesterday. And after 2 p.m., no passenger ships left the docks. And that due to the weather this morning, only entry is permitted. In other words, Letitia and company haven't left by boat yet. Klein understood what Eland meant. Danitz suddenly let out a sneer. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe they left Byam yesterday afternoon and went to the other cities on the island. Blue Mountain Island was the largest island in the Rorstad archipelago. It was very large in size and had dense forests and rich mineral resources. Therefore, there were many cities on the island, and they were all built around fertile land with astonishing mineral resource reserves. For this wealth, the Lone Kingdom first bribed the indigenous princes, then forced them to use force, and finally set up the Governor-General's office. In a more efficient manner, it opened wide roads leading to cities and completed several important railways. This was in the form of establishing a corresponding railway company to sell shares and raise funds on the Backlund Stock Exchange. Of course, these large projects were accompanied by the deaths of many local people, sinister construction workplaces, excessive work, almost slave-like treatment, and a fairly modest salary, which allowed bodies to be buried one after another under the roadbed and railroad ties. To this day, a large number of locals still loathed the railway, believing that it had swallowed a large amount of human life and brought about countless suffering. It was the symbol of an evil god and devil. Eland turned his head to glance at Danitz and said, "If they leave by land, then there's nothing to worry about." "Why?" Danitz asked, puzzled. "It's very simple. The roads that lead through the forest are controlled by the resistance, and the majority of the resistance are believers of the sea god. Hence, how would Letitia and the others, who were responsible for Calvetua's breakdown, dare to pass through these regions at night? If they dared to, then it can only mean one thing. They didn't realize the severity of the consequences of what they had done in the sea god ruins on Simim Island. This also negates the conjecture that either the Moses ascetic order or Element Dawn has other motives. Klein controlled the urge to shake his head, and he followed Elend into another street. Without explaining anything, Elend took out a notice and handed it to Gehrman Sparrow. The main target is this woman. I drew this woman. Klein glanced at it before tossing it to Danitz. At this moment, they heard the intense sound of fighting coming from the side room. She has been found? Danitz asked the question Klein wanted to ask. Probably not. Elend shook his head. According to the orders, the first thing to do when discovering the target is to release red fireworks. Once it appears, everyone will close in on that location. If one encounters other wanted criminals who they cannot handle alone, they are to release orange fireworks. Surrounding teams would rush over to reinforce them. If they're ordinary pirates or criminals, we are to handle them ourselves. Let's wait. Perhaps it's because the fireworks couldn't be released in time. While he was talking, the glass on the third story of the house facing the street shattered with a crack. A bear-like brawny man jumped down. His speed was extremely fast as he ran into the distance like a cheetah. At this moment, an enormous shadow enveloped him, and Gatling sounds came from the sky above. The brawny man's body was almost torn apart by the machine gun fire as he fell to the ground without putting up any resistance. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. If the residents weren't forbidden to leave their homes, then they would have screamed. At some point in time, the airship had floated over, but it didn't stop and had turned toward another direction. Goltet. Danitz recognized the victim. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow turn his head over, he forced a smile and said, "This is the leader of a pirate crew. He's from Faysac, with a bounty of 950 pounds. Faysac. So they really are savages. He actually ran on a curfewed street, completely unaware to be on guard of attacks from above. That's right. Some pirates spent the entire night in a drunken stupor. They have no idea that even airships have been dispatched. If he had planned his escape route, then he might have been able to dodge the machine gun fire." Klein looked away and watched the monster in dark blue paint fly over the roof. When Danitz saw the pirate's outcome, he was grateful that he had followed Gehrman out. Seeing that the alert over here had been lifted, Elend didn't linger any longer and led Klein and Danitz to the area that he was in charge of. After walking quickly for 5 or 6 minutes, they saw a barricade at the intersection in front of them. Guns were mounted and cannons were set up. Lone soldiers in red uniforms stood guard over the area in silence. On the other side of the barricade, 20 to 30 corpses lay scattered on the ground, forming a vanguard formation. Their clothes were tattered and their faces gaunt, clearly indicating that they were natives. A little further away, several young native children were hiding in the corner. They were quietly looking at them in fear. Their eyes were dark and their faces were dirty. Klein and company fell silent for a few seconds before circling around the area. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Furs lifted the ceramic cup from the table and felt the heat. She roused herself and quietly waited for any changes. The temperature of the hot water dropped rapidly, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of the liquid. White frost appeared on the rim of the cup. "I'm a trickmaster now." Furs closed her eyes in delight. She didn't waste any time after receiving the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, immediately concocting the potion and completing the advancement. She obtained quite a number of spells with lower potency. Among them, Furs's favorites were Fog, Wind, Flash, Freezing, Electric Shock, and Tumble, which made people slip. Only at this point did she feel that she was a complete beyonder. She was no longer someone who could only pass through walls or rely solely on ritualistic magic. At almost noon, Elend, with the help of Klein and Danitz, had completed most of the investigation. "Let's eat some bread and drink some water before continuing." He took off his boat-shaped hat and spoke with parched lips. Klein was about to nod when he saw an orange firework fly into the air not far away. Without hesitation, Elend put on his hat and ran in that direction. "I'll go and support them." Orange means other wanted criminals that cannot be dealt with. Who could it be? Danitz said to himself with interest. He switched to a gait of raising his legs high as he proceeded forward, hoping that the battle would be over before he arrived. Then, he saw Gehrman Sparrow follow behind just Elend, leaving him alone by himself. Glancing at the dark blue monster flying in his direction, Danitz let out a hollow laugh and quickened his pace. 2 minutes later, they arrived at their destination and saw a house with a lawn facing the street. 3 or 4 military personnel were lying on the ground. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling as if they had been thrown into a frozen lake. The more Klein walked in that direction, the colder it felt. It was as if he had arrived in the polar regions. Soon, he discovered that the ditches outside the house were filled with thick snow. Just then, a burst of female laughter came from inside the house at varying pitches, alternating between craziness and strangeness. Ha ha ha. Jaya ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jaya ha ha ha. Danitz couldn't help but stop and touch his neck, which was covered in goosebumps, with his right hand. With a clanging sound, the window opened and a charred body flew out. It landed hard on the ground, as if it were caught in an inferno. With just a glance, Klein was able to recognize through his spiritual intuition that this was one of the 3 male adventurers who had followed Letitia. The target appears to have been found. Klein looked away and made a rough judgment. As there were no portraits, the dead adventurer's face was burned black, which meant that Elend clearly didn't recognize this as one of their targets. After observing the situation and listening to the creepy laughter for a few seconds, he pointed to the 3 or 4 military personnel lying outside the house. Drag them back first, then wait for the other teams to arrive before launching our attack. Or... He hesitated for a moment. Then he raised his head to look at the approaching dark blue airship. Without another word, and without instructing Klein and Danitz, Elend ran to the unconscious military personnel whose faces were purple. Tap, tap, tap. The closer he got, the weaker his steps became. In the end, his body became stiff and every step he took became extremely difficult. Elend, who had been the bosun of the Imperial Navy, was experienced. He decisively stopped moving forward and turned around slowly, walking back 1 step at a time. The more he walked, the smoother it became. However, he was still shaking uncontrollably. His eyebrows and temples were covered in a thin layer of frost. A quick freezing effect that defies common sense. An extreme cold reminiscent of a disaster. With Elend's attempt, Klein was able to grasp the danger level of this area, and he could only sigh inwardly. Unfortunately, the sun brooch isn't able to produce actual heat. It's only a stimulation of one's mind. Although it can make a body generate clear effects, it will only allow a person to withstand this cold for 3 to 4 seconds at most. Looking at Elend's chattering teeth and how he was unable to open his mouth despite wanting to say something, Klein's gaze swept over Danitz. He threw his cane and said in a low voice, "Fire! Fire?" Danitz was stunned at first, but he quickly understood Gehrman Sparrow. He had also witnessed the entire process of Elend's failure. A scarlet fireball that couldn't be considered bright formed on Danitz's right palm, and he threw it towards the flanks of the military personnel. The fireball traveled for nearly 20 meters and then landed on the ground without creating an explosive sound. Instead, it quietly rose into the air. The scarlet pillar of fire emitted sizzling sounds as it continuously shrank and quickly dimmed. Suddenly, it expanded, as if it was in a desperate struggle before it perished. Klein, wearing a black tweed coat, jumped out and landed right next to the military personnel. He bent down and reached out with both hands and grabbed the man's clothes. Then, he pushed his feet against the ground, exerted strength at his waist, and threw the man out. The military personnel immediately flew into the air, smoothly flying out before landing 10 meters away from the area, escaping the region with the coldest chill. After doing this, Klein snapped his fingers and lit a match in his pocket before the chill seeped into his body. The scarlet streams of flames gushed out like water, instantly enveloping him. By the time everything faded, Klein had disappeared from his location. Flames leaped out, flickering and extinguishing from time to time. With the help of Danitz's fireballs and his own matches, Klein constantly phased around in the extremely cold area, easily throwing out several military personnel. After 2 to 3 attempts, he carried the last member of the military back to his original position. Elend had clearly recovered as he gave a thumbs up. "I'm very glad and honored to have made the decision to ask for your help today, Captain. I like your tactful praises. Also, remember to raise the remuneration." Klein nodded politely, half-turned, and looked at the open windows of the house. He heard the laughter grow stranger. Danitz pursed his lips to the side and silently cursed Elend. "Did you not see the contribution I made? Although my fireball has become something akin to a prop for a magic show, it still made actual contributions. This guy's nickname is just Elend. But he's not just at all." As he muttered, a shadow loomed over the area, and the airship had arrived in the air opposite them. "Evacuate the people in the surrounding houses," an officer shouted from the airship. After Elend and 2 other teams cleared several nearby buildings, the airship lowered its altitude and adjusted its cannon muzzles. Boom! 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 The cannons fired continuously, bombarding the house, which was still filled with creepy laughter. Hearing the explosions and seeing the flashes of flames, Klein sighed as he held his cane. This is the firepower bombardment he advocated. He had once proposed it in Tingen City but was unable to put it into practice. And today, however, the overseas colonists were producing the real scene before him. Elend and the others stood guard in different positions under the deafening sound of the cannons, so as to prevent the people or perhaps monsters inside from breaking out. Soon the house collapsed, and smoke rose from the piles of masonry. All the snow and ice was gone. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning flashed, openly striking the airship. Klein frowned. He saw that the airship was completely still and heard a steam boiler produce a jarring sound. The dark blue monster in the sky lost some control. Significant amounts of smoke began to billow out as it began descending to the side. "Seems like they're being shielded by ammunition and being protected by an outer layer of air. I thought it would cause an explosion, blasting the airship to pieces." Klein turned his full attention back to the collapsed house. When he initially felt the extreme coldness and saw the male adventurer's charred body, he thought he had met another demoness, one who grasped the witch potion formula. Having dealt with demonesses several times, he knew that Beyonders of this pathway could control ice and black flames from Sequence 7. But that flash of lightning had made him reject this judgment. He believed that Letitia was indeed a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or Element Dawn, a real woman. The moment Klein arrived at this conclusion, the pile of bricks and wood were immediately lifted away. The bright red and charred figure crawled out, with its elbows used to prop it up from the ground. She was a female, and Letitia's original appearance could barely be recognized. This made Elend and the others shocked to discover that they had already found their target. However, compared to before, Letitia's current state was both terrifying and miserable. Her body was covered in black spots. The artillery shells had torn open red holes that lined her body. White fascia that seemed to have a life of its own was squirming inside her body. The top of her head had split open, and her brain came oozing out, sticking to the surface like the palms of children overlapping each other. Her gray eyes were out of focus, one of them blazing with fire, the other flashing with lightning. 2 heads that were screaming in pain were embedded at her abdomen below her chest. They were the other 2 male adventurers. Not only has she lost control, but she also appears to be corrupted. She was already severely injured from the previous bombardment, and her aura had dropped to an extreme level. Klein didn't take action and instead watched as the Beyonders from the military began to attack. Psychic piercing, whip of pain, purifying bullets, and small-caliber gunfire were launched. With this series of attacks, Rampager Letitia, who only had enough time to crack the ground and spread the crack outwards, completely broke down and became a dismembered corpse. Pa! Her torso fell to the ground, and the heads of the 2 male adventurers rolled out. Klein's eyes slightly narrowed. He discovered that there was a yellowish-brown book hidden within the flesh and blood of Letitia's abdomen. On the surface of the book, there was a line of words written in Elven. Book of Calamity. Why do these books and notebooks always find themselves in the stomachs of people? It's the same as the Antigonus family's notebook last time, Klein lampooned. Then he suspected that the Book of Calamity was the item that the fake archaeologist, Letitia, had taken from the ruins of the sea god. At this moment, some military personnel grabbed the two male adventurers' heads who still seemed capable of speaking and hurriedly asked, "What did you do in the ruin of the sea god?" "Sea god's ruins?" One of the male adventurers answered with pain and confusion. "We haven't been there." He tried to move his eyes to check the situation below his neck. "The sea god ruin in Simim Island." The military personnel reminded him. "No, we didn't." The male adventurer wanted to shake his head, but he couldn't do so. "We went to an ancient elven ruin. Letitia found a book there. She liked it very much. She quickly began to study it. Then she went mad. She's crazy." As the male adventurer shouted out, whatever was left of his mind completely dissipated. "It's not a lost temple of the sea god but a ruin of the ancient elves? This is different from what I imagined." Klein was about to listen carefully when Elend came over and politely asked him and Danitz to distance themselves from the interrogation. Turning into another street, Klein slowed down and thought about the whole thing. Why would Letitia's act of taking the Book of Calamity out of the ancient elven ruins cause sea god Calvetua to be no longer capable of maintaining its existence, slowly bringing it to the point of breakdown? What's the connection between the two? Elves, sea god. According to Little Sun, the ancient god, Elf King Siniathrim, wielded the present authorities of the Lord of Storms. That is to say, the elves no doubt possess Sequence 3 Sea King, or an even higher Sequence 2. Could it be that it was by chance that this sea serpent, Calvetua, discovered a ruin of the elves at the bottom of the sea, directly devoured the Beyonder characteristics left behind by a certain high elf, and was lucky enough to survive the two possibilities of death and losing control? As such, it succeeded in acquiring the rank of a demigod and gradually gained the faith of the Rorsted Archipelago's natives? Klein slowly came to a realization, and he had to thank Mr. Hanged Man for this. Initially, Little Sun didn't reveal the corresponding authorities of the 8 ancient gods, but later, under the guidance of the Hanged Man, he explained some things, including the Elf King Siniathrim general situation. As for devouring Beyonder characteristics or the corresponding ingredients to advance, it wasn't something that didn't happen. Before the potion system was fully constructed, the human ancestors had made similar attempts to obtain Beyonder powers. However, only a very small group of extremely fortunate people had managed to survive to become Beyonders without becoming monsters, lunatics, or dying on the spot, with their flesh and blood falling apart. Such an attempt had a 1 in 1,000 chance of success, or even a 1 in 10,000 chance. After the potion system was established, no one was willing to take such a great risk. If that's the case, then Calvetua was indeed very lucky back then. Of course, there's also the factor of its strong physique. However, its intelligence didn't seem to increase much, only being capable of deceiving its believers. It didn't actually find any traces of the elven ruins on Simim Island, and how it's closely related to the one it's hiding in. After Letitia and company took the Book of Calamity, that ruin collapsed, causing Calvetua's hiding spot to experience abnormalities, resulting in the barely surviving Calvetua to be unable to hold out any longer. This can explain how Letitia and company managed to easily succeed. There aren't any members of the Resistance or the Sea God's followers defending the area. Only when something happened did Calvetua discover the problem and realize the connection between the two ruins. With what he just gathered, Klein tried to explain what he had been wondering about the whole time. This included why the dying sea god Calvetua didn't allow its followers to become carriers. It would have reduced most of the accidents and made things easier. With the brutality Calvetua displayed, it was only right that it made such a choice. The answer Klein arrived at was that the body Calvetua wanted to corrupt and possess had to have a certain amount of elven blood, and that was the only way to survive the transfer of Beyonder characteristics up to a certain level. However, when Klein touched it, due to the gray fog and his uniqueness, it allowed Calvetua to instantly find a better target. Klein had just sorted out his thoughts when Elend caught up with the two and said with a smile, "We found the target. The investigation is over. I'll bring you back to the hotel first, and I'll bring the remuneration in 2 days. Also, it's best if you don't go out today." Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's character by only nodding slightly without giving any verbal response. On the way back to the Wind of Azure Inn, Danitz clearly had some doubts or wistful thoughts on his mind, but due to the presence of Eland, who was part of the military, he could only change the subject and discuss with great interest about which pirates would end up being caught in the city's thorough sweep today. To him, they weren't friends as long as those guys didn't belong to the Golden Dream. They weren't worth sympathizing with. After entering the hotel room and watching Eland leave, he closed the door and said while clicking his tongue, "The Book of Calamity, Ancient Elven Ruins. This really is an interesting matter, but how did the elves end up like devils? Just by casually taking their book. A casual flip through it had caused that woman to go insane and lose control. What kind of image do you have of elves? Living in the mountains and seas, specializing in cooking, creatures who enjoy nature? According to Little Sun, the 8 ancient gods before the cataclysm were all very tyrannical, very cruel, and very evil. Among them was the elf king Sinaithrim, and the elves who believed in him and viewed him as their king couldn't have been any better. One can make a comparison with the members of the Aurora Order. The Beyonder races left behind by the Dark Epic basically can't be associated with the good alignment that normal people have in mind. Klein replied in his mind. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that after the ancient gods' fall, the dragons, giants, elves, sanguine, and other living creatures would gradually extricate themselves from the negative effects and become more normal. However, this was only limited to the middle and lower levels, and it didn't include the demigod powerhouses. And the high elf that left behind the Book of Calamity was clearly the latter. With a thought, Klein suddenly realized something. Danitz understands Elvish. He recognized the title of the ancient goatskin book as the Book of Calamity. Vice Admiral Iceberg has actually taught her crew to such an extent. Not only does it include ancient Fasak, but she has also taught them Elvish, which can stir up the powers of nature. Perhaps Jotun and ancient Hermes are all part of the curriculum on the Golden Dream. They really are a bunch of pirates with knowledge and dreams. However, Ma'am Captain, aren't you being a little overboard on certain subjects? Danitz is lacking in so many other aspects. That's right. The most important thing for a pirate whose main job is to be a treasure hunter has to be mastering the ancient languages. Klein ignored Danitz's comments and looked out the window. The sky remained gloomy, as if a heavy rain would fall at any time. It made one involuntarily feel suppressed. Klein nodded slightly, feeling slightly relaxed as he thought. Letitia has been found. Being aware of the ancient elven ruin on Simim Island, the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military will likely use its connection to the place where Calvetua is hiding to find the sea god that is becoming progressively crazier. Or they might use the ruin to speed up its collapse. That way, apart from the most fervent and pious sea god believers dying, the rest basically won't suffer any harm. Klein had originally thought of using the spirit world to locate sea god Calvetua's hiding spot after it died before the official Beyonders did. He could then infiltrate it, taking the treasure with him. But even before the plan had begun, the appearance of the Book of Calamity pushed his plan to the verge of failure. Phew, it's fine. It only existed in my imagination, and it never belonged to me. It's fine if I don't get it. I don't even know what I'll get. Letting this matter get resolved this way is for the best. Klein withdrew his gaze from the weather, his mood calm and relaxed. He just inevitably felt a slight sense of loss. That day, he and Danitz followed Ellen's advice and didn't head out again. They only remained in the inn. In Byam City, there would be the sound of gunfire and explosions from time to time. This continued until the sky turned dark. The next morning, Klein got up on time and found that there were layers of clouds in the sky, and the sky remained dark. This meant that the confrontation between the Church of Storms Cardinal, high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, John Cotman, and sea god Calvetua was still ongoing. Klein felt pain in his stomach and prepared to head to the washroom with the newspapers. However, he gave up on that idea when he saw Danitz leisurely reading a newspaper while lying in a reclining chair, munching on a piece of white bread in his mouth. Reading the newspaper while on a toilet doesn't match Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Although it would be boring, I mustn't slack off on acting. I've once again found a difference in the behavior between my true self and my disguised identity. Klein summed it up in silence and went into the washroom. He took off his pants and sat down on the toilet, staring almost in a daze at the pale white wall in front of him, as if he could read words from it. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his molars and activated his spirit vision. Two thick, long white bones appeared in front of him. They were the messenger's legs. The messenger stood there, its head passing through the ceiling, but its black flames in its eye sockets could still be seen. It lowered its head slightly and looked down at Klein, who was sitting on the toilet. Klein looked up, stunned for 2 seconds, his mind filled with a baffling thought. Should I act like a woman, hurriedly covering my nether regions, or should I just be open and fearless? Before he could make up his mind, the messenger dropped the letter, disintegrated into a pile of bones, and disappeared into the floor. Took a moment for Klein to react before he caught Mr. Azek's reply. This messenger is being more and more impolite. Can't you see that I'm using the toilet? Don't you know to knock on the door or to squeeze it through the crack under the door? Klein cursed in anger and amusement. After giving it some more thought, he felt that it would be putting the messenger in a tough spot to pass the letter through the crack in the door. The 4-meter-tall giant had to lie down in order to reach that position. Just thinking about it is rather funny. Well, the next time I write a letter, I'll add a paragraph so that Mr. Azek can educate the messenger so that he will be more polite. Klein unfurled the letter and read Azek's reply. According to the knowledge I've recalled, I can provide you with 2 methods. The first requires certain prerequisites. If a unique item belonging to you or someone else is located where sea god Kelvetua is, you can use divination to easily locate its position. The other prerequisite is that you can enter the spirit world. I have plenty of methods for this. I'll list the most common 3. The second method is to use a secret deed ritual and pray to Red Light Ire Moria. He represents authority and will. At a certain level, he grasps the relevant knowledge of the creatures in the spirit world and the locations in the spirit world. So Red Light of the 7 pure lights is named Ire Moria. The principle of a secret deed ritual is to adjust one's state, release one's mind and body, and align oneself with the target of the prayer bit by bit. Finally, an overlapping will occur, allowing one to acquire the corresponding knowledge. And this kind of alignment and overlapping is relative. While acquiring knowledge, my secrets will also be open to the target of the prayer. I can't trust Red Light. I have too many secrets. Klein's first reaction was to rule out the second approach. As for the first solution, there was also the chance of failure. Klein didn't have any unique items located where sea god Kelvetua hid itself. Either I use the help of the resistance and send something to Kelvetua, or I'll have to find the original owner of an item sacrificed to sea god from its believer. Furthermore, it has to be unique. Send something to Kelvetua. As he thought, Klein suddenly had an idea. He braced himself and considered it over and over again, thinking that there was a certain probability of success. After finishing his deed in the washroom, Klein washed his hands, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He planned on attempting divination and received a revelation that there was danger, but it was manageable as long as it was handled properly. With all of this done, he returned to the living room and walked towards the reclining chair. Danitz immediately sat up and said with a dry laugh, "Is there something? Do you know the words to the prayer relating to the sea god?" Klein asked with an unperturbed tone. Danitz spread out his hands and suddenly hissed, "Dogs hit." He softly cursed his injured arm and switched to smiling. "Yes, I've seen a few members of the resistance hold rituals. The details are, adorer of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Kelvetua." By the way, the 2 instances that it was effective were recited in Elvish. Adorer of the sea and spirit world. Its bearing is very low. It's not the same as my honorific name. That's true. I created it by copying it from the 7 true gods. Klein nodded gently and said, Do you know where there are empty warehouses and abandoned houses? Of course. Every great pirate knows a few. Danitz replied without hesitation. Klein turned around and walked towards the coat rack. Take me there. To do what? Although Danitz was puzzled, he didn't dare ask. In the dock area, in a dirty and dilapidated warehouse, Danitz watched Gehrman Sparrow take out 3 candles and several metal bottles. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he asked, What are you planning on doing? Klein didn't look back and replied very calmly, Sacrifice. To whom? Danitz pressed with interest. Klein set up the altar, took out an iron cigar case and calmly said, Calvetua. His plan was to give something directly to see God Calvetua. As long as Calvetua accepted it, he could use divination and other methods to find its hiding place. As for whether or not Calvetua would accept it, he had certainly considered it, believing that it was a definite possibility. As Calvetua was currently on the verge of death, it was in a state of extreme madness, with little sense of reason. It acted on instinct alone, and it might have a strong desire for the aura of the gray fog. Therefore, Klein was prepared to sacrifice an iron cigar case that was often placed above the gray fog. He wanted to see if Calvetua would accept it or not, and if he didn't, he wouldn't suffer any losses. He could then pretend as though nothing had happened. Sacrifice to see God Calvetua? At that moment, Danitz found his brain lacking. He couldn't comprehend what was on Gehrman Sparrow's mind. Are you crazy? How could it accept your sacrifice? Even if it's accepted, what would be the point? It's dying. And it's very dangerous. Danitz blurted out. Immediately, he added inwardly, no, Gehrman Sparrow isn't crazy because he has always been crazy. Klein glanced at him and simply said, In this domain, I'm an expert. When it comes to sacrificial rituals, I'm an expert. Klein wasn't modest about this. Danitz felt choked, unable to say a word. He quickly stepped aside and watched as Gehrman Sparrow lit the candles, burned some powder, and dripped some extract. Taking in the smell that pervaded the air, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Why, you're using the wrong materials, right? He remembered that the resistance didn't use things like full moon essence oil, slumber flower, or chamomile when sacrificing to the sea god. It's not like you're praying to the Evernight goddess. Klein turned his head to look at him. Then he returned his gaze to the altar. That wouldn't be an issue. As a professional who often offered and received sacrifices, he was very aware that the burning of extracts, essential oils, and herbal powder mainly had 2 uses. One was to help the ritual's host to better adjust his spirituality and enter the proper state. And the other was to please the corresponding deity, to please the target of the sacrificial object, and to increase the probability of a response. In this aspect, every deity had certain characteristics and preferences. This sacrifice, on the other hand, mainly relied on Calvetua's abnormal state of mind. It had gone completely crazy, and it thirsted for the gray fog's aura. Neither of the 2 could be missing, and everything else wasn't important. As long as the aforementioned 2 conditions were satisfied, pleasing Calvetua or not didn't affect the ritual. It neither increased the success rate nor would it increase the possibility of failure. It could be completely handled in a perfunctory manner. If Calvetua still retains its reason, and even if I were to strictly follow the requirements of its ritual, do you think it would respond to me? Klein silently lampooned and took half a step back, ready to start the most important part of the ritual. He thought for a moment. Then, without turning his head, he said directly, Stay further away. Me? Instead of getting angry, Danitz was overjoyed. He quickly nodded. All right, okay. He rushed to the door of the warehouse, planning to escape the moment something went wrong. Klein half closed his eyes, cogitating about the countless spherical lights that overlapped each other, and he quickly entered the proper state. He chanted softly in Elvish, Adorer of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rörsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take this offering. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. As he said the awkward sentences one after another, The sound of wind rose within the wall of spirituality, as if it was going to overturn everything. Klein's clothes fluttered in the wind as he took out another small metal bottle that he had prepared beforehand. He poured about 5 milliliters of the remaining thousand-faced hunter's blood into the air. This was a material filled with spirituality. The strong winds sucked the drops of blood, howling as it drilled into the candle flame that symbolized sea god Calvetua. Without a sound, the candle flame burgeoned to form an illusory door. On the surface there were symbols and magic labels. From the inside, the faint sound of crashing sea waves could be heard. Suddenly, all signs of movement vanished. There was only the sound of breathing that reverberated through the illusory door, as though there was something hiding behind it. Something massive that was suppressing its hunger with great difficulty. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of the loud, heavy breathing became clearer and clearer, to the point that even despite being situated at the door of the warehouse, Danitz still felt his scalp tingle. Bang! The illusory door suddenly opened, and something that visibly resembled a hurricane poured out. Amidst the sharp wailing sounds, Danitz felt the invisible wall of spirituality shatter. He discovered that he had been thrown into the air like a small boat in a storm. He slammed into the door, producing a dull thud. He fell outside the warehouse, his back scuffed from several wooden splinters. The scarlet fireball that he had instinctively condensed in his hand instantly dimmed and was quickly extinguished in the hurricane, like a candle that was about to burn out. While he was flying in midair, he saw what looked to be a bloody, gaping mouth appear behind the illusory door. It revealed milky white sharp teeth, which was slightly curved and longer than a human arm, as it madly smashed against the illusory door in a bid to enter the real world. Its beast-like howls first echoed inside the warehouse, causing Danitz to bleed from his ears and nose. Klein also flew up into the sky as a result of the hurricane, and his line of sight was immediately occupied by a bloody, forked, and massive forked tongue that burst forth with sparking lightning. His body was scorched black as it stiffened in the air. The forked tongue pierced through his body as it was reduced to ashes. Klein's figure appeared on the other side. His hat had fallen off and his clothes were messy. He looked rather wretched. Fortunately, he knew that a situation would occur, and he knew that there was going to be danger. He had constantly been on high alert, and he didn't let down his guard as he used paper figurine substitutes just in time. At this moment, Calvetua, who was situated behind the unperturbed, illusory door, finally realized that its violent blows had no effect and stopped. It took a deep breath and caused the blue seawater to gush in from all directions. The water then collapsed into a whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. It was so powerful that it could swallow a cargo ship. The iron cigar case on the altar flew into the vortex. The tiny cauldron containing some herbal ashes flew up and into the whirlpool. Many objects within the warehouse, along with the soil, were thrown into the whirlpool. Klein also flew up as he found it difficult to resist being thrown into the whirlpool. He tried to snap his fingers to ignite flames and leap out of the whirlpool's reach, but the suction force and the hurricane spoiled his plans. His figure suddenly became thinner, turning into a paper figurine. As the paper figurine fell into the whirlpool, Klein, who had emerged from another position, once again soared into the air, unable to extricate himself from the terrifying suction force. At this critical moment, he no longer hesitated. He made the black glove he wore on his left palm turn pale, as it was tinged with a slightly dark green color. He activated Creeping Hunger, and he directly used Steel Mavadi's soul. Klein's body suddenly grew heavy as he pushed forward with his left palm. An ice wall, that wasn't too thick, solidified in front of him, helping him temporarily isolate Sea God's whirlpool. Taking advantage of this, Klein landed, his feet heavily landing on the ground as he sank deep into the ground. Kacha! The ice wall lasted only a second before it was shredded to pieces by the boundless suction force, and the remnants flew into the huge sea serpent's throat. Relying on the strength of a zombie, Klein used both of his feet to hold himself in place and no longer flew up again. However, He was still unable to stop himself from sliding towards the illusory door where Calvetua's gaping mouth was. He drew 2 deep ravines on the ground in the process. Outside the warehouse, Danitz wasn't affected by the suction force of the whirlpool. Instead, he tried condensing a fireball to throw to the side, allowing Gehrman Sparrow to jump out of his predicament and escape. Unfortunately, the flames were extinguished again and again by the hurricane. As Klein drew closer to the illusory door, he could smell the stench of blood and decay. Right in front of him were milky white fangs that emitted a chilly air. His thoughts raced, and he quickly came up with a solution. The solution was simple. It was to throw out the all-black eye that originated from Nimblewright Master Rosago. Since you want to make a whirlpool in the sea in a bid to devour everything, I will make you consume another bottle of a Beyonder potion without any supplementary ingredients, as well as the mental corruption of the true creator. If that's the case, I don't believe that you, who's already on the verge of collapse, will be able to hold on. Klein gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket. Perhaps it had sensed his malicious intent, or perhaps it had lost its patience. But at this moment, Calvetua suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl, causing the seawater whirlpool in his throat to collapse and disintegrate into countless water droplets which sprayed out of the illusory door. Splash! Torrential rain fell in the warehouse, and a dazzling silver ball of intertwined lightning condensed in Calvetua's throat once again. With a boom, it spat out that lightning ball. Amidst the torrential rain, the silver ball of lightning transformed into streaks of stunning lightning bolts that quickly expanded outwards. It destroyed the frugal altar and occupied the entire warehouse. Sizzle. Klein's figure kept phasing in and out of existence amidst the sea of lightning. His body would char and turn into scraps of paper. Outside the warehouse, Danitz also suffered its effects. All his hair stood up as his body convulsed. After continuously using paper figurine substitutes and approaching his limit, Klein finally managed to withstand it until the lightning subsided. As for the illusory door, it was affected by the complete destruction of the ritual and quickly closed. Creak. Sea god Calvetua's hisses of indignation were isolated by the door. After a moment, the illusory door completely disappeared. The surroundings were in a wretched mess. Only a candle was left on the altar, weakly swaying its flame. Bang! Danitz leaned forward against the warehouse's wall, barely standing at the doorway. He tried to speak, but he couldn't stop convulsing. He could only express his grievance with his eyes. Gehrman Sparrow is really a madman. I can still remember the horror I experienced in Bansi Harbor, and I still have nightmares about it. Previously, when he was picking out items offered by the resistance, he attracted the curse of the sea god. I was so frightened that I almost ran away while on our journey back. This time, he even did some sacrificial ritual and nearly summoned Calvetua over. It was really extremely dangerous just now. Why does he love to take risks so much and enjoy causing major trouble? Time after time, he searches for thrills while on the brink of death. Is this a manifestation of his craziness? Or is there another reason? Sea god Calvetua is still very strong. Even though it's on the brink of death, and there's the door of sacrifice in between us, it was still able to release a portion of its strength that could easily finish me off, as expected of a demigod that can fight against a sea king. Klein pulled his feet out of the ground and saw that his boots were in tatters. At the same time, he found that, regardless of it being due to luck or an inevitability, Calvetua had accepted his sacrifice in all sense of the word. This was because the huge sea serpent had swallowed the iron cigar case which had been tainted with the gray fog's aura and many other things while producing the whirlpool. In other words, I can try to locate its hiding place in the spirit world, but I'll have to wait for its death, so that it can't interfere and resist my divination. This search would require me to enter the spirit world, and I can't keep using the gray fog forever. Klein quietly let out a breath. He felt the glove on his left hand become filled with an indescribable madness and hunger. It seemed like it was going to devour the wearer if it wasn't fed. There are no sinners around. Klein turned his head to look at Danitz, who was standing by the door. Danitz's mind suddenly tightened. He felt as if he was being targeted by a monster and was about to become food for the other party. The hunger he felt at a spiritual level had made him tremble slightly. He yearned to immediately turn around and flee. Then he heard Gairman Sparrow's indifferent voice. "Close the door from the outside." "All right." Resisting the residual pain from the electric shock, Danitz moved the door which had been sent flying open, barely closing the hold. Klein seized the moment to carry out a sacrificial ritual. He prayed to himself and responded to himself by throwing creeping hunger, that was about to lose control, above the fog. The mystical item that had frightened Danitz, so much so that he didn't dare to resist, immediately became docile, gentle, and tame. Upon returning to the real world, Klein extinguished the candles, put away the remaining items, and carefully checked the situation in the warehouse. Luckily for him, the whirlpool of seawater created by Calvetua had completely wiped the area clean, leaving only the subsequent sprays of rain, the blackened patches from the lightning strikes, and sparse piles of ash, as well as the ravines produced by Klein's 2 feet. The traces are easy to deal with. I can get Danitz to use his fireball to wash the place later. Disguising it as an internal strife between pirates, Klein nodded indiscernibly and pulled out one of the few remaining paper figurines. He shook his forearm and flicked his wrist. The paper figurine flew out and burned on its own before turning into black ash. After doing all of this, Klein walked towards the door, frowning as he walked. The soles of his boots were gone, and the rest of his clothes were tattered and torn, wet or charred. This was unavoidable under those circumstances, as it wasn't something a paper figurine could withstand. The tearing was a result of the potent suction from the whirlpool, the moist sensation came from Calvetua's torrential rain, and the charred black marks were a result of being struck by bolts of lightning in the interval when Klein was using his paper figurine substitutes. Even now, despite having calmed down, his right forearm still spasmed a few times due to the electric shock. "Cost me £8 6 soli. I have to get a new set of clothes." I had divined danger and had made preparations. But I didn't expect Calvetua to be more powerful and crazier than I had expected. I hope that I'll gain something later. Klein silently shook his head. He restrained his expression and endured the pain before coming to the door and knocking 3 times. Danitz, who was constantly uneasy, hesitated for 2 seconds before he opened the door. Discovering that Gairman Sparrow had returned to his cold and reserved state, with him no longer emitting a hunger and madness that struck terror to his spirituality, Danitz let out a sigh of relief. He took a glance inside and asked, "Is it over?" No. Klein curled the corners of his lips and revealed a gentle smile. "Not yet." Danitz jumped in fright. What else needs to be done?" Klein maintained his smile that concealed madness. "A clean-up is still necessary. That's basic courtesy." "A clean-up?" Danitz was stunned. Raising his right hand, he pointed at himself and said, "Me." The corners of Klein's mouth widened. "Or shall I do the honors? Then I would be eaten by creeping hunger." Danitz let out a hollow laugh. "How should I clean this place?" "Use a fireball," Klein answered simply. As a part-time pirate, it didn't take much effort for Danitz to understand Gairman Sparrow's intentions. He walked past him and headed for the interior of the warehouse. During this process, he had a few questions in his mind which were quite puzzling. Captain said that creeping hunger needs to devour a living person every day, but Gairman Sparrow can only satisfy it after a battle. He usually doesn't bother with it. Besides, in that battle just now, Gairman Sparrow had used Steel Mavadi's ice powers. He didn't feed it after. Strange. What secret lies behind this? A seal of a certain level? Or can it be that the organization behind him is capable of sealing creeping hunger? As Danitz cleaned the warehouse, Klein stood outside, looking up at the overhanging dark clouds, looking forward to what would happen next. I've already sent the iron cigar case that's tainted with the gray fog's aura over, so all I need to do is wait for Calvetua, a fake sea god, to collapse and die. I hope the Beyonders of the Church of Storms and the Kingdom's military won't have the time to find it in time, or leave behind some items of certain value that they think little of. Klein slowly took in a deep breath, listening to the dull bombardment sounds coming from behind him. In a hotel, Alger stood at the window, staring out at the overcast sky. I received the sanguine's anesthetic gas not long after the last tarot gathering. I was prepared to go out to sea to gather ingredients, but a week has passed, and I'm still stuck in Byam. The corners of his mouth twitched as he shook his head. First, there was the incident of the world hunting steel Mavedi. It earned him quite a sizable amount of money, and then he had to wait for the reward. After that, when the reward was obtained, he encountered the breakdown of that sea serpent, Calvetua, and was ordered to search for the adventurers and archaeologists, Letitia and company. I heard that during the investigation yesterday morning, Letitia and the others were found. The mandated punishers and the military seemed to have obtained some important clues, and quite a number of them went to Saimim Island. Heh! This is something that I'll never have dibs on. Alger retracted his gaze, pulled up his short robe that didn't reach his knees, and muttered to himself, "Let it end as soon as possible." Once Calvetua was completely dead and the tsunami was no longer a latent risk, he could leave the harbor. After leaving the city of generosity, Byam, he could work at advancing to sequence 6 Wind-Blessed. As his mind whirred, Alger's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to look out the window. He saw the clouds high in the sky quickly dissipate, with the crimson moon quietly hanging in the sky. Klein slept until midnight, when he was suddenly jolted awake. He had vaguely sensed something. He rolled out of bed, went to the window and pulled back the curtains. Crimson moonlight shone in, covering everything like frost. It was cold and dreamy. Klein looked out and saw that the clouds which hung low had disappeared. The bright crimson moon was high in the sky amidst the sparse stars. This means that the confrontation between the sea god and sea king has ended? Klein pondered for 2 seconds, retracted his gaze, closed the curtain, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He sat at the end of the long, mottled table, took out a gold coin, and began to recite a divination statement in a low voice. Calvetua is completely dead. After he repeated this 7 times, he flicked the gold coin and watched it leap upwards and tumble down. The gold coin landed in Klein's palm, and the king's head faced up. It meant a positive result. It meant that sea god Calvetua was completely dead. As expected, the ancient elven ruins on Saimim Island and the hiding place which Calvetua used to maintain its existence are closely connected. The mandated punishers and the military have just received the Book of Calamity, and since they only learned about the ruins for a little more than a day before Calvetua couldn't hold out much longer, I thought it could forcibly survive for 2 or 3 more days. Klein sighed and tried to divine whether the official Beyonders had already entered Calvetua's hiding place. Unfortunately, due to the lack of information, his divination failed, and he was unable to obtain any revelations. After thinking for a while, Klein changed his angle, undid his spirit pendulum, and began to divine if it was dangerous for him to search and explore Calvetua's hiding place. As this involved himself, he quickly received a conclusion. The topaz pendant was rotating counterclockwise at a not-so-fast frequency and low amplitude. It's dangerous, but it's acceptable. The danger is even less than the sacrificial ritual. Klein nodded gently, returned to the real world, and began his preparations for his operation. He locked the bedroom door first, then he arranged the ritual to summon himself. Once again entering above the gray fog, Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and placed it inside his spirit body. All of a sudden, he turned corporeal as if he was of flesh and blood. The surrounding black fog stuck to the surface of his body and formed a majestic aura. It was as if he was entirely clad in physical armor, but on his head was a gorgeous pitch-black crown. Looking at the human-skinned glove on the table, Klein hesitated to put it on. Above the gray fog, creeping hunger was almost in a sealed state. It didn't dare to make any unusual movements, but once it left the area, the uncontrollable hunger would cause harm to its wielder, whether they were alive or in spirit body form. Amidst Klein's considerations was whether the Dark Emperor's high level could suppress the creeping hunger inside his spirit body and keep it normal. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll end the summon and return here, This will hardly require any time, and there's no danger. Klein picked up Creeping Hunger and put it on over the iron-black armor gauntlet. He didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into the door of summoning. With the help of the expanding candle flame, he arrived in the real world. Without being careless, Klein's first reaction was to check the state of Creeping Hunger. He found it calm and submissive, subservient to the high level of the Dark Emperor. Not bad. With a sigh of relief, Klein placed the mystical items, such as Azek's copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, and the sun brooch into his body one by one. Finally, he picked up his black hardwood cane and prepared to use it to search for his lost iron cigarette case that had been tainted with the gray fog's aura. Of course, in order to find the place where Calvetua was hiding, one had to first enter the spirit world and pinpoint the location from within. Otherwise, it would only fail. As for how to enter the spirit world, Klein didn't consider the three methods provided by Mr. Azek. As a spirit body with intelligence and the ability to think, how was he not able to find the spirit world and enter it? He calmed down a little and recalled the scene of countless spherical light. His body and mind quickly became tranquil. His thoughts gradually became empty as his consciousness gradually extended and expanded. He soon discovered that he was surrounded by indescribable, illusory, transparent things. All the colors became bright, distinct, but overlapping, and the gray fog had grown so faint that it seemed to cover everything in an ethereal manner. In the depths, high up in the sky, there were 7 rays of lustrous brilliances that shone with different colors. They seemed to possess life, and they contained immense knowledge. This was the spirit world, completely overlapped with reality and was omnipresent. If I happen to encounter the mandated punishers or military personnel, I will immediately end the summoning and return above the gray fog. Klein took a step forward. After easily entering the spirit world, he felt his body become illusory. The black cloak behind him fluttered up slightly, and the hardwood cane in his hand stood upright. He said in a low, dignified voice, "The location of my unique iron cigar case." While chanting, Klein felt tense for a baffling reason. In the saturated and distinct colors of his surroundings, pairs of indifferent and eerie eyes glanced over. After repeating it 7 times, Klein released his grip and waited for the revelation. The black hardwood cane floating forward at an adequate speed which was neither too fast or slow. Klein followed it, flying through the real, the illusory, the strange and mysterious spirit world. Here, if he lost his bearings, it was very easy to end up completely lost and never be able to leave again. Of course, there wasn't a problem for Klein. If he really got lost, he could end the summoning and return directly to the space above the gray fog. Klein chased after the black cane, which was sometimes thrown and sometimes dropped, shuttling back and forth between distinct and overlapping colors. He passed by half-hidden spirit world creatures that couldn't be accurately described, and it was hard to know how far he had traveled. Suddenly he saw an eye. It was round with clear blacks and whites. The eye looked at him without blinking. There was no head, nor was there a corresponding body. The huge eye, which had its blacks and whites clear, appeared translucent. It floated quietly behind saturated, overlapping colors. Klein couldn't tell if it was hostile or friendly. At this moment, Klein remembered a passage from the sites in the spirit world. The ancestor of the Abraham family had said, "Try not to cross eyes with any creatures of the spirit world for more than 3 seconds unless they have already expressed interest in communicating with you. This is considered provocative behavior. Also, do not let yourself appear terrified and nervous. For some predators, this will increase their desire to attack." As the words flowed through his mind, Klein retracted his gaze and continued to chase after the flying hardwood cane in front of him, at a rather adequate speed. The sight of the full black armor set and black crown he donned, matched with a cloak of the same color, entered the round eye. But the figure quickly passed by, disappearing far away. It didn't stir up the slightest change. In essence, the spirit world is a very dangerous place. If one isn't careful, one can encounter a terrifying existence at the demigod level. As Klein continued to make his way through, he realized that this place was truly chaotic. Although the 7 lustrous brilliances that could be used to mark his location remained high above, covering the sky, they could still be seen from time to time beneath his feet, to his left and right, and from the front and back. If not for his black cane, Klein wouldn't have been able to determine his bearings. Suddenly, through the faint fog of the void, he saw on his left, based on a normal human being's concept of left, a floating castle. It was entirely black in color. Its spire towered, and it was covered with vines, extremely reminiscent of a Gothic style. At the top of the castle stood a translucent woman who was almost as tall as the castle. She was wearing a complex, gorgeous, dark, and gloomy black dress. She didn't have a head, and there was a neat cut by her neck. Her drooping hands held 4 blonde heads with red eyes. If one looked closely, they would find that these brilliant-looking heads were exactly the same. When Klein, who was disguised as the Dark Emperor, passed by, the 4 heads the woman carried blinked. Klein didn't respond as he flew forward as though he hadn't seen her. The woman slowly turned her body, letting the heads in her hand watch him depart. What kind of monsters are these? As the thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the black cane plummet rapidly. He hurriedly chased after it, once again experiencing the feeling of a free fall. About 8 seconds later, a faintly discernible collapsed building appeared in front of him. Outside of the building floated a spirit world creature which resembled a giant jellyfish. It extended transparent, sticky tentacles, and pulled the surrounding area into its own territory. At the end of each tentacle grew a white skull with deep eye sockets. It kept shaking as it floated about with light but slow movements. The black cane passed through the strange creature of the spirit world and hovered in front of the almost illusory collapsed building. Found it? Klein was delighted at first before he solemnly glanced at the giant jellyfish that was waving its skull. He made preparations for battle, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he tried to emit the profound dignity that came with the high level of the Dark Emperor card. His eyes indifferently stared at the eye sockets that were deeply recessed. After 3 seconds of frozen silence, Klein said Ancient Hermes in a low voice, "Leave!" The tentacles supporting the skulls twitched twice. Then, the giant jellyfish slowly floated up, disappearing into the depths of the spirit world. This Dark Emperor card is still very useful. I was already considering throwing Mr. Azek's copper whistle. The descendants of death should still have some standing in the spirit world. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and descended, grabbing the black hardwood cane. Then he fell into the collapsed building ruin, with a sense of anticipation. For him, even if the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military had found this place ahead of him and had taken away the most valuable items, he would still be satisfied as long as there were still some remaining. Even if there's nothing else, it'll be sufficient for me to explore an elven ruins and see what information they left behind. When Klein passed through an ethereal barrier that resembled a curtain, he felt the air around him suddenly become thick and heavy. A shimmering wave of light appeared around him, coming from the deep blue water that filled the area. At the bottom of the sea was an ancient, dark ruin. All the buildings had either collapsed or half collapsed. A huge pillar, carved with strange patterns and symbols, extended out from the middle. It appeared to be heading straight up to the top, as if it had supported the place in the past, but now it was broken and was leaning on the top of a nearby building. Klein recognized this place as well as the pillar. It was the hiding place of sea god Calvetua, a hidden place where reality blended with the spirit world. At this very moment, an unwilling, pained, angry, and crazed scream echoed in the air. It didn't weaken in the slightest. That scream was precisely the same howl of hatred that Calvetua had let out before its death. It's really dead. Holding the black cane, Klein landed on the greenish-gray stone road in front of the ancient ruins. On both sides of the road stood pillars that were neither thick nor tall, and on them were also strange patterns that were different from the symbols and magic labels from before. At the bottom of each stone pillar, there was a figure sitting beside it. Some of them wore ancient robes, while some wore brown jackets that were fashionable nowadays. As soon as they sensed someone approaching, they raised their swords, axes, and other weapons, stiffly but quickly. They turned to where Klein was, revealing their weathered, grayish-black faces and their shriveled bodies which were devoid of any flesh or blood. Their eyes, feverish and numb, were fixed on Klein, who was wearing a black crown and black armor. Calvetua's devotees. However, this also means that the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military haven't found this place yet. Klein sighed and injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. He muttered a word in ancient Hermes. Holy! He activated the sun brooch's holy oath, and through the corresponding word in ancient Hermes, he temporarily added a holy attribute to the damage he dealt with his attacks. Pa! Klein flicked his wrist and threw his cane. He bent his body slightly and charged towards the first sea god guard who came rushing over. While running at high speed, Klein suddenly turned left and dodged the enemy's axe. He then swung his arm backwards and used his cane to draw a clear grayish-white crack on the enemy's body. Pure golden flames silently rose from within the crack, wrapping around the sea god guard and burning it until it was on the verge of collapse. Bam! Klein exerted strength into his feet and stomped past the enemy. Behind him, the completely desiccated sea god guard finally collapsed, turning into ashes within the golden flames. Tap, tap, tap. Klein bent his back, quickly moving forward, sometimes to the side, and sometimes diagonally as he passed by each of the sea god guards. At the same time, he brandished his cane, whipping, stabbing, cleaving, and slashing, leaving different marks on the guards that resembled desiccated corpses. Tap, tap, tap. Klein passed through the road and arrived in front of the half-collapsed ruins. Behind his gently fluttering black cloak, the sea god guards bloomed into golden torches, lighting up the greenish-gray stone slate and the patterned pillars. Amidst the chaos, the guards fell down, one after the other, and no longer moved. Klein went up the steps and entered the building where the half-collapsed pillars were. The first thing that entered his vision was an unimaginably huge blue sea serpent. The scales all over its body were slippery, and they were covered with patterns that were similar to the symbols inside the ruins. Its gaping jaws bit into a pillar, its curved milky white fangs sinking in. Its body below its head height was slumped across the ground. Its coiled body occupied about a third of the expansive hall, like a small blue hill. However, its surface was covered in wounds with mangled blood and flesh. Even its bones could be seen. A mysterious cyan light had already gathered over its body as it crept slowly towards one of its fangs that was longer than a human arm. This caused the slightly curved sharp bones to slowly straighten up. Its dying cry reverberated in the air, causing Klein's corporeal spirit body to show signs of instability. At this moment, an old man wearing a clergyman's cap was lying beside Calvetua's body. His hair was gray, and his body was like a gray rock. He stuck his face tightly to the serpent's body, making incomprehensible sounds from his throat. His actions were an unknown. Around the gigantic serpent's corpse were desiccated corpses. They were similar to the sea god guards outside, but they were even more bizarre. Their stomachs bulged to the point of rupturing. In addition, their mouths were stained with dark red blood and had strips of bluish meat hanging from them. The blue dots of light also leaked out from their bodies, rushing towards the white fang that was gradually straightening up. Before Klein could figure out what such a scene signified, the old man in the clergyman's cap, who was lying on top of Calvetua, stood up in a staggered manner and turned around. His eyes were flashing with a blue light. His mouth was covered in blood-red meat which he was using all his strength to bite into. In the place where his face had been stuck to, the snake's body was mangled. It was missing a lot of flesh and blood, and even its bones were almost visible. He was eating up the corpse of sea god Calvetua. Klein frowned, roughly understanding what was happening. After Calvetua's death, the priest and guards in the hall lost control and began to frantically devour its flesh and blood. At this point in time, the Beyonder characteristics had yet to appear completely. Calvetua's body still contained a large part of it, and many guards had problems with a potion overdose or conflicting pathway characteristics. They broke down on the spot and died completely. However, there were always people who were lucky enough to survive the sudden death, or there were those who lost control of themselves and became disgusting monsters, or those who directly skipped a few sequences and became a powerhouse, or those who became lunatics with distorted demonic powers due to the mixture of pathway characteristics. Regardless of which one it was extremely dangerous. Klein looked down from the surviving priest's face to see his belly bulging like a pregnant woman's. A strong burgeoning and contraction appeared there, resembling a huge heart. In the ruins that was filled with seawater and was half fused with the spirit world, Klein stood at the door of the central hall, wearing full body black armor. Inside was the gigantic blue serpent's body that was being mutilated for food and the old priest with his bulging stomach. The latter's skin was a grayish-black, as though it had become desiccated from prolonged exposure to the wind. His eyes flickered with an azure-blue glow as he stared intently at the guest, who wore a black crown, as though he was considering where he should start his meal from. Without any hesitation, Klein reached into his body with his right hand and took out a brown translucent bottle. Then, he stretched out his left palm and quickly unscrewed the lid before casually flinging the biological poison bottle to a corner of the hall. In this environment, which was half submerged under the sea, other than fire of light which could consume the undead and evil, no other flames could exist. Thus, it also limited two important powers of Klein's magician sequence. Therefore, he could only push his other advantages to the limit right from the very beginning. At the same time as when he threw out the biological poison bottle, Klein's left glove quickly became resplendent, as if he was reflecting the light of the noon sun. Around his body, the undulating seawater was stained with a golden color as it spread outwards, layer after layer. This was the priest of light's power from the creeping hunger, light of purification. The old priest who had eaten part of sea god Calvetua's body was certainly not civilized and polite enough to just watch Klein prepare for battle in a chivalrous manner. The blue light in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and his bloated belly once again swelled. Howl! An ethereal, yet mournful sound came from his body, instantly covering the entire ruins. This voice was like the song of a nightingale, beautiful and also melodious at the same time. It was also cold and bone-piercing, one that penetrated right to the soul. Klein was frozen in place. Similarly, all his thoughts seemed like they had been blasted by extremely cold waves and instantly froze. The old priest's body swelled up in an instant, as if he was a resurrected Calvetua or a giant that had walked out of a mythical legend. One after another, blue slippery tentacles, all surrounded by silver lightning, emerged from under his ripped robe. They shot out and danced in the air, striking the stunned Klein. Sizzle! With a burst of silver light, Klein was sent flying before falling heavily at the doorway. The black armor on his body dimmed instantly and cracked, and he had subconsciously thrown the cane in his hand far away. His mind remained abnormally calm. In a situation where he was almost frozen, he didn't even have the thought of using paper figurine substitutes and had ended up taking on the blow head-on. If it weren't for the Dark Emperor card and Azek's copper whistle which were simultaneously reinforcing his spirit body, with him essentially being a sequence 6, he would have been seriously injured and even killed instantly. The tentacles surged over again and struck down. Klein, who was jolted awake by the electricity, agilely somersaulted away, barely dodging the attack. He glanced at the man's body. He turned around immediately and ran out the door without any hesitation. It was a determined and decisive action. Tap, tap, tap. As Klein ran and flew as though he was pathetically fleeing for his life, the old priest's silver lightning and shrouded blue tentacles were chasing him from behind in a bid to pull him back into the hall. But Klein would nimbly change direction, dodging with his agile movements and timely somersaults. Seeing that things weren't going as he wished, the old priest's belly expanded once again, and his cold voice resounded in the ruins. But this time Klein was prepared. Although his body remained stiff and bogged down, it was soaked by the seawater before turning into a pile of soggy paper. At last the old priest moved. With heavy but swift steps, he attempted to catch up to his enemy. The colossal figure rushed to the door, and the colossal figure slammed onto the collapsed roof and wall with a bang. The door here was originally large enough for a creature like Calvetua to pass through, But the collapse of the ruins and the madness of the sea god before its death had caused the place to collapse. The collapsed rubble left the door with an opening that was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. As for the old priest whose mind was clearly abnormal, he had slammed right into it, causing him to be stuck. Klein, who had been waiting for this opportunity, stopped and turned around. He half closed his eyes, straightened his back, and spread open his arms. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, pounding the old priest's body directly. Patches of his robe that hung over his body had ignited, and his grayish-black skin and flesh fell to the ground in chunks, melting and evaporating under the pure radiance. It was only then that Klein made out what the oddity in the old priest's belly was. The swelling was intense, especially in several areas, forming the complete outline of 2 eyes and a mouth. It was as if there was someone hiding inside the old priest's stomach, putting their face there in an attempt to escape. Bang! The old priest exerted strength with his legs, which were covered by the black serpent skin, causing him to be thrown backwards from the collapsed door. Rocks were sent flying and the seawater surged. He finally broke away from the pillar of light, but most of his body was covered in hideous wounds caused by the collapse of his flesh. Even his face was filled with signs of melting. Tap, tap, tap. The old priest's blue tentacles flailed in the air, bringing with them silver lightning as they lashed at Klein from all directions. The face at his abdomen would occasionally make a sound that made the spirit body quieten down. Klein engaged in either running, somersaulting, circling, or calmly twirling around with his opponent. He would go in the opposite direction when his opponent headed in one, just like a wild dance between 2 people. During this process, he relied on paper figurine substitutes to withstand the ethereal, yet cold shrieking again and again. Occasionally, he would let out a roar and use a wraith shriek to agitate the old priest, forcefully interrupting the face in his abdomen from producing any sounds. Time passed, second by second, and the crazy, old priest who had been keeping his hands down, suddenly raised them and pressed them against his stomach. He pulled with his arm, forcefully tearing the silhouette of the mouth into a gash. Blue pus gushed out of it as a dense array of sharp teeth grew out. With another roar, the seawater around him gushed towards the mouth, forming the terrifying whirlpool that Calvetua had previously created. Klein, who was dressed as the Dark Emperor, was sucked in, and the lightning tentacles around him were retracted, about to embrace him. Klein didn't panic, and the glove on his left palm quickly transformed, looking as if it was made of pure gold. While floating in midair, he stared at the face on the old priest's abdomen and the seawater whirlpool below him. His eyes suddenly flashed with 2 bolts of lightning. Interrogator's psychic piercing. The old priest suddenly froze as the face in his abdomen wrinkled, and the terrifying suction force from the whirlpool instantly collapsed. In the waves that were rushing backwards, Klein lowered his body and swam through the weak spots like a fish, dodging the random flailing of the blue tentacles. He rushed to the old priest's side amidst the constantly flashing silver lightning, and at some point in time, the color of his gloves had changed to a pale green. The muscles on Klein's back bulged as he threw out 2 punches, striking the old priest's thigh in the vicinity of his knee. Bang! 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 Flesh and blood splattered from the cold-emitting punches. His right leg was covered in a thin layer of frost, and the surrounding seawater was completely frozen. This was a zombie's control over ice. As the old priest cried out in pain, he retracted his whip-like tentacles, illuminating the entire ruin with silvery light. At that moment, Klein wasn't greedy and stopped just in time. He continuously somersaulted backwards, avoiding the crazy attack that scorched the stone slabs on the ground. He stood up, and while the old priest was still frozen in place, the glove on his left palm once again glowed with the color of the sun. Klein straightened up and took a pose of praising the sun. A thick, bright, and holy pillar of light descended once more, enveloping the old priest in it. Klein saw the grayish-black flesh of his enemy quickly disintegrate. The skin of the face on his enemy's abdomen melted, revealing the situation inside. Inside the old priest's abdomen, the heart, stomach, intestines, and other organs were mashed together, forming the face of a sea serpent. Calvetua actually still has a little of its soul left. The will of a demigod is truly beyond my imagination. Klein somersaulted again, dodging the blue tentacle that thrust at him like a spear. Wrapped with lightning, the tentacles, which had been melted away by the pillar of holy light, stabbed into the ground, twitching, twisting, and squirming. The bright and clear light quickly disappeared, and the sinister serpent's face on the old priest's abdomen stubbornly opened its mouth once again. At that moment, the old priest himself had bent his waist and let out a fit of violent coughs. The effort on the serpent's face came to an abrupt halt. The biological poison bottle had finally shown its effects. Klein didn't miss the opportunity. He stood up straight again and spread his arms out as though he was hugging the sun. A pillar of light with many golden flames illuminated the area. The old priest's figure first bent before shrinking, as if evaporating into thin air. The serpent face at his abdomen let out a shrill cry before completely vanishing. By the time the light dissipated, the old priest had returned to his original size. His bones had almost melted, with pieces of grayish-black flesh still hanging from his body. His aura quickly dimmed as his spirit rapidly disintegrated. Klein rushed over and, relying on his state as a wraith, began to channel his spirit. He wanted to confirm if the old priest was guilty of heinous crimes. He felt that he needed to maintain his bottom line, which was something he wished for and a precaution against corruption and madness. All of a sudden, he saw images of the old priest presiding over the living sacrificial rituals. Without hesitation, Klein reached out with his left hand to let the long-starved glove taste a delicacy. Flesh, blood, spirituality, and bone quickly surged into the gaping mouth of his palm, along with specks of blue light that came with some darkness. During the spirit channeling, Klein confirmed that the old priest was previously a soul assurer. His potion formula and beyonder ingredients all came from the Church of the God of Combat from the Fasak Empire. And by the time he became a sea god guard, he had already lost his mind and could only obey orders. After the death of Calvetua, he had followed his instincts and eaten the flesh and blood of the deity he believed in. And in the end, the conflicting characteristics turned him into a monster. Just as creeping hunger was satiated, all the beyonder characteristics on the ground suddenly stirred, turning into a hurricane and sweeping into the hall before plunging into the white fong that was no longer curved. When Klein looked over, he saw that Calvetua's remnant corpse had completely collapsed into something that resembled mud. As for the serpent fong which had absorbed all the beyonder characteristics of the area, it had become a short scepter, quietly embedded in a half-collapsed pillar. On the tip of the white scepter, there were many tiny blue gems embedded there. Some of them dyed in black and others with the light of dawn. Seeing that creeping hunger was satiated, Klein rushed into the hall, cautiously approaching the scepter. Before he really came into contact with the scepter, he heard layers of illusory prayers ringing in his ears, and he saw illusions. He saw worshippers prostrating and praying, as well as members of the resistance crying over the shattered statues of their god. As the layered sounds of the illusory pleas rang in his ears, Klein felt as though he possessed a corporeal body. The deepest part of his head throbbed with pain, so much so that he yearned to slam his head into the wall to alleviate the pain with more pain. The scenes of different people praying to him made him feel an uncontrollable and abnormally terrifying sense of dizziness. It was as if he was walking the edge of a deep abyss and could fall down at any moment. It was only because he had his spirit body reinforced with the Dark Emperor card and Azek's copper whistle, as well as being accustomed to being prayed to, which had prevented him from losing control straight away like other non-demigod beyonders. They would have already collapsed to the ground in pain, turning into a monster or erupting into a mess of flesh and blood. All of the beyonder characteristics in this area have combined together to form a sealed artifact with the help of the Serpent Fong. Moreover, the degree of danger and negative effects have far surpassed that of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Klein didn't rashly move forward, but instead took a few steps back and left the area where the praying voices were concentrated, to ease the pain and dizziness that would have caused his spirit body to collapse. He stood next to Calvetua's mashed body, which resembled slush, and he stared at the white scepter that was embedded in the half-collapsed pillar. He considered how he could take it away. At the same time, he naturally chose a name for the sealed artifact. See God's Scepter. Yes, from the feelings and reaction just now, I can barely get close to it and pull it out, but I can only last a few seconds. There's no way for me to hold it or use it, however, it doesn't matter. Once I have it in my hand, I'll terminate the summoning ritual and return above the gray fog. There, I can effectively block the thousands of prayers and any of the still unknown negative effects. It will allow me to study it with ease. Klein quickly came up with an idea. In his wraith state, he could instinctively communicate with the spirit world to receive a revelation without the need to toss a coin. His spiritual intuition told him that doing so wouldn't be too dangerous. After making up his mind, Klein began to clean up the mess and take the opportunity to see what he could find in the ancient elven ruins. He first headed to the corner and picked up the translucent biological poison bottle, screwed the lid back on, and stuffed it into his body. Then, he turned around to find an iron cigar case that was half hidden beneath the slushy remains of Calvetua. I thought it had been swallowed by Calvetua and corroded into dregs. Klein clicked his tongue in wonder and quickly walked over. Because he had been left feeling numb from the discharged electric currents from the seawater, he raised his right hand, allowing the iron cigar case to float slowly in the air before landing in his palm. Klein glanced around and saw that the surface of the iron cigar case was covered with corrosion marks. However, it was still barely usable. As for the other items that were sucked away by the seawater whirlpool back then, there were no signs of them. The aura of the gray fog made Calvetua uncomfortable, so it vomited it out right away. Or has this iron cigar case undergone some sort of mutation that makes it not prone to corrosion, allowing it to survive until Calvetua died? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein placed the cigar case into his body, planning to study it after he left. Under such circumstances, he was in a race against time. He couldn't afford even the slightest delay, because Klein didn't know when the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military would find this place. He walked around the half-collapsed pillar from a distance and entered the rear of the hall, which had almost completely collapsed. There should have been many murals here, but with the destruction of the walls, they had all disappeared. Klein flew all the way to the end before seeing about a third of an exquisite throne being buried by stones and pillars. On the left side of the throne, there was half of a mural that depicted a confrontation between two figures. Looking down on the enemy from above was a man treading waves with dark clouds above him. He seemed to have storms draped over him as he had relatively softer features. His contours had an oriental trait from Klein's past life. He held a spear formed of pure lightning in his hand against an ocean that had drowned everything. Beneath the man was a man wearing a simple white robe. His face was blurry, and it was difficult to discern his age. It was only barely possible to tell that he was a man. There was a halo behind the head of the white-robed man. Quietly emitted a bright light like the sun. Beneath his feet was an illusionary circle with 12 segments. Each segment had symbols representing different times. Behind him was a shadow that was like a curtain, and within the shadows, it appeared as though there was an eye peeking out from it. Relying on his solid foundation in mysticism and rich knowledge from many sources, Klein quickly made an interpretation. Waves, storms, dark clouds, lightning. This should be the ancient god, Elf King Siniathrum. Indeed, he's just like the legends, with the rather soft facial features of an elf. This ancient lord of storms doesn't give off any irascible vibes, and his looks are surprisingly good. This is a mural in an elven ruin, so it's normal for them to beautify their own deity. The sun-like halo and the 12 circular segments that symbolizes time. Isn't this the father of Amon and Adam, the creator who's known in the outside world as the ancient sun god and is revered in the city of silver as the omnipotent and omniscient god? There's a shadow curtain behind him, and behind it hides an eye. Yes, one of the images of the true creator is the eye behind the shadow curtain's one. As expected, this is the creator who took back the ancient god's authorities with 8 king of angels following him. Is this mural a depiction of Elf King Siniathrum's battle against the creator? Klein retracted his gaze and began searching for something of value. Following his spiritual intuition, he came to the throne, reached into the base of the collapsed stones and pillars, and pulled out an object. It was a flattened golden wine cup. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns, and its wine leg was already bent. At the bottom was a row of elven words, Calamity, Kohinum. The original owner of this ruin is a high elf named Kohinum? Did he, or should I say he, have the title of Calamity? It matches the Book of Calamity that Letitia and company found. Both ruins should belong to the high elf Kohinum, and there should be some kind of miraculous connection between them. Unfortunately, this golden wine cup is just a simple wine cup. It carries a bit of spirituality simply because it's inscribed with the true name of the high elf. If Kohinum hadn't fallen, just a real name would imbue the wine cup with extraordinary powers. What a pity. Klein initially judged that Kohinum was completely dead because sea god Kelvetua had inherited his powers. However, Klein couldn't be too sure because despite it being hundreds or thousands of years later, the Book of Calamity still had the quality of driving Letitia, a beyonder whose sequence wasn't too low to lose control. Furthermore, it doesn't seem like it's something sea god Kelvetua was capable of. Could the high elf, Kohinum, have the ability to split his beyonder characteristics? Kelvetua only inherited a portion. Most of the remaining beyonder characteristics is the source of the Book of Calamity's unique quality. Kohinum is dead, but he hasn't completely perished? Of course, Kelvetua, who swallowed Kohinum's beyonder characteristic, was just a beast without intelligence. No one knows what happened at that time. Perhaps some of the characteristics were lost and formed a sealed artifact. After Kelvetua's defeat, it fell into the hands of the Church of Storms. Yes, I'll ask Little Sun via the world at the tarot gathering next week. He should know who Kohinum is. Actually, there's no need to ask. He'll be offering 2 pages of ancient god legends. Perhaps there might be a detailed description of high elves next time. After thinking it through, Klein stuffed the wine cup into his body. After all, this was made of gold, and even if the high elf, Kohinum, wasn't dead and had some sort of connection with the wine cup, the gray fog could still block him out. After a thorough check, and seeing that there was nothing of note, Klein quickly flew back outside and picked up the black hardwood cane before wiping out any traces of the battle. Then, he took out a paper figurine. With a casual shake, he threw it into the seawater, causing it to quickly turn soggy before reducing to dust. The earlier parts can be interfered with, but I won't have the time or opportunity for the rest. Luckily, I am now disguised as Dark Emperor. As for the remains of Kelvetua, his flesh no longer have any value, and his bones are too heavy. It might affect my ability to wield the sea god scepter. With the help of cogitation, Klein stabilized his state and quickly flew towards the white bone staff on the half-collapsed pillar. Again, the sounds of illusory pleas filled his ears. Either pious, crying, fanatic, or numbed worshippers filled his vision, and the throbbing and dizziness became more and more intense. Relying on his rich experience and the spirit-body reinforcement from using the Dark Emperor card and Azek's copper whistle, Klein barely managed to hold on until he finally arrived beside the sea god scepter. He extended his right hand, and he grasped the middle section of the white-boned scepter. As soon as the two made contact, the scene before Klein's eyes became clear, and the buzzing sound beside his ears instantly became real. He saw the bald, wheelchair-bound rebel, Kalat, collapsed on the ground, struggling to reach the shattered figurine of Kelvetua. Chanting its honorific name over and over, his eyes filled with despair. He saw Edmonton, with his blue sea serpent tattoo, prostrating himself in front of another Kelvetua figurine which was strangely bleeding, constantly knocking his head against the ground, creating a bloody mess. In the slums, he saw believers hiding in their homes, weeping and praying numbly. Klein's black armor couldn't support his body anymore as it quickly collapsed. At the same time, his solidified muscles tightened as he exerted strength with his hands. Amidst the layers of resonating prayers and numerous clear scenes, he suddenly pulled out the short white bone staff that symbolized the sea god's authority. Whoosh! The seawater in the ruins surged violently, either churning or transforming into a whirlpool. Klein calmly held onto the sea god's scepter with his pitch-black crown before immediately vanishing. He directly returned above the gray fog. When the familiar towering palace entered his sight, the sounds of praying and the hallucinatory scenes in front of him had already disappeared. Sitting on the high-back chair belonging to the fool, Klein lifted his right hand and examined the sea god's scepter inlaid with blue gems and stained with some darkness and the light of dawn. Countless points of light floated around the sealed artifact. Each point of light seemed to correspond to a praying believer. This caused the milky white body of the scepter to glow with psychedelic and holy streams of light. At this moment, Klein felt like this scepter was the true body of the sea god. After some wrestling with the sea god's scepter, Klein gained a preliminary understanding of its powers. It could create tsunamis, create hurricanes, produce torrential rain, and bring forth lightning. It could allow a person to fly in the sky and roam the seabed with almost no restrictions. It was nearly indestructible and could be used to smash an enemy's head in. It allowed the wielder to never get lost without the existence of any other powerful factors. It would provide an unimaginable level of balance, drive many sea creatures to do one's bidding, respond to prayers from believers, and also allow the wielder to obtain the same kind of strength as a sea monster. It was equivalent to making the wielder the ruler of an entire expanse of the sea. To Klein, this was already considered at the level of a deity. Even on Earth, he could resist an aircraft carrier formation. Although he was Sequence 6 with plenty of pragmatic beyonder powers, making him a genuine powerhouse, a legendary figure, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was still weak in essence. He was still closer to man rather than God. If the situation was right, a revolver would be able to finish him off. Of course, his resurrection and act of climbing out of a coffin was a whole other matter. As for the powers of the sea god scepter, they had all surpassed the level of man. In the folklore and in the hearts of the common man, he possessed the powers of deities and devils. No wonder beyonders are called demigods from Sequence 4. They truly are more like God than man. Klein silently sighed with emotion, and then he made a self-deprecating comment. If I use the sea god scepter under normal circumstances, I can already be a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, becoming one of the 20-odd people with the most power in the church. If Zangwil didn't have 0-08 and was at sea, I could immediately seek revenge on him. There might even be a small chance of success. But can I use the sea god's scepter normally? No. Klein had already discovered that the negative effects of the sea god's scepter were staggering. In the Church of Evernight, it could easily obtain the evaluation of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, and countless researchers would have to die to figure out the best sealing and usage methods. The sea god's scepter had a total of 3 negative effects. First, it made the wielder irritable, making them prone to anger and turning rash as a result. Second, it periodically froze all thoughts of biological creatures in a certain range before draining their blood, including the wielders. As for how huge the range was and what the exact period was, Klein, who wasn't a professional researcher, couldn't give a precise description. He could only give a rough estimate that the range was from 600 meters to 1 kilometer and the period was 20 minutes to 35 minutes. Third, it would gather and display the prayers of worshippers, both audio and visual. This very easily caused a non-demigod wielder, who had a lacking spirit, to break down and lose control. The first negative effect is still alright. If I were to only use it for a short period of time, the anger and irritation would still be acceptable. To put it simply, I'll just end things rashly with such a powerful sealed artifact. For the third, there's actually a way to avoid it. The sea god's response to its believers must have a distance limitation. That is to say that beyond the Rorstad archipelago and the nearby sea regions, there would be no signal, so one wouldn't be influenced by it. Yes, if it's constantly placed above the gray fog, I believe this can break the distance limitation. The prayers, voices, and scenes would be screened, turning into points of light. It wouldn't affect me in any way. I can then choose whether to reply, who to reply to, and how to reply, and when replying, I can use the powers of the sea god scepter. The biggest problem is the second one. I myself am fine. As Dark Emperor, I'm considered a wraith. I wouldn't have blood, so there's no need to be afraid of being sucked dry. However, the surrounding creatures will be in trouble. After all, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Besides, the frequency is quite unpredictable. It's impossible for me to first discuss with the enemy when I encounter danger about changing our time and place. Klein carefully thought about certain scenarios of him using the sea god scepter, but it all depended on the environment and accurate judgment, so it wasn't very feasible. Phew, could its fate be to stay above the gray fog? When people like Amon attempt to creep up, I'll give them a bashing, no, a bolt of lightning. Yes, there's another usage method. When people like Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man seek my help, I'm no longer limited to using paper angels. I can provide rain and produce some wind. Of course, this can be done like the purifying powers of the sunbrooch, using the paper angel as a vessel. On some serious thought, I can fully appear like a true demigod above the gray fog, with the help of the sea god scepter. Klein's mood gradually became better, as he had discovered that the sea god scepter wasn't completely unusable at the moment. It opened up many more options and avenues for him. He withdrew his attention and once again looked at the white bone scepter with the blue gems embedded at the top. He pondered over another question, and that was whether or not he should respond to the prayers of the followers of the sea god. Calvetua is already dead. There's no need to give those people another target of their faith. But, even if the living priests and high-ranking members of the resistance notice the abnormality and no longer receive any responses, they still wouldn't accept the worst outcome for a long period of time. People will often hold out hope and are accustomed to comforting themselves and hypnotizing themselves. This is especially the case when they're in a perilous situation with no hope to be seen. Just like the City of Silver, after 2,000 years, they're still consecrating the Creator, believing that they had been abandoned and that they would receive a response one day. That is to say that the fervent believers of the sea god will not stop their live sacrifices just because they didn't receive a response, being unconvinced that Calvetua has already perished. Instead, they will become worse, hoping to gain the favor of their god. Without years of promotions and setbacks, it will be difficult for them to realize the truth. Without the support of a native deity like Calvetua, the resistance would probably fall entirely into Phasax or Intis's camp. At that time, they would most likely be driven to do inhuman things, such as attacking places where civilians gather, or to make children who still retain their innocence act as meat shields. I need to give them some guidance. I need to tell them what the correct way of practicing their faith is, but I should only help them without burdening myself. I'm not responsible for saving their fates. Klein gently rapped the edge of the long, mottled table and suddenly chuckled. Wasn't I supposed to act? Sea god Calvetua is quite a good target. I wonder if I'll get any feedback with the gray fog's interference. Heh, I have to give it a try to figure it out. Klein quickly made his decision, feeling strangely refreshed. He deliberated for a moment. First, he conjured a necessary scene. Then he held onto the sea god's scepter, spreading out his spirituality before touching one of the points of light. In a hidden cave in the forest of Blue Mountain Island, the bald rebel, Kalat, fell from his wheelchair. His eyes filled with despair and confusion as he crawled towards the shattered figurine of Calvetua in front of him. He vaguely sensed something, but he was unwilling to believe it. This meant that all of his persistence, all of his sacrifices, and all of his pain would become meaningless. No, he screamed silently as he constantly muttered the honorific name of sea god Calvetua in an attempt to get a response from the deity. With his elbows on the ground, his fingers reached into the soil as he moved towards the front of the shattered figurine 1 inch at a time. He picked up the head of the sea serpent that was carved out of stone, and he found that its eyes had collapsed inwardly to become a strange black hole, and its fangs were falling off one after another. Kalat seemed to freeze, the light in his eyes seemingly vanishing. It was at this moment that he suddenly saw a blurry figure. Behind the figure was a dark blue tsunami surging into the sky and streaks of silver lightning that branched out like tree branches. Amidst his shock, Kalat instinctively lowered his head, an unimaginable sense of joy surging inside him. He saw that the figure's feet were surrounded by waves, and there were hurricanes swirling around him. The figure was majestic and holy, high and almighty. Then, he heard a calm and magnificent voice. "I have returned." As his voice echoed in the air, Kalat teared up for some inexplicable reason. 10 minutes after Klein left the bottom of the sea ruin, which was half-merged with the spirit world, the seawater that filled this place suddenly churned and flowed backward. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the inside of the elven ruin was so dry that it resembled dry land. A fresh hurricane blew in, bringing in breathable gas. One figure after another descended from the hurricane, and leading them was a tall and brawny middle-aged man. He appeared to be in his 40s with a face with firm and deep lines, his accentuated muscles filled with loose storm priest robes. He was none other than the Church of Storm's Cardinal, Archbishop of the Rorsted Sea, high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King John Cotman. He had a pair of deep blue eyes, and his hair of the same color was twice as thick as a normal person's. They were like small worms or tentacles. Behind John Cotman were a number of mandated Punishers and military personnel. They examined their surroundings expectantly and cautiously, not letting their guard down because of the demigod's protection up ahead. At this moment, they heard a snort, and they were immediately swept up by a hurricane, arriving at the doorway of the ruin in one fell swoop. They saw a huge sea serpent reduced to a sludge of flesh and blood, with its bone exposed. Other than that, there was nothing else. "Who is it?" John Cotman suppressed his anger and growled. As he shouted these words, a sea wave crashed down from above. The sea wave reverberated in the half-collapsed hall, quickly calming to form a windless lake. The surface of the lake reflected the scene from before. An indiscernible figure pulling up a short white staff inlaid with blue gems, causing the sea to churn and the ruins to quake. John Cotman took a deep breath and turned his back to the crowd. "Find him." At that moment, Klein had selected a dozen or so believers to respond to, each of whom was relatively important, mainly by giving out a new covenant. "I have returned. When the past is pardoned, I will redeem you." First commandment: "Thou shalt not sacrifice unto me living human sacrifices." Second commandment: "Thou shalt not use my name in vain." Third commandment: "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." Fourth commandment: "Honor thy father, thy mother, and thy children as you love me." Fifth commandment: "Thou shalt not commit adultery." Sixth commandment: "Thou shalt not kill the innocent." Seventh commandment: "Thou shalt not bear false witness, frame, or violate contracts." Eighth commandment: "Serve me with your heart, not with your offerings." Ninth commandment: "Those who have committed lesser wrongdoings, first atone for your sins before seeking forgiveness." 10th commandment: "Honor my name by helping your compatriots and companions." One commandment after another echoed in the ears of the bald rebel, Kalat, causing him to completely prostrate himself. He held his head close to the ground, uncontrollably trembling slightly with reverence, fear, and excitement. As a mid-sequence beyonder, a rebel who had once been educated in the Fasak Empire, he had sufficient insight to understand that the worship of the sea god was based more on fear of powerful forces, fear of the fearsome natural risks that mankind faced, and many rituals that retained primitive bloodshed, a backward faith that reveled in inhumane and uncivilized practices, something that would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the faith he had developed since he was young had made him afraid to go against the divine revelation. He could only bury the idea of modifying the ritual process deep in his heart and avoid the parts which conflicted with his own wishes as much as possible. Now, the sea god's sudden change left him extremely delighted. It was as if he could see the so-called primitive totem that outsiders claimed it to be, evolving into a true god. Blessed are we. Blessed are the rebels. Blessed are the true believers. In his blurred vision, Kalat raised his head, spread his hands sincerely, and placed them against his mouth. "I will abide by your teachings as if I am praising your name." The blurry figure in front of him disappeared, the magnificent voice by his ears vanished, and the scene in the cave returned to its original state. However, Kalat knew that everything was no longer the same. He moved his elbows several times and quickly crawled back to his wheelchair. He once again sat on it and turned to the other side of the cave. Kalat quickly met with Edmonton. This member of the resistance with a blue sea serpent tattoo was standing in front of the deity figurine that was bleeding abnormally. His forehead was a mix of scarlet red and black, dirty and gruesome. However, Edmonton's expression was joyful, excited, and satisfied. He looked at Kalat and blurted out, "Did you receive the revelation?" "Yes. It's the aura of God, just like before." Kalat nodded in excitement. Not only has God rebuilt the earth, but he has also rebuilt his covenant. Edmonton let out a sigh of relief. "I was even suspecting that I was hallucinating before. It seems like as long as an outsider touches the holy sword, God will be able to walk the land again. There's no need for it to be completely lifted." Kalat chimed. "Indeed, the reason why the deity figurine shattered and bled is because God has changed his image. We must build a new one, just like the scenes we saw earlier." God also showed his sacred emblem. Above the symbol of the waves, there was a scepter in the shape of lightning, surrounded by strong winds, Edmonton said as he recalled. Kalat immediately patted the armrest of his wheelchair. "Let's find the high priest right now. He should have also received the revelation. We will usher in a new world." Above the gray fog, Klein put down the sea god's scepter and rubbed his temples in exhaustion. He had noticed a problem earlier. The sea god's scepter could respond to ritualistic magic, which meant that it could provide a certain amount of strength to help the worshipper complete the ritual and achieve their goals. However, it could only be concentrated within his domain and could not exceed the limit. Whatever could be done was relatively limited. For example, the Evernight goddess could use a method of influencing fate to let her believers naturally obtain the money they needed and pay their debt. As for the sea god scepter, it could at most produce fake money on the altar, and after a while it would become ineffective and return to its true form. This is the difference between a false god and a true god. Besides, apart from the gray fog, as long as it fulfills the procedure and prayer, the sea god scepter is capable of automatically responding to ritualistic magic, unless it will use up more than half of its power in one go. This might be why the steps to ritualistic magic are extremely important. Above the gray fog, prayers will be screened, reduced to points of light. The sea god scepter is unable to automatically respond, hence, requiring me to manually handle them. This makes it relatively troublesome. It's impossible for me to stay here all day. Of course, there's also a benefit to it, as long as the prayer doesn't have any mistakes, and it is accurately pointed towards the sea god scepter. Regardless of how perfunctory the ritual is, they will be able to receive a response. The only criteria is that I'm in a good mood. I'll think of a solution when I'm free. I'll make it so that even if the sea god scepter is above the gray fog, it will be an automated answering machine. Produce a paper angel? That's useless, as it doesn't have any soul injected into it. Make a mechanical and rigid puppet to handle the repeated and trivial ritualistic magic? I wonder if a Nimblewright master has powers related to this. At the very least, Rosago only showed traits of controlling a person like a puppet. As Klein's thoughts slowly settled, his eyes moved to the iron cigar case. After some research, he discovered that this cigarette case that had a severely corroded exterior had undergone some abnormal changes. It was firmer, tougher, and more resistant to corrosion. However, it was still within a comprehensible and acceptable range of normal humans. It isn't equipped with any special properties. However, if it were placed here for a few years, decades, or even longer where it holds beyonder characteristics and mystical items, perhaps it could really evolve into a sealing case whose effects would gradually fade one day. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at the junk pile in the corner. They were covered by the gray fog, almost blending in with the surroundings. Klein laughed dryly and looked away. He fiddled with the crushed golden wine cup again, confirming that there was nothing wrong with it. After doing all this, he entered the real world and summoned himself once more to bring the sun brooch and other items back to his room in the inn. At this very moment, the clouds in the sky had disappeared, and the moon was scattering its crimson tranquility. The entire city of generosity, Byam, remained asleep in its dreams. 9 a.m., Cathedral of Waves. Alger was summoned, and by using the excuse of a confession, he once again met the diocese bishop, Chogo. Look for this person. Chogo handed over the portrait in his hand. Another mission. What's going on recently? Alger muttered in his mind as he unfolded the piece of paper. When he saw the contents of the portrait, he almost couldn't control his laughter. It was impossible to tell if the figure in the portrait was male or female or what they looked like. How was he supposed to find them? In a split second, he thought of something and didn't try to hide his change in mood. Instead, he deliberately blurted out, "Who is this?" The portrait depicted an unusually blurry and mysterious person, with no characteristics that could be used to aid in a search. There was no such mission yesterday. A sudden demand to pursue this person this morning. What happened last night? Calvetua perished completely. With that happening, the church and the military would definitely search for its remains. Simim Island is the clue? This person took away the most important item ahead of them? Who is this person? Alger's heart skipped a beat, and he almost didn't dare meet Chogo's eyes. Chogo nodded. A dirty, despicable thief. He may be from Intis or Fasak, and he may belong to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Someone from Intis or Fasak, or someone from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Why would there be such a guess and conclusion? His Eminence John Cotman only received little information at the scene and was unable to pinpoint the target? In this case, it's indeed possible to presume that this person is from either Intis or Fasak, as the main supporters of the resistance and Calvetua are from those two countries. Hehe. There is reason to believe that they may have already known where Calvetua was hiding. It fits my theory from before. Of course, it could also be something else. Alger controlled his emotions and asked, "What did he do?" "You don't need to know. Just pay attention to any abnormalities from people from Intis or Fasak in Byam. Yes, also include the locals who have become Beyonders. Also, find the people who previously posted the notice on the front door of the cathedral. They might know something, and they could quickly give you further information," George ordered in a deep voice. "This is indeed a direction. This is tantamount to telling me that this person has something to do with the notice and the perishing of Calvetua. I wonder whose hands Calvetua's Beyonder characteristic landed in. Who? Right, the world is in Byam. Something happened to Calvetua not long after he came here. Could this be Mr. Fool's purpose? Would this help him in the process of removing the seal and regaining his strength?" Alger's pupils contracted as he recalled his conjecture from a while ago. When he woke up, Klein, who had reaped a bountiful harvest last night, was uplifted and in a good mood. He decided to treat himself today and make sure that his 3 meals would be sumptuous and delicious. As he pushed open the door and walked into the living room, he saw that Danitz was out of bed. Untying the bandage and splint around his arm, he recovered that quickly. Klein was stunned for a moment. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow look over, Danitz chuckled and said, "My ability at recovering isn't too bad. My sequence 9 is called Hunter. I received a clear improvement in various aspects of my body, allowing me to surpass ordinary humans. When it comes to combat, I experienced a great enhancement. Besides, I'm already at sequence 7. Sequence 9 Hunter? I've killed one, and I know the corresponding sequence SIXS name is Conspiracist." Klein suddenly recalled the first enemy he encountered back when he first arrived in Backlund. It had sucked him into a maelstrom that he was almost unable to extricate himself from. "Sequence 8. Provoker?" Klein asked in passing. He had long since guessed Danitz's Beyonder pathway from his adeptness at using fire. It was the Red Priest pathway which Roselle had called a true man. Sequence 7 was called the Pyromaniac, also known in ancient times as Fire Mage. Danitz froze for a second, thinking that Gehrman Sparrow was doubting him. He subconsciously raised his voice. "Do you think I'm not good at provoking?" "No, I'm an expert in this field. Danitz threw the splint and bandages into the trash, flexed his left arm, and said, "Typically, a pirate's provocation is an insult, but I'm different. I do targeted insults. This requires one to grasp a lot of information and rumors, and also understand the provocation target. Only by doing this will you be able to make him lose his mind and cause his brain to be burnt out with a single sentence." He paused for a second and said, "Just like with Steele, you can curse him, calling him dog's hit, or you could curse his parents and captain, but that will be useless. However, if you do an action and throw in a line with that, he will definitely turn into a bull who only sees red." With that, Danitz put his hands on his hips, held his crotch, and shouted in a low, scornful voice, "Bitch! I really want to hit him. He lives up to being a provoker. Indeed, Steele Mavady has such tendencies and hobbies, tsk." Klein loosened his subconsciously clenched fists. "This is what you call professional provocation." Danitz spread out his hands in conclusion. "If I meet a beast, a monster, or someone who cannot be communicated with since they had lost control, I can proactively emit a feeling that they hate. This is a beyonder power. People with such beyonder powers would either be great at receiving beatings, or they would be great at escaping. Clearly, you belong to the latter." Klein cursed inwardly. Without having to worry about his injured left arm, Danitz was in a good mood as he continued, "Actually, I'm very good at setting up traps. It's a pity that you didn't agree with my plan when hunting Steele Mavady." Klein resisted the twitching of his mouth as he calmly replied, "You still have a chance." "What chance?" Danitz asked out of curiosity. "A chance to set up traps for beyonders such as Steele. One by one, I'll introduce you to them." Klein smiled. Danitz was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew very well that traps were often ineffective against a man who wasn't afraid of guns, projectiles, fire, or water. Danitz let out a hollow chuckle and turned to look out the window. "The weather has cleared up. Does that mean that the serpent, Calvetua, is dead?" Klein answered tersely without hiding the truth. Danitz exhaled, hesitated, then said, "Regardless, after this citywide sweep, few pirates will dare come to buy him for some time. This will definitely include Admiral of Blood. Your plan of hunting him with Captain might have to come to an end. The Sonia Sea is so big, so it's very difficult to find a fleet that intentionally hides their whereabouts. Moreover, they can head for the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, North Sea, and Polar Sea. If it was that easy to kill a pirate admiral at sea, the church and the military would have done it a long time ago. Let me return to the Golden Dream as soon as possible." Danitz lampooned under his breath. "Don't worry. I have a way. And this will be your job." Klein asked without batting an eyelid, "What's your captain's opinion?" He had already spent £12 to obtain a radio receiver through Furs, but he had been too busy with matters regarding the sea god to bother with it. Hence, he hadn't taken it out from the junk pile above the grey fog to bring to the real world. Meanwhile, Klein had received the money from Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, raising his fortune to £7,085 and 5 gold coins. A wealth at this level was enough to buy a rather large and productive manor anywhere. If it wasn't for my revenge and my hope of finding a way back to Earth, I could have already retired, Klein thought in satisfaction. Captain's opinion. Danitz forced a smile and said, "Although Captain and the others should have entered within a 500 nautical mile radius, in theory, allowing the attempt of a soulfall ritual, you should know that the sea routes aren't entirely safe. Pirates have to be careful not to get caught by the military or the church. For this, they often need to take detours. I believe we should wait another day before doing the soulfall ritual, so as to prevent any wastage of energy and materials." "Okay." Klein didn't give any affirmative answers and had turned towards the washroom. He planned on heading out again today to search for a chance to act as another person. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow's back, Danitz exhaled. "I must first contact Captain in private and persuade her to let me return to the Golden Dream before I can use the soulfall ritual in front of you. Gehrman Sparrow is someone who likes to head out. I have plenty of opportunities and space." "Heh. Don't tell me that he enjoys shopping?" Danitz thought, curling his lips. After leaving the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson went straight for the Ralph Trading Company in Reflection and found the owner, who was reading a newspaper. He was well aware that this middle-aged man, in formal attire, a bow tie and glasses, was a veteran pirate. He supported the resistance in secret and reverently worshipped sea god Kelvetua. "What is it? Our captain of a ghost ship?" Ralph put down the newspaper, crossed his right foot over his left, and smiled leisurely. He was an illegitimate child. His father was an adventurer of Lone and Faceac blood, and his mother was a native. He had made his fortune by becoming a pirate, then being a merchant that did business with both pirates and the officials. He established a vast network of connections that provided him with help at the Governor General's office, the city council, and the police station. Upon hearing Ralph's question, Alger almost frowned, because the man's attitude and tone were rather abnormal. This abnormality was a state that wasn't in accordance with Alger's expectations. In his opinion, after the fall of sea god Kelvetua, he was certain that there would definitely be bad omens in the Rorstad archipelago. The pious believers would definitely sense that something was amiss, either feeling apprehensive or downcast, so how could they still be so relaxed and natural? Alger didn't directly mention Kelvetua. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "Do you know where Kovaro has been recently?" Kovaro was the pirate captain who possessed the Beyonder characteristic of the Sanguine Baron. It was said that he was once a sailor aboard the Dark Emperor, and that he was part of the periphery forces of the King of the Five Seas, Nast. Who knows? But he's surely not in Byam. Otherwise, he would have been caught in the raids in the past 2 days. Ralph shrugged his shoulders. "I heard that his boat went south." Alger actually had an appointment with Kovaro on this matter, and he was only using it as a way to start the conversation. Of course, he was well aware that to avoid the tsunami in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, Kovaro had definitely gone far away and would take some time before he returned to Byam. However, Alger wasn't too anxious, as he already knew that Mr. Moon had been given an acceptance draft. If he withdrew the sum before its maturity, he would receive a discounted value and lose a large amount of interest. He deliberately nodded his head and said, "Got it. Thank you for telling me." At this point, Alger pretended to be unaware of what happened as he asked, "I heard that many sea god figurines in many places shattered by themselves?" He hadn't witnessed any instances of this himself, but he could make a reasonable deduction based on the church's archives. In many of the colonial islands and countries of the southern continent, more than 1 or 2 false gods like Kelvetua had been finished off by the 7 churches. What happened after their deaths had already long been recorded in the archives. Ralph calmly nodded. Yes, there was such a thing. But that's not bad news. His expression turned fervent. Because God has appeared over the land once again in a new image. God has reappeared over the land once again with a new image? Alger's eyes remained fixed on him, and he felt that this was both reasonable but also unexpected. Judging from the Church of Storm's reaction, he was certain that Kelvetua was already dead. Then which sea god was responding to the believers now? Connecting it with his previous judgment, he quickly came up with a bold idea. Is it an embodiment of Mr. Fool? He used sea god Kelvetua's perishing to create a new identity? He can release his powers through the seal to directly affect an identity in the real world. Is this the real reason for the world to come to Byam? Hiss, Mr. Fool really does things with pomp. Alger secretly swallowed his saliva and suppressed his excitement. In the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein, who had yet to leave, saw the stack of cash Captain Elland handed him. Here is your reward for a total of £100. He didn't mention how much Gehrman Sparrow and Danitz each received, but he gave a total amount. As for how exactly they would split the reward, that was something he left to them. The military is really generous. Klein silently mused as he received the thick stack of cash, instinctively taking out 2 5-pound notes and tossing them to Danitz. He lowered his wrist and finally drew another 2 10-pound notes in an expressionless manner. Gehrman Sparrow is still rather far more than just Elland. Danitz put away the reward in pleasant surprise. His wallet that had slimmed down quite significantly over the past couple of days had finally been replenished. Glancing at Gehrman Sparrow in his new clothes, Elend asked, after some deliberation, with his boat-shaped hat in hand, "News from the Church of Storms has revealed that the person who posted the notices on the cathedral's door, informing them of the problem between Letitia and sea god Kelvetua, was Blazing Danitz. What do you think about that?" He stared straight into Danit's eyes and waited for an answer. "Ha. Danitz gave a hollow chuckle. "I don't know him." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "While fulfilling a dead adventurer's wish, I came across Letitia and her companions at the inn. Snakes invaded our place in the middle of the night, but they easily resolved it. After returning to Byam, I went to purchase some items from the Resistance and discovered that they had taken out their holy sword. Furthermore, there were 2 mid-sequence Beyonders guarding that small base. I felt a crazy will invade my body just by making contact with that holy sword for a moment, and I had nearly lost control on the spot. They were still after Letitia." What Klein said was the truth. It wasn't the entire truth, but it was enough to infer the contents of the announcement. Even if the kingdom's military and the Church of Storms were to investigate further, they would only be able to unearth the fact that Gehrman Sparrow could change his appearance. After listening carefully, Elend sighed and smiled. "If there are such things in the future, you don't have to post notices in the middle of the night. You can come find me directly. This will allow you to reap even greater rewards." He stood up, put on his hat, and said to Danitz, "I heard that the bounty for blazing is going to rise again." "Bounty?" The muscles in Danitz's cheek twitched as he forced a smile, pretending that he wasn't blazing and that he didn't care. When Elend left, he turned sharply to face Gehrman Sparrow and said, "I think we should move to another inn. No, we'd better leave Byam as soon as possible. If I'm worth a bounty of more than 5,000 pounds, I won't be safe anywhere. The pirates and adventurers who are at the same level as me would definitely rush over like sharks smelling blood. Prey that they can finish off while also proving themselves and giving them a high bounty are always very popular. They're worth no less than treasure." Danitz suppressed even more of his inward shouting. Klein didn't agree or disagree, he slowly smiled. "Are you worried that your bounty will be too high?" Danitz nodded heavily, finally feeling as though the madman, Gehrman Sparrow, was finally saying something sensible. "Besides hiding, there are other solutions," Klein said as he walked over to the coat rack. "What are they?" Danitz asked subconsciously. Klein took off his half-top hat and put it on his head. "Raise your sequence. Let your strength match the bounty." He put on his coat, twisted the handle, and walked out of the suite. "Raise myself to sequence 6? Become a conspiracist?" Danitz paused for 2 seconds. Then he frowned and grimaced. When he consumed the sequence 9 Hunter and sequence 8 Provoker potions, he didn't find it much of a problem. In fact, he began to long for finding the legendary treasures, obtain mid or high sequence formulas and their corresponding materials to advance to a demigod, and then become the new king of the sea. However, the intense pain and discomfort brought to him by the pyromaniac potion had left him in fear and apprehension. He didn't dare believe that he nearly lost control despite strictly following his captain's instructions of constantly provoking his opponents. This forced Danitz to consider whether or not he was fine just getting rich so that he could return to Intis a rich man. He stood there, troubled for several minutes. Finally, he thought of a question. "Even if I want to advance by consuming a potion, it's not something I can do in a short period of time. I'll still have to find the formula and collect the ingredients. It wouldn't be an easy task, and the new bounty might be released tomorrow or even today. So, I must change inns and leave Byam as soon as possible." After Alger left the Ralph Trading Company, he casually went to a few places to inquire about the situation. When it was almost noon, he received a new report from the Church of Storms. It's confirmed that the person who posted the notices at the door of the cathedral is Blazing Danitz. Pay attention to his whereabouts. Blazing Danitz. Alger held the slip of paper in his hand and ruminated over the name silently. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he no longer had any doubts in his mind. With ease and certainty, he felt confident about going out to sea to hunt for materials. This was because his quest would happen at sea, and because Mr. Fool has a new identity, Sea God. Having missed the morning's blue star, Danitz waited until 4 in the afternoon to attempt the soulfall ritual while Gehrman Sparrow was out. He drew the god of knowledge and wisdom's sacred emblem with familiarity, an omniscient eye on an open book, with the appropriate altar set up. Inside the wall of spirituality, he lit a candle and picked up the lavender and mint extract before dripping it onto the still burning flame. A refreshing fragrance filled the air, and Danitz burned several more herbal powders. Having done all this, he took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, "I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of rationality. I pray for the God of wisdom's loving grace. I pray that you allow me to communicate with the spirit of Edwina Edwards, the teacher who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Seas, who hails from Lenberg." Whoosh! Along with the echo of the incantation, the interior of the altar suddenly became cold. Apart from the 3 candles, the remaining brass dagger, the salt plate, the bottle of extract, and the fountain pen and paper all floated in midair. Danitz waited nervously, not knowing what was going to happen next. After nearly 20 seconds, the flames of the 3 candles began to sway, coloring the candles in a pale green color. Danitz's body suddenly stiffened. He felt an icy chill invade his body in an irresistible manner. He saw his feet move uncontrollably, and he took a step forward. He saw his left hand rise and grab the black fountain pen and a piece of white paper. He saw himself bend over with a pen in his left hand, quickly writing, "Is there something?" The words were exquisite and artistic, very different from Danitz's own style. It was only then that Danitz realized he could control his head and his throat. "Captain, Sea God Calvetua is dead." He squeezed out his hoarse voice as though he was suffering from a heavy cold. Details. His right hand wrote smoothly. This was the opportunity Danitz had been waiting for. He immediately recounted everything that had happened, including Gehrman Sparrow's visit to Simim Island in order to fulfill some adventurer's dying wish, the possibility that Gehrman Sparrow had suffered the sea god's curse, and how he easily resolved the problem after closing the door, including the madman's mistake of mistaking the ancient elven ruins as a sea god ruin. Towards the end, Danitz quickly added his own take on the matter. "I believe that Admiral of Blood won't come to Byam for quite a substantial period of time. Most famous pirates wouldn't. It will take at least half a year for this matter to pass. Captain, your hunting plan with Gehrman Sparrow might have to be shelved for the time being. I wish to return to the Golden Dream." His left hand froze for a few seconds before writing, "Continue to follow Gehrman Sparrow, and be my contact point with him. Captain, why you can teach him the soulfall ritual." Danitz yelled hoarsely. His left hand wrote, "This can only be done within 500 nautical miles, and in the case of the person holding the ritual, it would be quite risky for him. And you have our points of contact on the various islands. Those are things that cannot be told to outsiders. Indeed, Gehrman Sparrow is just an outsider, but, Captain, I really want to go back to the Golden Dream." Danitz racked his brains and said, "Maybe we can invite him to be a guest on the ship." "No, this—" Suddenly an idea came to Danitz. "Captain, he has a messenger. He has a messenger. A messenger that travels through the spirit world to deliver letters for him. This should be an unrestricted means of communication, and it should be more private and secure. I don't need to be the contact person anymore." Danitz thought in abnormal delight. His left hand hung in midair for a few seconds before he wrote, "If that's the case, there's no problem. As the New Year holiday is coming to an end, it's indeed time for you to return to the ship. You do have some talent in languages, but you still have quite a few problems in other areas. You need to attend more classes and work harder." Danitz opened his mouth, but nothing came out of it. He suddenly felt that returning to the Golden Dream wasn't anything to look forward to. In the evening, Klein returned to the Wind of Azure Inn. He didn't find a suitable target for acting despite an entire day's work. Due to the sweep from before, many pirates and adventurers that were wanted were arrested. The remaining ones continued hiding cautiously, not daring to go out at all. Whether it was the bars, casinos, or brothels, Business was poor and there weren't many customers. So this is the situation. Danitz came over. He cleared his throat and gave a hollow chuckle. It would be my first time using the soulfall ritual, and I don't have much confidence. I did a test ahead of time and haha, it succeeded. I managed to communicate with Captain, and she believes there's no chance to hunt Admiral of Blood anytime soon. She plans on summoning me back to the Golden Dream. As for us communicating, don't you have a messenger? You can use the messenger to send Captain a letter. My messenger was given by a big shot, and it's not mine. Moreover, the messenger can only send messages back and forth between the owner and the owner of the token, without involving anyone else. Yes, it can also be between the host of a ritual and the owner. That reminds me, I have to find a way to get a messenger of my own, or many things will be inconvenient. As for the solution to this, obviously, it's to write to Mr. Azik, who has to be an expert on the matter. Klein calmly pulled over a chair and sat down. He leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Tell your captain that I have a way to find Admiral of Blood." Ha! Danitz was stunned, having not expected such an answer. Then, he saw the corners of Gehrman Sparrow's mouth slowly widen as he repeated, "Tell your captain." Danitz shivered. He didn't dare to make any inquiries as he forced a smile. "We'll have to wait until the next blue star, which is between 11 p.m. and midnight tonight." "Very good." Klein smiled as he praised. But Danitz wasn't happy at all. Klein stood up slowly, recollecting a special dish he had eaten for dinner, and he headed for the bedroom. The food was called the tiativa, and translated into loan, it was meat within fruit. The cook used a giant local fruit, Tina hollowed out its flesh, leaving only a solid shell. Then stuffed it with mashed mutton and fish, followed by sea salt and several types of spices, and repeatedly roasted it over the fire. The meat was fresh, fragrant, and perfectly blended with the sweet and slightly sour flavor of the fruit. Closing the door behind him, Klein first wrote a letter thanking Mr. Azik for his earlier guidance. Then he asked again how he could have a messenger of his own. After folding the letter, he took out his copper whistle and summoned the messenger. The messenger didn't stay, disintegrating the moment it took the letter. Phew! Klein rested for a moment, ready to enter the space above the gray fog to see if the prayers of the believers could bring him any useful information, such as who he could actually act as. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Seated in the fool's chair, Klein raised his right hand, allowing the sea god scepter to fly out of the junk pile and land in his palm. He originally planned on placing the sealed artifact, that was on the level of a grade 1 sealed artifact, beside his chair. This was to show respect to a demigod item, but after careful consideration, he believed that the sea god scepter was still unable to match up with the mysterious and powerful fool, who was able to fight against the true creator and primordial demoness. Only a card of blasphemy was barely qualified to match his status. Therefore, he threw the sea god scepter into the junk pile. Looking at the blue dots surrounding the white bone staff, Klein willed them to split into preliminary categories. Just as he had expected, those blue dots of light automatically split according to his will. Those that merely praised sea god and were prayers with no clear reason sank to the bottom and then rapidly disappeared. Those regarding confessions and pleas floated upward and came closer to Klein's palm. Following his spiritual intuition, he tapped one of the latter. All of a sudden, he saw tall, surging waves and heard the violent whistling of a gust of wind. A fishing boat was bobbing up and down in the undulating deep blue sea, as though it was ready to capsize at any moment. Above the fishing boat, the natives were either hugging the mast or pulling on ropes, making their last-ditch efforts to survive. Many of them were panicking as they chanted the honorific name of Sea God. Noticing that this was an ongoing prayer, Klein lifted the milky white scepter. At the tip of the scepter, the blue-colored gems emitted a halo of light one after another before they connected into one and shone onto the scene. The fishermen were gradually losing all hope when all of a sudden, they felt the ship which had been thrown into the air stabilize. They looked around in amazement and saw that the mountain-like waves had calmed down at some point, and the raging winds were slowly calming down, turning as mild as Zarhar beer. The overbearing dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and a storm was forcefully pushed back by a mysterious force before it could fully assume its full form. The fishermen quickly recovered from their dazed states and understood what had happened. See, God has protected everyone. See, God has shown his majesty. Plop, plop, plop. All of them prostrated themselves on the deck, spread their hands, and placed them to their mouths, reciting the honorific name of sea god in an irregular fashion. Thank you, praise you, adorer of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Worsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua. Above the gray fog, Klein felt a little depressed. I was the one who saved you, so why are you thanking Calvetua? That sea serpent will only deliberately create hurricanes, set off waves, and intimidate you so that you would piously believe in it. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Calvetua is already dead, and the current Calvetua is another one of my identities. Why should I be in a bad mood when people are thanking my other identity? This is something a faceless has to take note of when acting for real, to fully immerse oneself in the role, treating all emotions one receives as their own, but also never forgetting who they really are. This is difficult to accomplish. Failure to pay attention to it can result in an abnormal state of mind. And once a beyonder state of mind becomes abnormal, they won't be far from losing control. After thinking for a while, Klein let out a sigh and chuckled to himself. Acting the role of sea god has been quite rewarding after all. Although such acting doesn't provide feedback due to the gray fog screening and isolation, nor does it facilitate the digestion of the faceless potion, it can provide me with experience and lessons, helping me figure out a safer and more effective way of acting. Wrapping up his thoughts, Klein spread his spirituality to another point of light. This time, the plea came from under a bridge. A woman with tattered clothes and a festering body was leaning against a corner, mumbling the honorific name of sea god as she made her final confession. Through her descriptions, Klein seemed to have witnessed her short life. She was a native woman whose parents believed in sea god. As a result, she inherited the faith of sea god. In the first decade or so, her father worked as a miner, repairing roads and laying the rails, while her mother focused on temporary jobs, sewing, doing laundry, helping out at the docks, and occasionally working as a street girl. Only then did the family barely survive. An abrupt change occurred 2 years ago. Her father had died during a road repair accident, and the Worsted Railroad Company had offered only a pittance of compensation. This pushed the family onto a path of no return. Subsequently, the girl was sold to the Red Theater by her mother and became a legal prostitute. Although Emperor Roselle had long invented the condom, many pirates and adventurers were unwilling to use one in their desire for momentary pleasure. And since the Red Theater didn't enforce the use of condoms, the girl's resistance was ineffective. All she could do was submit, eventually getting infected with some disease. The manager of the Red Theater had tried to provide her some simple treatment, but seeing that she wasn't getting any better, she was chased out because the cost of the follow-up treatment was obviously much higher than the cost of buying another girl. Not only was the ill girl unable to find a new job, but she didn't even have the money to rent a house. Her mother and younger siblings had long since disappeared, perhaps already dead or abducted to become slaves. The girl became a tramp and lived under the bridge. She managed to survive for some time thanks to the food and free medicine provided by charity organizations. But it was ultimately a short period of time. Her illness got worse and worse, and her body became weaker and weaker. Very quickly, she reached the end of her life. At that moment, she recalled the days when she was the most well-fed and dressed. She recalled the words that the pirates and adventurers would occasionally say. She whispered and prayed to see God. I want to live like a human being. Klein once again raised his staff, but he found that this sealed artifact didn't possess the ability to cure diseases. He thought of purchasing some medicine from Emlyn White via the world, but he found that the prayer scene happened at noon. The girl had already passed away under the bridge, in mud and dirt, her body filled with agony and intense hunger. Klein was silent for a moment. Then he raised the angle of the prayer screen to reveal the location of the bridge. After memorizing the characteristics of the nearby streets and the surrounding area, Klein leaned back in his chair, sighed, and said with an insincere smile, "What a humble wish. There isn't much of an opportunity to act. I'll try my best to bury you like a human being." He retracted his attention and scanned the other points of light, searching for someone he could act as, but he found nothing. During this process, Klein noticed that Kalat, Edmonton, and the other members of the resistance were carrying out a ritual. They had placed a batch of items on the altar, and they prayed for Sea God to imbue them with power. So that's how they receive the Beyonder items they use for trade. To be at the level of a demigod is truly different. Moreover, they're used to not receiving any immediate replies. It's as if they plan to leave the items on the altar the entire night. Apparently, that sea serpent, Calvetua, didn't respond immediately either. It depends on its mood, or whether it was asleep or not. Otherwise, it could only respond instinctively, unable to produce any Beyonder items in batches. Klein picked up the sea god's scepter, making the blue gems shine again. Boundless spirituality magically merged together, gushing into the prayer scene with transcendent vibes and randomly fusing with various items. Some of them are electric shock charms, some that allow people to swim in the sea like fish, some that allow a gale to blow. Within 3 months, their spirituality would gradually decline to nothingness. Klein half-closed his eyes, feeling the changes in the items. Although he had only responded twice, he was already rather exhausted despite mainly relying on the power of the sea god's scepter. However, the first response had to do with him forcibly dispersing a storm and calming the waves, while the second response was to simultaneously provide an enchantment to dozens of items. They were all at the level of a demigod, so it was rather draining on his spirituality. Even if I frequently used the sea god scepter, I wouldn't be able to last very long. On the other hand, the negative side effects wouldn't be a burden on me. I can attempt to use it at times. Yes, the situation with the resistance reminded me. I can also pray to myself and make a bunch of charms, mainly to allow me to do things underwater. This way, even if I find myself in a sea battle, I wouldn't be so restrained. Oh right, I still don't know how to make lightning charms. I need to seek out the corresponding mysticism information, and with it, I can deal with enemies who have air superiority. Klein silently muttered a few sentences and threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile while swiftly returning to the real world. East Chester County. By the side door of a huge manor in the vast and beautiful countryside. Audrey Hall was dressed in a waist-fitting black riding suit with a simple blouse lining her insides. She skillfully sat on the back of a brownish-red mare without showing the slightest sign of wobbling. Her black leather boots were in the stirrups, with her white trousers slightly tucked into them. She smiled at Susie, who had a leather bag on her back. "I'll wait for you at the edge of the woods." With that, she bent down with the whip in her hand and let the brownish-red mare gallop across the open field. Compared to the gorgeous yet gloomy family castle, Audrey preferred the beautiful manor and the scenery of the countryside. One handsome horse after another came running out. The riders were servants and maidservants, and their only mission was to protect Miss Audrey. Susie was also running happily, a feeling she couldn't experience in Backland. Moreover, she and Audrey would have a little adventure today, and that was exploring an ancient tower in the forest that had collapsed a long time ago. The valuable items there had long been taken away, but there had never been any accidents that happened there. It was a perfect place for an inexperienced person to practice her various abilities. The only problem was that it would be dark in 2 hours, and there might not be enough time. East Chester County was still cold in January, with snow often piling up. The branches and leaves of the trees were withered, with beasts hiding themselves, making it appear lifeless. Audrey led Susie around the ancient tower several times while surrounded by her attendants and maidservants, but they found nothing. There were only piles of gray bricks and rotten wood, and in the gaps, there were weeds and the corpses of tiny critters. Audrey had thought she could find some murals on the wreckage of the walls, allowing her to decipher the origins of the ancient tower and use the appearance of wild beasts to secretly practice her Beyonder skills such as awe, frenzy, placate, but she was only left very disappointed. This isn't a tiny adventure, it's just a stroll on horseback. She pursed her lips, held her whip, and walked to her horse. Unwilling to resign herself to this, she asked the attendants and maidservants around her when she had traveled half the distance, "Are there any legends of monsters nearby?" Half of the attendants had followed her from Backlund to the family castle before coming to this manor. The other half were locals and were usually busy in the manor. There was no doubt that Audrey was asking the latter. The reason why she had come to this manor was because, historically, there was a folk tradition of worshipping dragons in the surrounding areas. A young attendant secretly shot a glance at his noble and beautiful mistress. He mustered his courage, took 2 steps forward, and bowed while saying, "Deep in this forest, there are many fearsome wild beasts. Every year hunters die there, but no one has ever encountered a monster before. It's just like the situation described in an old folk song that goes around this place." He recounted the folk song, and the general meaning was, "Monsters are in your dreams. Dragons are in your dreams. The great imagined palace, floating in the air, is also in your dreams. There is the place where you will have everything, all the way until you wake up. Curious children, brave adventurers, go and find the dragon in your dreams." The attendant deliberately left out the last line, because he might be misunderstood as being sarcastic to Miss Audrey. A dragon in a dream, the great palace that is imagined and floating in the air is also in a dream. Audrey carefully pondered for a few seconds before she suddenly felt that this ancient folk song wasn't completely meaningless. According to the information about dragons that she'd bought from Little Sun, the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, had actually imagined a floating city with massive temple pillars supporting a towering palace complex. The name of the city was Liveseed, meaning the city of miracles. In dreams, the spectator pathway comes under the mind dragons, involving the conscious, subconscious, the sea of collective subconscious, and the sky of spirituality. No matter how you look at it, it certainly involves the dream domain. Perhaps this ancient folk song really is pointing to something. Could Liveseed really exist in the sea of collective subconscious, in dreams? But a dream is purely in the mind. Many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. Even when she returned to the manor, she was still unable to come up with a clear train of thought. Entering the room, she glanced at Susie, suddenly having the urge to show off. Susie doesn't know anything about dragons, so she definitely wouldn't be able to detect the peculiarities of this folk song. "No, don't be arrogant. That's too superficial, and it's easy for Susie to discover that I'm hiding something." Audrey walked a few steps back and forth with her back straight, and she asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Susie, what do you think that folk song is really about? I have a nagging feeling that it's not as simple as it seems." Susie opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, because she didn't know anything about poetry. She gave it some serious thought and said, "Audrey, I'm only a dog." In a forest in Blue Mountain Island. Because of his agitation and excitement, Kalat didn't sleep at all. Sitting on the wheelchair, he inspected his surroundings, as if he had found a reason to live apart from revenge. After making a full circle, he returned to the altar to pray once again. He remembered the contents of the 10 Commandments very clearly. He knew that he couldn't use See God's name in vain, so he planned to use the relatively vague God as a replacement during his prayers. When he approached the altar, his gaze suddenly turned into a stare because the items placed on it all had an unusual aura. For example, a dagger didn't reflect any crimson moonlight but released silver lightning. A leaf had become increasingly greener, making him feel that it was easier to breathe from a mere glance. God has bestowed his grace. This thought suddenly flashed in Kalat's mind. Up to this point, he no longer had any doubts regarding the transformation of See God. The sacrilegious thoughts hidden deep within him were completely dispelled. The revelation from God that previously said that he will walk the land again was an implication that he is reconstructing his image. This layer of meaning goes very deep, and we actually failed to interpret it before. Kalat slowly took in a deep breath and propped himself up with his hands before solemnly prostrating himself before the great sea god. Soon, he returned to his wheelchair and headed for the residence of the High Priest Edmonton and the others. He couldn't wait to tell his companions about what had just happened, to share with them the grace of God. At 11:15 in the evening, Klein sat in his chair and watched with a blank expression as Danitz held the soulfall ritual, memorizing all the details while he did it. It still requires help from the spirit world. He made a preliminary judgment. If it's a spirit world creature, one can locate them as long as there's no mistake in the description. Just using a language with a certain amount of power can allow direct summoning or allow them to make their spirit descend. It has nothing to do with distance or range. To a certain extent, deities have this trait as well, but sometimes it's possible to get a response from them even if the prayer is in an ordinary language. Of course, that is only if they have become believers and have caught the notice of the deity. At the level of demigods, they seem to have blended with the spirit world to a certain extent. That's why one can point towards them with an accurate description to receive the possibility of a response. But there will be a distance limitation. Once it's beyond a range, they wouldn't be able to receive the signal. See God Calvetua is an example. Vice Admiral Iceberg is considered a powerful mid-sequence beyonder. To achieve something like this, relying on herself isn't sufficient. She needs to use the aid of a corresponding deity, and use a precise and unambiguous description. Furthermore, there are restrictions on distance and range. The moment Klein finished organizing his thoughts, the various items on the altar began to float up, with the exception of the 3 candles. Danitz shuddered uncontrollably, his expression turning cold. Very soon, he let out the female voice of Vice Admiral Iceberg. "Good evening." Her tone seems to contain the anger of being woken up. Klein felt that Danitz's entire person had turned feminine. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I have a way to find Admiral of Blood." "What?" Edwina Edwards, whose spirit had possessed Danitz, already had her tone return to normal, one that usually lacked emotion. Klein said simply, "They use the latest wireless telegraphy technology. I received the frequencies and passcodes from White Shark." "Wireless telegraphy? You know such things?" Edwina appeared surprised to learn that Gehrman Sparrow, who was an expert in mysticism, would also have some general knowledge of radio communication technology. Klein politely smiled. "A little." Edwina was silent for 2 seconds. Then she asked through Danitz, "Have they discovered that? Are you referring to whether Admiral of Blood and company have discovered the leak of their frequencies and passcodes? In theory, they should have, since their intelligence officer, Old Quinn, has died at the hands of Mr. Hanged Man. However, wireless telegraphy hasn't reached the level of wide-scale adoption yet, so it's easy for those who use it to ignore security risks." Klein didn't respond with absolute certainty. "Perhaps. But we can try. As long as I can listen in on the frequency, there's a very high chance of finding Admiral of Blood. As sea god, even at the level of a demigod, making it difficult for me to know about matters in neighboring seas like the back of my hand, I can still control sea creatures and ask them to seek people out." Klein silently added. Edwina said thoughtfully, "I'll have Danitz help with the surveillance. You know a lot about wireless telegraphy as well." Klein grinned and said, "Okay." When the soulfall ritual was over, Danitz watched Gehrman Sparrow take out a sizable piece of machinery and its corresponding accessories, with mixed emotions. "What is this?" he asked in astonishment. Klein said flatly, "Radio transceiver." Danitz turned agape as he finally forced his question out. "Where did you get it?" Klein glanced at him. "Outside." As he spoke, he tossed the manual and information on the frequencies and passcodes to Danitz and went back to his bedroom to sleep. So this is what he does on his frequent trips out. Danitz felt as though he had understood something. After much reading and experimenting, he finally mastered the usage of the radio transceiver and settled back into his reclining chair. He was soon snoring away. Without knowing how long he slept, he was suddenly awoken, astonished to hear rhythmic clicks. "What?" Danitz rolled to his feet and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw the radio transceiver in the dim room working on its own, spitting out illusory sheets of white paper under the serene moonlight. "What's this?" Danitz conjured flames in his palms as he carefully inched forward. This scene reminded him of the horror stories that pirates often spoke of when they were bragging. "There's a problem with the radio transceiver? It's connected to an evil spirit?" Danitz decided to yell for Gehrman Sparrow the moment he discovered anything amiss. As he approached the radio transceiver, he saw several lines of ancient Fasak on the illusory sheet of paper. "Hello. I sense a familiar but unique aura, but it's about to dissipate." "Hello." Danitz attempted a response. "Who are you?" The radio transceiver produced its clickety-clack again, spitting out a piece of white paper. "My name is Rhodes. In exchange, you have to answer one of my questions." "A question?" "This strange radio transceiver is a little interesting." Danitz cleared his throat. "You can ask, but I might not answer." "Hee, you think I'm the kind of adventurer or archaeologist who ends up killing himself because of curiosity?" Danitz thought with both caution and pride. It took a few seconds for the radio transceiver to produce its clickety-clack again. An illusory piece of white paper was spat out with red words on it. "Do you have a secret crush on your captain?" "No. Don't speak nonsense." Who told you that?" Danitz's face instantly reddened. He felt at a loss to have the secret that had been buried deep in his heart for so many years revealed so suddenly. He was embarrassed and ashamed at the same time and subconsciously wanted to deny it. But at the same time, he was also shocked and confused as to how this matter had been discovered by an outsider. He had never told anyone, and he had kept this secret very well hidden. Danitz opened his mouth, forced a smile, and said, "What a silly question. I refuse to answer." The radio transceiver produced its clickety-clack and spat out more white paper. "Then let's change the question. If you really don't like her, who can endure such dry and boring lessons? Isn't that right?" "No. It's because I'm not strong enough to beat her." Danitz blurted out, his expression twisted. The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker and the words on the illusory white paper increased. "A lie. Let's change the question. The type of female you like is beautiful, powerful, mysterious, intelligent, and someone who is able to step over you, right?" Danitz's lips quivered as he felt as though flames were seemingly rising from his body and smoke was billowing from his head. At this moment he felt his state of mind explode. It was as if someone had stripped him naked and tossed him into a busy street. Subconsciously, he looked around in panic, searching and avoiding the gazes that might be cast on him. Then, he saw that the bedroom door had opened at some point. Gehrman Sparrow stood there quietly in his white shirt which hadn't been tucked in and his rather loose black trousers. It was unknown how long he had been watching. When did you come out?" Danitz stuttered, his face blank. "Please tell me that you just opened the door," he prayed inwardly. Klein walked over to the radio receiver that had become paranormal and answered calmly, "From the beginning. As a seer, how could I not have sensed the strange activity outside? Even in my sleep, I'll still have my spiritual intuition." Klein chuckled inwardly. Danitz's face instantly turned ashen. He turned his body in a half-circle and rushed toward the radio transceiver that seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, in a bid to rip up the illusory white paper with the 3 questions. But his hand went through the words without him grabbing onto anything. A scarlet-red fireball formed in his palm again as he thought of blowing up the damn radio transceiver. At this moment, Gehrman Sparrow's cold gaze swept over him. "Right, this is his..." Danitz froze, looking at Gehrman Sparrow step past him and stop in front of the unusual radio transceiver. "Rhodes, how did it connect to this radio transceiver?" "It said it sensed a familiar but unique aura which is about to dissipate." "Is it referring to the aura of the mysterious space above the gray fog?" This radio transceiver was placed above the gray fog for a few days. Although it didn't show any abnormal signs, it still came into contact with the aura. And because of its own functions, it temporarily received information from the spirit world, and this was subsequently discovered by Rhodes, the magic mirror that seems to know a lot. "Wait, what kind of question was that?" "I'm Gehrman Sparrow. I'm a cold, crazy adventurer. I'm a professional. I can't laugh out loud. Klein suppressed the corners of his mouth and secretly took a deep breath. Danitz stole a sidewards glance, like a prisoner by the gallows waiting for the noose to be released. Seeing no change in expression from Gehrman Sparrow, he was slightly relieved. He was glad that the person who had watched from the side was a madman and not a normal human being. He wouldn't have any interest in such matters. If it were any other pirate, I would be too embarrassed to return to the Golden Dream. No, I would be too embarrassed to adventure out at sea. He looked with hatred and fear at the radio transceiver, at the demon who called itself a Rhodes. He heard the clacking again and saw a new piece of white paper spit out from the radio transceiver. There were 2 neat lines in Loanese. Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, is honored to follow in your footsteps once again, constantly at your service. This isn't the same evil spirit as that a Rhodes from before, right? Danitz's face twitched, and he suddenly felt that whatever happened tonight was surreal. Klein, who went through great difficulty to stifle his laughter, keenly caught onto a problem. A Rhodes wasn't here in person and had likely used the spirit world and the radio transceiver's special function to send messages remotely. Therefore, when Danitz refused to answer the first question, it was powerless to punish him and could only ask another question. That's interesting. In the future, I'll just need to place the radio transceiver above the gray fog for prolonged periods of time, and I'll be able to make it turn into a unique item that receives spirit world information from ghosts. Unfortunately, by the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristic, even with the augmentation of the gray fog's aura, its extraordinary abilities would dissipate bit by bit, eventually returning to normal. Yes, to maintain an ordinary item's extraordinary traits without the use of Beyonder characteristics, there's another method according to my knowledge in mysticism. That is to carve the honorific name or true name of an angel, or even a deity in a language that can stir the powers of nature onto it. This would be equivalent to borrowing the target's mysticism and power. Of course, the premise is that they agree. I can't do it myself. At least, the piece of paper that I previously used as my bank's passcode in Ancient Hermes hasn't undergone any abnormal changes. For real deities, I only know the true name of one, Primordial Demoness Cheek. If I get her honorific name, together with her true name, what will happen when I engrave them in Ancient Hermes onto the radio transceiver? Will it release viruses? Will it appear more aesthetically pleasing in an industrial sense, mesmerizing those with fetishes? Yeah, the outcome with the greatest possibility is that when carving the honorific name and true name, the powers of the primordial demoness will descend, sucking everything dry. This is an extremely precise supernatural direction. Strange thoughts flashed through Klein's mind until a Rhodes greeted him. Perfect. This is a magic mirror that can answer questions. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to the side and said to Danitz, "Go out and guard the door." All right. Without any hesitation, Danitz rushed to the door. He was afraid that the demon named a Rhodes would ask him new questions. When Danitz entered the corridor and closed the door behind him, Klein turned to the radio transceiver which was connected to the magic mirror, a Rhodes, and said in a low voice, "I have some questions. This is my honor. Can I address you as master?" The great existence above the spirit world. White paper spat out of the radio transceiver amid clacking sounds. You're too obsequious and too shameless. Why do I have a nagging feeling that there's a problem? Klein pondered a little and said, "You can use any form to address me." "Yes, master." A Rhodes used an exclamation mark. "What's your question?" "Where can I find mermaids?" Klein asked directly. Amid clacking sounds, the radio transceiver answered, "To the east of the Gargas archipelago. Sail the sea route for a week, and there's a chance of meeting mermaids. However, the mermaids there are all believers of the Evernight goddess." This is a little amazing. It's within expectations, but it's also surprising. Klein realized that his previous speculation had turned into reality in a way he didn't expect. A Rhodes continued to type. "If it bothers you, you can continue heading east, but it will be very dangerous. That place is no longer a real ocean, but the ruins of the War of the Gods." Of course, you definitely wouldn't mind that. Who said that? I was still imagining that with the sea god scepter, I would have the chance of entering even the most treacherous of seas. Now, you are telling me it's a sea evolved from the battlefield of gods. Indeed, there was a war of the gods in ancient times, the time when the Creator reclaimed the ancient gods' authorities. Klein didn't make comment as he watched a Rhodes make the radio transceiver produce more words. In addition, there are reared mermaids in the Church of Evernight's headquarters, in the Cathedral of Serenity, as well as the Sleep Cathedral on Dinos Island. In addition to the Holy Cathedral, there are mermaids on Dinos Island as well. The former is too dangerous. They have grade 0 sealed artifacts and powerhouses at the level of angels. The latter can be considered. Transform into a nighthawk or a bishop and sneak in to listen to the singing and consume the potion. That's not right. The church rears mermaids to target faceless beyonders. So how can they not be on guard against this point? I have to think of another way. Klein was about to ask the second question when he saw a new sheet of white paper come out of the radio transceiver. Great Master, I must abide by certain rules. You must answer a question of mine in exchange. Answer your question? Klein raised his eyebrows slightly and waited for a Rhodes to ask the question. He decided to acknowledge the servant depending on the situation. Amidst the clacking, a Rhodes used words to spell out a question. What are you planning to have for breakfast today? Nice question, Klein calmly replied. Depends on what the inn offers. A perfect answer. A Rhodes was almost short of giving a round of applause. Without waiting for Klein to speak, it continued to type. The aura above the spirit world is about to disappear. I await the next opportunity to be at your service, Great Master. After the illusory piece of paper was spat out, the radio transceiver stopped and lost its gloomy feel. How many days would it take above the gray fog before I can contact a Rhodes again? I'll ask it for the method to remove the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic the next time. Yes, this method should be used prudently. A Rhodes can use the special connection after the radio transceiver is tainted by the aura. Those who are stronger and more terrifying than it might be capable of doing so as well. If I keep doing this, maybe one day I'll get a telegram from the true creator or the primordial demoness. Klein's mind raced as he noticed the hidden risks. East Chester County, the Hall family manor. Audrey sat at the dressing table and lit a candle. Afterwards, she looked at herself in the mirror across from the slightly swaying light of the fire. Her green eyes gradually became deep, making it impossible for anyone who laid eyes on them to shift their eyes away, as if even their souls wished to drown in them. Audrey, you have to remain lucid tonight in the dream, she said to herself softly. This was a simple psychological cue. The ancient folk song she had heard at dusk had inspired her to explore her dreams and see if she could enter the sea of subconscious sea and the spiritual skies of all living things. This was an experiment that other psychiatrists had never attempted. At least, there was no similar experiences in the reference materials provided by the psychology alchemists, giving oneself a psychological cue to explore their own dreams. Perhaps I might be able to find traces of a mind dragon or even the City of Miracles. Liveseed. Audrey withdrew her gaze, removed Lie, which was now in the form of a ruby necklace, and placed it inside a jewelry box. She was afraid that the mystical item that amplified her emotions would affect her while in her dream and cause unnecessary harm. Therefore, she removed it in advance out of caution. After doing all of this, Audrey subconsciously looked at her reflection in the mirror and saw little blemishes on her face. While wearing Lie, she felt that her beauty was intoxicating. Wake up, Audrey. That's only a lie. She lifted her right palm and caressed her cheek. At that moment, she was very glad that she had chosen the name Lie for that mystical item. It kept her constantly alert. Otherwise, she feared the day that she would one day be completely dependent on it and not want to face her true self. The day she lost it, it would be very possible that she would lose control. Those girls who are relatively ordinary looking might never wish to take it off again after wearing Lie to perfect their looks. They might be willing to die to keep it on them. For a Beyonder, I can't have such a state of mind either. Audrey sighed and stood up. She walked briskly and expectantly through the warm room in her slippery silk robe, back to the soft, comfortable, and springy bed, and pulled a rope from the headboard. Her personal maidservant, Annie, entered and gently extinguished the lights. Before long, Audrey fell asleep. In the hazy world, she suddenly jolted to her senses and realized that she was dreaming. She looked around with interest and silently said to herself, "Is this what's known as lucid dreams in psychology?" In mysticism, there is a similar concept. It's really effective. I relied on a simple psychological cue that I planted in myself to get a lucid dream. Audrey, you really are a genius. No, this is mainly an application of a beyonder power. I mustn't be arrogant. At this moment, Audrey had already figured out what the current dream was. She was walking along a dark, narrow road surrounded by a dark forest, and ahead of her was the castle with its spires. The prolonged howls of the wolves, the slow and frightening gasps, and the shrill and intermittent screams came from every direction, creating a dangerous and depressing atmosphere. I haven't gotten over the fear of Duke Negan's assassination. I'm still afraid that one day, many Beyonders would suddenly attack my father, my mother, and my brothers. Audrey dissected her dreams from the point of view of a psychiatrist. In this strangely real dream, she walked slowly toward the castle that was almost identical to the Hall family's ancestral house. As she walked, a figure suddenly jumped out of the dark forest. It was a gigantic dragon with golden scales all over its body. Its eyes were pale gold with vertical pupils, and its thick tail looked like it could sweep away everything. This dragon's facial features were exactly the same as Audrey's. When paired with its body, it gave off an indescribable feeling of strangeness and horror. Audrey jumped in fright, almost waking up from her dream. Fortunately, having been a spectator before, she was able to stabilize her emotions in time. This made her realize that she had never really forgotten how she had almost lost control back when she consumed the psychiatrist potion. Back then, her self-relief and the improvement in her mood was only superficial. The trauma had already taken root in the depths of her subconscious and would occasionally reflect itself in her dreams. Fortunately, I discovered this today. In the future, I can try to treat this trauma in my subconscious. I'm a psychiatrist. If I continue to ignore this issue, I might lose control due to this fear when advancing to sequence 6. Audrey examined herself carefully. As she walked and stopped, Audrey's dream kept changing in an erratic fashion. It would have been considered quite an unsatisfactory story. Finally, she arrived in front of the castle and saw an arm-length magic staff sweeping through the air, scattering down specks of light that were as resplendent as starlight. The castle that was shrouded in the light instantly became magnificent, and all the gloom disappeared. The melody of a band came out from inside the castle as one wall lamp after another lit up. This was the most beautiful expectation that I had towards Beyonder powers at the very beginning. It really was a little girl's fantasy. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up, and her mood turned for the better. She didn't stop, but she walked past the castle to the edge of her dream. She didn't care how the scene behind her changed, or how the story unfolded. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she passed through the barren wasteland and arrived at the top of a cliff. Looking out, the gray, blurry void extended into the distance. The area beneath her was so deep that it seemed to be bottomless. Audrey was keenly aware that this was the boundary of her dreams. Once she left, she had no idea what would happen. And how do I leave? Jump down? Will I fall to my death? Audrey thought awkwardly, not too courageous in taking the risk. After thinking for a few seconds, she slowly came up with an idea. This is a dreamland that originates from the world of my mind. As the mistress of this place, I can use my will to open up a path for myself. With the thought of making the attempt, she tried to conjure what she thought, just like the way she did it above the gray fog. The only difference was that the former needed the help of Mr. Fool, and now she had to rely on herself. Audrey stretched out her right hand, pointing it downwards into the depths of the gray fog. In front of her, the gray fog suddenly surged, revealing layers of stairs that led downwards, without an end in sight. Audrey took a slow breath, lifted her skirt slightly, and stepped onto the first step. Step by step, she continued down the stairs. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet, so quiet that it was almost as if she heard auditory hallucinations. In this place, there was nothing else apart from the gray fog. It was lonely and filled with the unknown. A howling gale blew in from different directions, causing Audrey to sway back and forth. The fear she felt slowly deepened. Before she lost control of her emotions, her green eyes shone with a warm light that seemed to be able to see through the hearts of others. Audrey used her psychoanalysis powers to placate herself. She continued her search. After nearly a minute, a point of light suddenly lit up in the surrounding gray fog. Audrey took a cautious look, only to see that the point of light was of herself. Back when she had just consumed a potion and almost became a dragon monster. While on the verge of losing control, emotions such as worry, horror, fear, and nervousness were clearly overflowing from her. This is my subconscious, so this is my trauma? Audrey vaguely understood where she was after she left her dreamland. She was in no hurry to resolve this trauma as she continued to walk down, step by step, filled with anticipation. According to the theories of the psychology alchemists, the subconscious was at the bottom of her destination, the sea of collective subconscious for all living creatures. During her exploration, Audrey once again saw herself listening to her parents' storytelling when she was young. She saw herself, someone who valued her image but wasn't actually very elegant deep down. She saw herself participating in the tarot club, only that all the specks of light regarding the latter were tightly wrapped in a gray fog. These are things in my subconscious. They influence my character and behavior. Audrey instinctively analyzed what she saw with her knowledge of psychology. Amidst the coruscating points of light, there were several times where she was pushed to the verge of an emotional breakdown due to the lonely, aimless exploration, but she had used her beyond her powers to placate herself in time. Just as she was about to lose all sense of the passage of time, she saw the last step. In front of the steps was a solid, blurry, gray ground. Above it, there were streams of light and shadows. They were dense and overlapping, like an illusory sea. The sea of collective subconscious. Audrey took a few steps forward and raised her head to look up. To her surprise, the gray fog no longer blocked her vision as the clear high skies appeared. There were countless indescribable silhouettes, 7 of which were of different colors. They were lustrous brilliances that seemed to possess immense knowledge. Audrey pursed her lips and happily said to herself, "The sky of spirituality." Then, she cautiously moved forward, forging the adventure that she could call her own. Those figures of light that formed the sea would flash past her from time to time. Some contained ancient memories of being burned by flames, while others bore the excruciating pain of seeing something indescribable. Apart from the imprints of the ancients from ancient times, Audrey also saw the gazes of admiration cast on her one after another, as well as the activities of the people who worship dragons. As she walked, she noticed a grayish-white mountain on the far left. It extended upwards until it emerged from the sea of light and shadows. The top of the mountain was shrouded in a dense fog, making the entire place seem hazy. Is that someone else's consciousness? The sea is the subconscious, and beyond the surface of the sea is the ordinary consciousness. Yes, he's dreaming. Audrey suddenly thought of a possible application of a psychiatrist. It was to move closer and climb up, directly affecting the other party's subconscious thoughts, allowing them to naturally act according to her bidding. But it should be very difficult and very dangerous. Audrey looked away, not daring to make the attempt. She clearly remembered that her purpose this time was to seek out traces of the Mind Dragon and the City of Miracles. Liveseed. Audrey passed by more than 100 other people's consciousness. Gradually, she felt exhausted. It's time to return. Instinctively, she raised her head and looked into the distance, rationally making the decision. She stood there for a long time, unwilling to leave. A shadow suddenly appeared in the air just as Audrey was about to turn around. It was a pair of 2 huge gray wings. Under the wings, there was a long lizard-like monster. Its entire body was covered with huge scales that were like grayish-white stone slabs. It had 4 thick and powerful legs, seemingly bathing in the sunlight that didn't exist as it flickered in what seemed like the afterglow of the setting sun. the monster flew over. Its eyes were pale gold with its pupils vertical, looking cold and arrogant. Its grand and epic figure quickly disappeared into the sea of the subconscious of all living beings. Dragon. A mind dragon. Audrey jumped on the spot and looked around, afraid of others noticing her inelegant behavior. She paced around excitedly, feeling very satisfied with her adventure. Indeed, the tradition of dragon worship here isn't without an origin. In their subconscious, there lives a mind dragon. Audrey resisted the urge to praise herself and had decided to return immediately and wake up from the dream. She didn't have the urge to continue her exploration, as she wasn't prepared for it at all. She was going to consult Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, and the others at the Tarot Club next week in the hope of receiving some advice. Audrey returned the way she came, entering the mountain formed by her consciousness. Then, she woke herself up and successfully escaped from the dream. At that moment, Danitz was also permitted to return to his room. He glanced at Gehrman Sparrow and said with an embarrassed smile, "You won't tell anyone what you just saw, will you?" Klein didn't answer with yes or no. Instead, he stopped walking towards his bedroom and flatly said, "That was a question. Right, a question. That was a slanderous question with no basis. Besides, I also gave a negative answer." Danitz responded with delight and had emphasized that he had never admitted to it. Klein gently nodded his head. "I will clarify this with your captain." "Clarify?" Danitz stared. Then he half opened his mouth, his expression twisted. He was also considered a somewhat knowledgeable person, so he stopped explaining and arguing, and he forced a smile. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Klein took a deep breath and used his clown powers to control his facial expression. "Monitor it well." "Yes, all right," Danitz quickly agreed. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow turn around and walk to the bedroom's entrance, he couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to clarify this with Captain, right?" Klein twisted the handle and replied expressionlessly, "Monitor it well." After he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and entered the room. Before he could widen his mouth into a laugh, he closed the door behind him. The next morning, after breakfast, Klein put on a pair of pantaloons, a thick brown jacket, and a cap. He changed his appearance and went out, leaving Danitz alone in the room to watch the radio transceiver. Along the way, Klein changed his appearance again, making himself look more like a native. He found a special store, bought a pair of linen gloves, a shroud, and a body bag. Then, according to the surroundings he had previously witnessed, he scanned the area around him for landmarks before finding the bridge and the girl who had died amid the mud in a corner. As it was still winter, the weather wasn't too hot, and there were no obvious signs of decay from the corpse, but the festering skin and the stench still made Klein instinctively nauseous. He didn't immediately come to bury the girl who wanted to live like a human being last night. Due to the recent events, Byam was under strict curfews at night, as well as the fact that the cemetery didn't open until dawn. Pulling out a small metal bottle, Klein poured some quail egg oil onto his hand and rubbed it at the tip of his nose. A choking sensation invaded his mind. The smell of peppermint mixed with disinfectant filled his olfactory senses, making him sober as if he had just fallen into a sea of floating ice. He was no longer affected by any other smells. Putting away the metal bottle, Klein put on his gloves, took a few steps forward, and crouched next to the female corpse. He unwrapped the shroud and began to gently move the corpse into the body bag. Carrying the bag over his shoulder, he deliberately walked through the most bustling streets of Byam until he reached the outskirts of the city. Along the narrow road where horse carriages couldn't pass, he scaled a mountain to its mountainside. There was a cemetery specially prepared by the Church of Storms and the Governor-General's office for the natives. As for foreigners, such as businessmen, adventurers, people from Lone, Intis, and Fainapotter, who had settled down here, they had their cemeteries situated on the opposite side of Byam on a flat and soothing plain with forests backing them. Klein climbed higher and higher and entered the unnamed cemetery, where he found the gravekeeper dozing off. "How do you want to bury him?" The gravekeeper pointed at the body bag. If you want to do it for free, you have to wait a few days until the corpses in the morgue accumulate to a certain amount. Then they'll be cremated together and buried in the same grave. Of course, there will be priests who will do a send-off for the souls of the dead in advance. 5 soldi and he will have an urn and a niche he can call his own. £2, he'll get an urn and a grave with a tombstone. If you don't want him cremated, you'll need a coffin. You can pick one over there. They're priced differently based on the type of wood. Klein thought for a moment. Then he took out 5 soldi in notes and handed them over. What's his name? The gravekeeper counted the notes, picked up a fountain pen, and asked with a good attitude. He didn't actually know how to write words. He just wanted to draw symbols to help him remember. Klein paused for a second and said, Bordy, Bordy. The gravekeeper repeated it in a low voice and drew a symbol. Without looking up, he continued, She can have an epitaph on the niche. Bordy was a typical female name in the Rorstad archipelago. Therefore, the gravekeeper no longer mistook her gender. Klein remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said in a low voice, She is a human being. She is a human being? What a strange epitaph. The gravekeeper muttered, Do you have a picture? I know you don't. Before he could finish his words, he saw the other party hand over a photo. It was a portrait that Klein had drawn using a ritual. It perfectly reproduced the girl's looks before she fell ill. In order to not be suspected, he used the corresponding type of paper and some technique to make the portrait look like a real photograph. The gravekeeper was surprised but didn't say anything. He quickly took the information and carried the body bag to the hut where the priests resided with Klein. After the send-off and cremation, as well as the storing of ashes into an urn, the photograph was pasted on, and an epitaph was engraved, putting an end to the entire matter. Klein took a deep look before turning around to leave the cemetery. As he walked down the mountain path, he saw Byam in its entirety. The sea was pale blue, nearing the color of green. It was empty as far as the eye could see. Sails were stacked by the harbor, and the chimneys towered high. The streets were crisscrossed as people came and went. The surrounding estates were densely packed, and there was plenty of greenery. The distant public roads were wide, and the railways were straight. It was like a beautiful oil painting that was produced by a master. It was filled with vitality that was hardly describable. At the top of the clock tower of the Cathedral of Waves, the Church of Storm's cardinal, high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, John Cotman, stood at the edge, looking out over the refreshing sea and the mountain range that stretched out along the coastline. The pollution in Byam was rather low as the mining and smelting industries were located in other cities on the island. The mainstay here was the spice trade, the brothels and casinos, and the accumulation and transit of goods. It lacked a fully formed industry, and there was a limited number of days needed for coal to be burned for heat. As soon as Sea King John Cotman retracted his gaze, he saw a mandated punisher running up the spiral staircase. Your Eminence, there's new information. The mandated punisher struck the left side of his chest with his right hand. What is it? The well-built John Cotman turned around and asked. The mandated punisher handed over the piece of paper in his hand. News from within the resistance. They've received a response from Calvetua. They're in the process of creating new statues. New statues? John Cotman unfolded the note and skimmed through it. He then turned his head to the interior of Blue Mountain Island, which was covered in a sea of dense forests. After a moment of thought, he said, Search for abnormalities in the archipelago's sea area. He was certain of one thing from the intelligence, that the mysterious person who had taken away the characteristic left by Calvetua hadn't left the waters of the Rorstad archipelago. This could be determined from the fact that the person could disguise himself as Calvetua and reply to his followers. Meanwhile, John Cotman knew very well that the beyonder characteristic left behind by Calvetua, who had gone mad before its death, would lead to severe side effects regardless of whether or not it was reduced to a real item. Therefore, it would definitely result in an abnormality in the surrounding area. Moreover, he believed that it wouldn't be easy for the mysterious person to find a proper sealing method. Even if he had found it, there was no way he could control the effects when responding. Hence, exposing the problem. This was the clue. Yes, Your Eminence. May the storm be with you. The mandated Punisher bowed again. After entering Byam City, Klein dispelled his faceless power when no one was paying attention. He returned to the Wind of Azure in via carriage. As soon as he opened the door and entered, he saw Danitz sitting in front of the radio transceiver, his expression strange and grave. Got something? Klein asked in a low voice. No, no. Danitz raised his right palm and shook the papers in his hand. My bounty. My bounty has been raised to 5,500 pounds. This was almost reaching Steel Mavadi's bounty. Because of this, he didn't dare head out to drink or relax. All he could do was stay in the room and listen out for a signal. This rate of appreciation is really tempting. For a moment Klein didn't know how to react, so he said without expression, This is just the beginning. Mr. 10,000 pounds. Dog's hit. Danitz cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare to show any disrespect on his face. All of those things were done by Gehrman Sparrow. Why did it end up increasing my bounty? Those sons of bitches from the Church of Storms. He forced a smile and shook his head, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Klein held back his laughter and ignored him. He went back to his bedroom to catch up on his sleep. At this moment, he saw a letter suddenly appear, floating down from midair and landing right in front of him. Klein raised his right hand and grabbed the letter. The messenger didn't even show its face and just left after throwing the letter. Klein clicked his tongue, opened the letter, and read it. There were two methods for obtaining a messenger. The first method is to think of an accurate description, hold a ritual, summon the corresponding spirit world creature, and make a contract with it. The second method is to directly enter the spirit world and search for a messenger that you wish to obtain. After obtaining its consent, sign a contract with it and then record down the accurate description language for later use. The first method is relatively simple, but it is also rather dangerous, because what fits the description might be a powerful spirit world creature or a strange evil spirit. Every time you summon it, you cannot be completely sure what you will attract, and this is a risk that is hard to divine in advance. The danger of the second method is that it isn't easy to find the appropriate messenger, and there's a risk of getting lost in the spirit world. Unless you're a traveler. Otherwise, I do not suggest the second method. For the first method, I can provide you a description that has been tested and verified. As long as the process is done accurately, the level of danger will be rather low. But it might not satisfy you. Also, the contract needs to use powers in the undead domain. You can use my copper whistle to provide for that. The format includes the following paragraphs. Of course, if you don't mind, I can transfer a messenger to you as a gift and have it sign a contract with you. Transfer it to me as a gift? It's no wonder that the messenger didn't even dare show its face. Klein thought in enlightenment. Considering that he had used the previous messenger as a shield and was unfortunately finished off by Mr. A, causing the later messengers to become increasingly rude to him, he inwardly declined the offer. Use the first or second method. The first method is prone to error. I might even summon a candidate messenger and get beaten up. A commonly used description isn't unique enough, making the messenger's strength worrying. The second method? I'm not afraid of getting lost since I'm able to instantly return above the gray fog. Furthermore, in my spirit body state I can use the sea god scepter. The spirit world creatures aren't afraid of having their blood drained either. Yes, I have to do it outside the archipelago. Otherwise, I'll be affected by the prayers. Klein quickly came to a decision. With that idea in mind, Klein immediately began making preparations. It was to explore the spirit world and select a suitable target to become a messenger. After he left the Rorstad archipelago and its surrounding sea, he could bring the sea god scepter along with him to reason with the target and convince them to become his messenger. Once I find myself lost or in a dangerous situation, I would immediately halt the summoning and return above the gray fog. There's basically no risk. Klein thought for a few seconds. Then he locked the door and began the ritual of summoning himself. At the end of the ritual, he quickly arrived above the gray fog, but he was in no hurry to respond to himself. Instead, he sat down and let the sea god's scepter fly out from the junk pile and land on his palm. He intended to scan the prayers of the believers as per routine for anything to respond to. During this process, Klein discovered that some of the prayers were actually quite interesting, because humans could deceive friends and relatives, but it was difficult to keep their truest thoughts when confessing or praying to the gods. At most, they would modify the truth to make them look less bad. A mixed blood, who had clearly changed his faith to the Lord of Storms, had already reached the middle ranks of the Byam Police Department, but in his confession, he tried hard to portray his behavior as a plan of burdening himself to carry out a mission. For the sake of a brighter future for his kinsman, he could only confess to God in misery, hoping that he would protect him, so that he could climb up the ranks in the police system as a believer of the Lord of Storms. Although his words sounded flawless, the fluctuations in his thoughts and emotions during his confession were clearly displayed in the prayer scene. It was something that couldn't be hidden. Trying to deceive God while you are deceiving yourself. If it were a gigantic sea serpent like Calvetua who lacked intelligence, it might have believed you. Should I give him a lightning bolt or 10 wind blades? Yes, it's pretty impressive to have a mixed blood rise up to the ranks of senior inspector. I'll keep him. There are benefits to having a snitch. Klein raised his sea god staff, making one of the blue gems glow. The light poured into the scene and imperceptibly seeped into the senior inspector named Belaya. This wasn't a curse, nor was it a cue. It was a mark of divinity that almost no one could discover. Simply put, it's a unilateral way for me to keep tabs on you, Klein silently added inwardly. He continued browsing and saw a young believer with slightly curly bronze hair praying for a man named Zongma to be caught in a storm and buried at sea. He claimed that Zongma wasn't pious enough, but the truth was that, as a competing fisherman, Zongma was always able to harvest more fish than he did. What kind of nonsense prayers are these? The human heart sure is hard to fathom. Klein frowned and mumbled to himself. Then he had a vague idea. For a faceless to engage in real acting, it not only requires a flawless performance in terms of external appearances and habitual actions, but it also needs to maintain the core personality. Not many changes are allowed. As for personality, every person is different, so there must be a difference to a certain degree. By browsing the prayers of my believers, it's equivalent to me realizing different kinds of personalities and mental states without going through the trouble. When talking about the many masks we wear, it's not only about looks. This will be rather important for my subsequent acting as a faceless. It can save me time from figuring things out through accumulated experiences. Klein increasingly felt that acting as sea god was very beneficial towards him. When you are acting the role of a demigod, even if you don't get any feedback, you will still definitely get some considerable benefits. This is a way of gaining experience of being someone of a higher level. Klein perked up, no longer being perfunctory about skimming through the prayer scenes. After quickly browsing through one scene after another, his gaze stopped at a merchant named Ralph. The businessman praised the miracle of the reappearance of the sea god, and he had indicated that he planned to offer a third of his fortune, worth £20,000, to the resistance, half for military expenses, and half for the reconstruction of God's statue. Actually, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Just directly offer it to me, Klein muttered half-jokingly. He thought for a moment, and then he conjured a background of waves and storms with heavy rain and lightning falling together. He responded in a low voice, "You have honored my name by helping your compatriots and companions. The young lambs need help, food, and education." He intended to get Ralph to set up a charity fund with the £20,000, and to seek donations widely from the community to make up for the damage, create a consensus, and help to provide local children with food, clothing, and education under the pretext of governance. As for the military expenditures of the resistance, Klein understood that in a world with beyonder powers, it was very difficult to rely solely on the opposition from the natives of the colony to succeed. Therefore, they needed the help of foreign countries like Fasak and Intis. Funding was undoubtedly needed. Unfortunately, it's not possible to add a line in the 10 Commandments about boldly and confidently seek funding. That would damage the image of Sea God. The resistance shouldn't be thinking about annihilating the garrison troops. They should just focus on destroying the transportation infrastructure and make it more difficult for the Governor General's office to rule, so as to initiate talks. As a keyboard warrior, Klein wasn't lacking in ideas in such areas. He quickly restrained his wandering thoughts and made a divination to see if it was dangerous exploring the spirit world today. After obtaining the revelation that it wasn't considered dangerous, Klein took the Dark Emperor card, naturally changed his image, and stepped into the door of summoning. After entering the real world, he stuffed the mystical items he needed into his body as a precaution. Then, like last time, he used cogitation to sense the spirit world. Taking a step forward, he passed through an invisible curtain as Klein's illusory figure floated up. Around him, red, yellow, blue, green, and other colors were superimposed, like they were like the most abstract oil painting ever. The concept of direction that humans were used to could no longer be used here. If one used the old means of distinguishing direction and one's location, they would definitely find themselves lost. Klein roamed carefully and casually, sometimes seeing a yellow sun like a child's sketch, sometimes brushing past an incorporeal river that flowed quietly. There was also a flat woman with her upper body naked and a face resembling a smiling moon, a canoe with its end upturned, a tangled ball of thread, and a serpentine staircase leading to the 7 pure lights. In this extremely chaotic world, other than spirit world creatures, all kinds of information existed as abstract symbols. Thus, what one received from a divination process would only be a revelation that required one to interpret it on their own. As for those symbols, there was a chance that they would come to life and become incorporeal monsters. This was the spirit world that couldn't be understood and viewed with common human knowledge. The last time he came in, he had easily discovered spirit world creatures, and he had noticed the creepy gazes from unknown locations that made his hair stand on end. There was the headless woman who carried 4 heads, a round eye with clear blacks and whites, and a giant jellyfish with a skull attached to each tentacle. He had easily encountered all of them back then. But this time, he failed to see a single spirit world creature despite roaming for so long. Even the indescribable figures in the distance had disappeared, as if they had hidden themselves. Can't be that you're afraid of being my messenger, can it? Yes, I entered the spirit world in the form of a soul body. Perhaps the thoughts in my mind will appear in a special, formless manner here, turning into hidden symbols that interact with the spirit world. This then naturally affects my path options? Klein was puzzled, but he couldn't find the reason. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind when his body suddenly sank down and he fell freely. After a while, Klein could only see the vivid superposition of the colors and the various symbols that took physical form. What's going on? He began to consider whether he should write to Mr. Azik and ask him about it, or to throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog and get it tainted with the aura, so that he could contact the magic mirror, Rhodes. While floating, Klein's heart suddenly palpitated as he quickly dodged to the side. A tinge of yellow and green flashed across his eyes as a giant foot that was large enough to squash his entire body landed, stepping into the interlaced red and blue color spots. Above the sole of the foot was a long, festering leg covered in a yellowish-green liquid. The leg was over 3 meters long, and above it was a huge body that was wrapped in corpse oil bandages. Amidst the solidified aura in the area, the 2 legs that were filled with yellow-green pus alternated as they rose up, carrying a body that was difficult to discern. The legs quickly disappeared into the depths of the spirit world. Klein stood at a distance, not daring to make a sound. Finally, he confirmed that he was fine as he grimaced and thought, "The spirit world is really scary. You can accidentally encounter a powerhouse just passing by. A powerhouse among the spirit world creatures?" Klein shook his head and continued his search. At that moment, he had no idea where in the spirit world he had wandered to. After drifting for a while, he finally found some traces of spirit world creatures. Just as he was about to switch from flying forward to descending to his left, he was surprised to find that his body continued to move forward uncontrollably at an accelerating speed. In front of him, the chaotic superimposed colors and the grayish-white mist that filled the area suddenly split open, and a large, purely black 3-masted sailboat leaped in. The boat was nearly 100 meters long, and 3 pitch-black sails were hanging high up like flags. On the left and right sides of the ship, there were cannon muzzles and all kinds of sailors were running around on the deck. All of this was so real, so substantial, and so out of place when it came to the spirit world as a whole. However, as the ship entered the spirit world, its black color quickly turned richer, tainting itself with an ethereal vibe. On its deck stood a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters high, its back facing the cabin. Leaning against the chair's back, a colossal figure that was comparable to an ancient giant sat there. He had a black beard that went just past his neck, and he wore a tall, pointed crown on his head. He wore a gorgeous black robe with silver fringes. The wrinkles on his face looked hardened and filled with magnificence. It made one subconsciously wish to bow their heads. Under the slightly wrinkled forehead and on the high nose bridge, Klein's pitch-black full-body armor and black crown were reflected into those 2 dark red eyes. As for Klein, he was having trouble stopping his slow flight toward the giant. Their gazes met among the layers of colors and symbols in the spirit world, and then Klein disappeared. The giant on the mottled stone chair didn't withdraw his gaze as he continued staring over in a long silence. Above the fog, Klein took out the Dark Emperor card that he had fused with his spirit body and instantly reverted to his original form. This is called a one-click gear swap. He mocked himself as he recalled what had just happened. He was almost certain that the giant wearing the sharp crown was king of the 5 seas, Nas Solomon. The 100-meter-long sailboat that could sail through the spirit world was the ghost ship named Dark Emperor, which was built by the ancient Solomon Empire. I've always thought that a ghost ship simply means that it can sail on its own and wouldn't sink, making it closer to a strange creature. I never thought that the most powerful ghost ship would be able to turn itself incorporeal and wander through the spirit world. That makes it almost a demigod, right? As expected of the most famous Dark Emperor on the 5 seas. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that it sacrificed a traveler during its creation process. For one of the most famous legendary treasures, the Spectre Empire which carries the final inheritance of the Trunsoist Empire, could it be that the ship also comes equipped with this capability, making it impossible to find? Klein's thoughts slowly drifted without immediately realizing the reason why he had suddenly met King of the 5 Seas, Nast. This was very obvious, the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. Although the Dark Emperor card didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, Roselle had added or carved something onto the card when he made it. It allowed the wielder to use the card of blasphemy after they advanced to a high-sequence Beyonder, to subtly sense the Beyonder ingredients that they needed. There was no doubt that such a sensation was mutual. As one sensed the other would naturally sense them too. As for the wielder, they would appear to approach a certain fate before they crossed that step into becoming a demigod. This was something Klein was deeply aware of. He ultimately suspected that the existence of the gray fog had brought together certain Beyonders or supernatural events to him. Traveling with the Dark Emperor card in the spirit world makes it easier for such situations to occur. This is because the real world needs to abide by many rules. Even the fate from drawing lots needs to abide by logic, developing bit by bit. It doesn't make sense for me to use the Dark Emperor card in Backland, and for the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, to immediately appear in front of me with the ghost ship. Even if he sensed the attraction force, he would have to go through the process of locating me, and through the process of traveling through the spirit world, take hours or even days to arrive. If he didn't sense it, he would only naturally think of sailing towards the Sonia Sea and head closer to the borders of the Lone Kingdom. In that case, it might take months before we bump into each other. By being in the spirit world, things are simple. There is no concept of distance or direction in there. Locations and distances are all extremely chaotic. Perhaps the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, might have wished to go out on a spin in the spirit world, but he ended up seeing me pass by the moment he entered. This doesn't need to abide by any restrictions or limitations on geographical locations, Klein thought as he wrapped the corner of the modeled table. In addition to this, he was certain that the reason why he was thrown uncontrollably towards the Dark Emperor and at King of the 5 Seas, Nast, wasn't because of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. The effects of the law was only reflected in fate, perception, and desire, Nothing too exaggerated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be high-sequence beyonders. All of them would be involuntarily drawn by the uniqueness of their respective pathway. Klein could sense that it was a type of beyonder power that twisted and strengthened his intent to move forward, resulting in him being unable to stop. This is a very simple analysis. Even if I had thrown out the Dark Emperor card at the time, I wouldn't have been able to stop. This is a lawyer, which is a beyonder power wielded by the Dark Emperor pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and decided not to use the Dark Emperor card anytime soon. This meant that he was unable to roam the spirit world in search of a messenger. If he hadn't brought the Dark Emperor card and had used his main body with the Sea God Scepter, he would appear in the spirit world, which was filled with all kinds of revelations and information. He would inevitably leave many clues and could be divined about at any time. In terms of anti-divination and anti-prophecy, Azek's copper whistle couldn't be compared to the Dark Emperor card. If I were to really do that, I might meet 10 people who know that I obtained the Sea God Scepter when buying a beer at the bar. Of course, it was taken by Klein Moretti, so what has that got to do with me, Gairman Sparrow? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and decided to use the ritual method to get a messenger to respond. He could find something more suitable later on. After he covered the Dark Emperor card, his figure disappeared from the mysterious space above the gray fog. Early morning, Byam. Alger prepared to take a carriage out of the city and take a detour to a private harbor behind the cliff. That was where his Blue Avenger was docked and waiting to set sail. As a disguised pirate captain, he couldn't dock so openly at the main port of the City of Generosity. That would be sufficient proof that he had close ties with the authorities. It was the same with the other pirates who had to consider their berth in advance before coming to Byam to sell their loot or gain enjoyment. They either went to a small port in the surrounding waters, or to a private port controlled by someone with a deep background or by the resistance. Finally, there are no more missions. I can go out to sea again. I need to first obtain a mystical item that can increase my strength and also square my accounts. After that, I'll head to the primitive island and hunt for the Blue Shadow Falcon, allowing me to advance to Sequence 6 as quickly as possible. Alger was about to walk towards a rental carriage when he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. The former pirate merchant, Ralph, walked out of the carriage with a ruddy face and looked towards the Governor-General's office that wasn't far away. He seemed to be abnormally excited. What happened to him? After a moment of puzzlement, Alger took the initiative to go over and greet him. From his point of view, Ralph was, in a sense, also one of his comrades. They were all subordinates of Mr. Fool. However, one is a core member while the other just remains on the periphery. Alger calmly confirmed their identities and positions. What happened to deserve such joy? Alger asked after chatting about the weather. Ralph laughed out loud and narrowed his eyes, saying, "If I were to say that I received the blessings of God, would you believe me?" "I believe," Alger answered in his mind without hesitation. Suppressing his curiosity, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Ralph was about to answer when his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around him, he said in a deep voice, "Didn't you say that you also believe in God?" In order to befriend him, Alger had lied, saying that his faith lay with sea god, Calvetua. In any case, this was common among pirates, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. At sea, the weather was usually more frightening than any enemy, so most pirates, adventurers, ship crew, and sailors had great respect for gods who controlled similar fields, believing in them to a certain extent. Of course. This time, Alger's answer was firmer than ever. This was because he knew that the sea god that the other party believed in was the embodiment of Mr. Fool. Ralph nodded in satisfaction, revealed a smile, and whispered, "I received a revelation yesterday. God sent me to help his young lambs. I intend to establish a charitable fund for this purpose. This is the will of God. As his believer, I think you would be happy to provide some assistance." He held out his right hand and waited for the donation. Alger's expression stiffened, and he was momentarily unsure of how to respond. Although his present fortune was worth 3,245 pounds, he was preparing to buy a mystical item, making his overall financial situation somewhat tight. Of course, he could still donate quite a bit if he skimped and saved. If the sea god was still Calvetua, Alger, who claimed to be a believer, wouldn't have hesitated to find an excuse. But now, he had to seriously consider the deeper motives of Mr. Fool. Noticing Alger's reaction, Ralph's eyes darted schemingly before he said, "We want to help children who are suffering from unnecessary discrimination because of their bloodline. They live a hard life, and it is hard to see any hope for them. There are pure-blooded natives, as well as mixed bloods." Alger was silent for a few seconds, then he pulled out a wad of cash. "Here's 100 pounds. Ralph took it and said with a smile, "Your kindness will definitely be rewarded. God will protect you." The door slanted over the entrance to the warehouse. Klein prepared the summoning ritual for the spirit world creature, and was surrounded by the hallucinatory scent of herbs and essential oils. He was afraid that there would be some kind of accident if he held it in the inn, and although it might not be risky for him, it might end up harming the other occupants. Therefore, he went back to the abandoned warehouse where he had gave a sacrifice to Calvetua. As for Danitz, having his bounty raised to 5,500 pounds, he was very proactive in asking to stay in the suite and monitor the radio transceiver. The procedure is to light the candle that symbolizes me, and to use a verified incantation to summon the appropriate spirit world creature as a messenger. Daily Simone's 3-line description and the various incantations provided by Mr. Azik went through Klein's mind. When summoning a spirit world creature, the first sentence needed descriptions such as "wanders about the unfounded" and "roaming in the upper realm." Only by doing so could it accurately point to the spirit world. The suffix would clearly indicate that the spirit body was being summoned and that it was a creature that had a corporeal body. The second and third lines were an accurate description of the creature, but due to the restrictions of the format, one couldn't use too many words to pinpoint a creature. Therefore, it was difficult to predict or divine what would ultimately be summoned by the ritualist. In this sort of situation, using an incantation previously used by others implied a much lower risk. Then, after signing a contract, the description of the third sentence, "The messenger that belongs to whomever or contract companion of whoever," could be made, allowing the 3-line description to accurately summon the corresponding messenger. Yes, my messenger has to run very fast. Otherwise, it might be killed by some malicious creature in the spirit world, resulting in the loss of important letters. Klein's mind raced and he came up with a clear plan. He took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the creature whose speed surpasses imagination." Whoosh! There was the sound of wind, tainting the candles to a dark green and turning the surroundings cold and creepy. Klein saw a blurry figure rush out, too fast for him to see anything. After that, he couldn't find the fellow ever again.